It is a celebration of so many things, the incredible cars that made not just road history, but also motor racing legends. The drivers that drove them are here in force. In every way, it is a party, but what makes it even more special is that it is Porsche's 75th birthday.
For 75 years, Porsche has been a symbol of precision, performance, passion. From the racetrack to the open road, every Porsche has been a masterpiece of engineering and design. We've conquered circuits around the world, breaking records and setting new standards. From the thrill seekers to the collectors, from the dreamers to the achievers, Porsche has been the driving force behind countless stories. And now, as we celebrate our 75th anniversary, we hit the track once more.
Well, welcome everybody to Rennsport Reunion 7. I'm Justin Bell. I'm with Amanda Busick. Amanda, this is a rookie to this. What an event. What do you think so far?
This is absolutely insane, Justin. I have been reading out about this for months when I found out I was going to come out here, about this being my very first time to Rennsport, and I am just blown away. It was almost like Christmas morning today, waking up knowing what was going to take in. But as you said in the open, it is the 75th birthday for Porsche. The family of Porsche is here, the friends are here, the fans are here, and just to be alongside you and taking it in, it's just very special.
Well, it's fun to look at it through your eyes, because I'm never going to say you get jaded to this, because every year Porsche reinvent this experience, and it is an experience. It's a party, it's a celebration. It's also all about family. Family is so important here for Porsche, whether it's the cars as a family, the drivers that race them, or the people that just look around, the fans that embrace it. I feel very fortunate to be a member of this family, and you are too now.
It's just going to be so much stuff that we get to experience this weekend as well. We have 3 days of this. The Doobie Brothers are playing tomorrow night, so just to share in it with everybody. But Justin, we are the lucky ones to share in a special moment right now. We have breaking news here at the Porsche Rennsport Reunion. Let's head over to John Heinhoff with all of the news.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Rennsport 7. Great to have you here, whether you're standing down by the main stage or tuned in live in the US or around the world via MotorTrend with our stream powered by Michelin. My name's John Hindorf, part of the team this weekend, honoured to be here, and I have 3 very honoured guests alongside me. Michael Dreiser, who is the Director of Motorsport Sales for Porsche Motorsport in the middle. There's Volker Holzmeier, who's President and CEO of Porsche Motorsport North America. And Jörg Bergmeister, tall bloke, does a bit of racing, and a Porsche ambassador. And we're here to continue a trend, to continue a tradition here at Rennsport of bringing you something new and exclusive from Porsche. Remember, the last time we were here, it was the 935. Today, we have something, in some ways, even more extreme. One of just 77 cars stands in front of us now. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time to the general public, please welcome Porsche's newest 911. This is the 911 GT3R Rennsport, and you may clap, you may whoop. And how appropriate that we're going to have to fight against a little bit of Porsche flat 6 noise that is going out there. Michael, thank you for being with us here and for allowing us to see this for the first time. Tell me why, first of all, and what. We like numbers. How big is the engine? How much horsepower?
Well, the question why, at the end of the day, sometimes it's time to just have something special. And usually we are quite bound for regulations because we try to fit our cars into regulations and homologations for the racing series. But sometimes it's just fun to do work outside of homologation and restrictions. And this is basically the reason why we came up with this idea. And we thought the 935 needs a successor, and which could be the better option to just have it here at Rennsport at such an iconic event. So you were talking about numbers, 620 horsepower, that's the magic number. 4.2 liter engine, just some minor modifications, mainly on the camshaft size and the pistons. Have some better combustion. Yeah, and top speed, probably everybody wants to know.
Yes.
We don't talk about net numbers, but it will have, because of the Daytona gearbox ratios, just like mainly 20 horsepower, 20 kilometers per hour more top speed than your average GT3R.
And still, we have to make the point here, still a normally aspirated 4.2 flat six.
No turbos included, correct.
So this is Porsche engineered power. Okay, very clever. We like that a lot. Volker, how important a car is this to the North American customer base? And, well, you've kept it very, very secret between all of you. Are you already getting people queuing up at Porsche Atlanta to put their names down?
Yeah, so we are super proud to have the next reveal of a Porsche race car at Rennsport. Last Rennsport, we had the Porsche 935. This year, we have the GT3R Rennsport. Even carries the name Rennsport. So we are, as a North American market, we are super proud to have this product with the Rennsport name on it in the US market and now to be announced today. Of course, we are super happy about this car. The demand, of course, will be super high. Limited car. Michael will send us a lot of cars over, I'm pretty sure, Michael.
Gonna fight about that a bit.
No, super happy.
Jörg, down through the years, you've driven a lot of Porsches, a lot of 911s. How does this compare?
Well, first off, having a natural aspirated engine with that much power is good, so more is always better, so really enjoyed it. Yesterday night I did one lap, didn't bring the tires quite up to temperature yet, but 12:45 we're going to take the car out on track and for 10 minutes hopefully get some temp in it and really go with it. Really looking forward to it. I tested the car in Weissach already and it's a lot of fun, and the sound it makes is just amazing.
I like sound. We all like sound, don't we? If you're a Porsche lover, you like the sound that a flat six makes. Similarities or differences between this car and the GT3R?
I'm probably not the right one to ask because I haven't driven the current GT3R, so but yeah, definitely more power and that you can easily feel, and that's something a race car driver always likes. And the sound, once you fire it up and give it some revs, already on the inside, it's amazing. And what I hear from the guys telling me that were there yesterday, hearing the sound from the outside was also very impressive.
And you're going to be taking this car out later on today for a little more of a run. So, what, a couple of 3 laps?
I think we have 10 minutes, so definitely going to stay out and push hard.
All right, get the stopwatches out for that, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for Rennsport 7, don't worry, Jörg Bergmeister and this actual car out on the track, then you can follow along live via the stream on MotorTrend on YouTube here in the States or further afield. Our streaming this weekend presented by Michelin.
Well, thank you to our good buddy John on that reveal. That was absolutely beautiful. There's so many fans trying to take that in. Justin and I couldn't even get close to the silk reveal, but Justin, I heard 620 horsepower is going to make its way down the corkscrew today. Talk about a ride like that.
Well, you know what? Every generation of car that Porsche create, the evolution of each model, it just gets better and better, and what a place to announce it and reveal it. Last night the Legends got a sneak preview of this, and it really hit the emotions of them all. Everybody here is just inspired by the levels of design and performance, and to see it all come together. Jörg Bergmeister, one of the best Porsche drivers in history. I just can't wait to see it on track.
Now, I know that you're really good at sneaking yourself into being able to be behind the wheel of cars like this. Might we see you in the GT3R Rennsport soon?
Well, you know, normally if I pick my environment right, I can get in a car, but here I'm so far down the pecking order. There's 85-year-olds who are more qualified than me here, legends, and so maybe I'm 122nd to get in the car, but believe me, if I see a helmet and the keys, I'll go for it.
I have a feeling we'll see it in there before too long. But hey, thank you all for joining us on the live stream. Follow the conversation online with hashtag RR7. We're going to be in the mix of things here in the scene, but you can hear those race cars going on around us. Let's check out some action on track.
And also save on some testing areas.
Thanks to Amanda and Justin out there on the racetrack. And hi, everybody, and welcome to racing at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. I'm Shay Adam, joined by Peter Mackay. Peter, we are in for a real treat over the next 3 days because it is Porsche Fest out there, isn't it?
This is Disney World for me. This is like when I was flying over from Scotland a couple of days ago, I just thought this is one of the most exciting things I've done in my career, to see so many chapters of Porsche history brought together in one place, both in action on the track, but also the people in the paddock as well. This event is truly unique and can't wait to get stuck in.
It is, and it's wonderful. We've got the Weissach Cup out there on track right now, and it will surprise absolutely no one that the name at the top of the charts is Mr. Patrick Long. And Peter, I know that you geek out about the names, but more so the cars and the history of what's out there. So tell us, what's Patrick out there turning quick laps in?
So Patrick is in a very special car. I'll say that a lot this weekend, I think. It's number 00. It's an Interscope racing car from the late 1970s. It's a 934 and a half.
And a half?
And a half, yes.
It's a half a car behind a car?
In a way, yes,
Okay.
when you look at the back of this car. So the 934 was the first proper turbo customer 911 that you could build. They did have the RSR turbo before that, but they sold 934s around to customers. But then shortly after that, the 935 came in. And with that, there was, just before the actual 935 came in, you could buy a kit that would convert the 934 towards the 935. And it was called the 934 and a half. There's very few of them that were ever built, and very few still in existence. And Patrick is wheeling it pretty hard at the moment with a 130.693. That's moving on in a car of any area.
Yeah, for sure. And we've got several big names out there on the racetrack, including Carlos de Quesada as well. He's in a 935, so the next evolution of the 934 and a half, if you will. But these wonderful cars that are out there going around, some people are pushing for time, some people just racking up the laps. This is the timed practice for the Weissach Cup. And you were explaining to me a little bit yesterday about the differences between all the groups, but what are we looking at when we see the Weissach Cup cars out on the track? What generic era is it going to be?
So the Weissach Cup covers majority of the from the early 70s around to sort of early 1980s, and very much the era covered by Ernst Fuhrmann. So when Ernst Fuhrmann, who was actually an engine guy to begin with when he joined Porsche in the 50s, but he became the boss of the company, and his theory was it was after the 917 the dominant overall wins, and he said we need to bring it back to the 911. The 911 is our flagship car, remains so to this day. The 911 is our flagship car. We need to go racing with the 911. So Norbert Singer and all the guys at Weissach were given the task to make the 911 as successful as possible in racing, and boy oh boy did they achieve that. So it started off with the 911 RSR, which won Daytona overall in 1973, and again the Sebring 12-hour overall against all the prototypes. So they got off to a great start. They won the Targa Florio again against all the prototypes, and drivers of those cars are walking around the paddock, which is quite a cool thing to see. Then you go into the turbo era, the 934 when they started turbocharging with the 911 for customer cars, and then into the 935, which the car on the top of the timesheets right now, 1980 IMSA champion car, 935, that was driven by John Fitzpatrick, which is a beast. No other word for it.
And that would be car number 70. If you happen to be out around the track looking at the cars, you can tell that the ones on track right now have the Porsche roots through and through. You mentioned the 911. Well, looking at the cars in the parking lot all around the track, because that's what I've been drooling over. 911 is fundamentally Porsche, and that's what so many fans and family members of the Porsche family are bringing out to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, this beautiful 2.238 mile circuit 11 turns. It's played host to racing in North America since the 1950s. It's just a spectacular venue. And with the new repave that's out there, a lot of the drivers are getting more grip around the circuit than they've ever experienced before.
Well, when we move on a little bit later to the Stuttgart Cup, there's one car in there, the 2007 RS Spider. We're going to get, and it's going to be driven by Timo Bernhard, who raced the car in the day, raced it here at Laguna Seca very successfully. He's quite fast. Yeah. I want to get a comparison in the lap times, because you know he's not lost any of his speeds. The only thing was, in those days they had the confidential tyre, the special Michelin tyre. Nowadays you have to buy one off the peg, but it'd be interesting to see how that goes. But yeah, the drivers, they're making the most of this rapidly rising temperature out there. The lap times are coming down. Charles Nierberg, he's got a busy weekend. He's driving his number 70 1980 Porsche 935 K3, but also a Gulf 917. So the very next session he's going to hop out of his championship winning 935 and into the first ever 917 to win a race.
Mr. Nierberg, I feel really badly for you. So much to do today over the course of the day, and of course today is not necessarily competitive. The trophies get handed out tomorrow and on Sunday as well, but that doesn't mean that people aren't going to enjoy every single centimeter of track that they get to turn over the next couple of days lap-wise. Now, the different liveries that we're seeing on the cars, Peter, are they relevant to the eras?
They are. There's nothing you see here at Rennsport which is a replica. It's the real thing. If it's painted in a certain colour, it might well have been repainted since it was new, just as a way of restoration. But the number 70 car on screen right now, that is the car that John Fitzpatrick won the IMSA Championship with. He won the Porsche Cup that year for his international success. And you know, if you look online, there's a great film called Moby and the Warhorse Gang, and there's onboard footage of John driving around Portland in the 935 playing about with the boost gauge. So it had a wheel just beside the gear stick where you could turn the boost up and down from sort of 1.1 bar up to 1.5, 1.6, and that could wind it from 550 horsepower to nearly 800. I mean, you had that much change in it. So yeah, the liveries on there, I mean, one livery I think that stands out to all Porsche fans is the Brumos livery, and we've actually got Peter Gregg, who was the owner of Brumos. His son Simon is out there driving a Brumos machine. That's very special. Very special.
Love it.
Indeed. Yeah.
We've gotten the pleasure of watching the number 37. That's Ned Bacon behind the wheel of a 1975 911 RSR. He is not holding back in the slightest, Peter. He's diving down the inside of people going through turns 10 and then into 11 side by side across the start-finish line. Ned clearly enjoying this morning session, of which we have, 7 minutes remaining, near enough.
Yeah, this is an interesting car. I was having a good look around it yesterday. It was one of the very last RSRs to be built. It was first sold to Vasek Polak, a legendary name in Porsche as an importer, distributor and dealer. It was actually a backup for the team's 934, so Vasek Polak didn't actually race it. It got sold to Conrad Casado Racing. Raced in Camel GT in 1978, 79 and 80 before ending up in Puerto Rico, but now back on the track here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Well, we've got Carlos de Quesada out there as well, second quickest time so far of the session in the bright yellow number 94. It's from 1979. But before we get too far down this rabbit hole, Peter, because I know that we're starting to dig down, let's welcome in another member of the broadcast team this weekend. A big warm welcome to Kristen. Where have you wandered off to, my friend?
Hi, this is Kristen, and I am wandering around the village here at Porsche Rennsport 7, where they have set up kind of a lifestyle kind of section over here, and it feels like walking right back into the 1960s, 1950s, all kinds of period correct stuff here, period correct newspapers, people in period correct outfits. It is such a cool thing to see because Porsche is such an old and iconic brand, and how not better to represent it by harking back to its roots. So if you'll take a walk with me, let's go take a look at some of the stuff that we'll see here. I mean, there's a 918 Spider. That's not totally, period correct, but still awesome to see. But here I want to show you, actually, there's newspapers, icons of Porsche. So let's go in, see if we can grab one, see what it says. So the Rennsport Reporter, icons of Porsche. So we've got September 28, 2023, but let's see. Decades of automotive innovation descend on Laguna Seca. This is a cool souvenir. Anyway, check this out when you're walking around today, and back to Amanda.
Kristen, you're going to have so much fun today. I'm so excited to be able to share in our very first Rennsport reunion together. I know you're going to be having a lot of fun on camera, but there is so much happening here today, so make sure to follow us on hashtag RR7. We'll be right back with all the action.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
60 years ago, we made history. We reached eternity 9.1 seconds later. Still together today, we are writing our own legend. The race never stops.
As we take in all these moments here at the Rennsport Reunion with the on-track stuff as well as everything happening in this festival area. As you can see behind me, the icons of Porsche, all the legends are here to take in the event as well with all the fans. And man, we're going to have so much action happen. I know some VIPs are going to be in the booth with everybody this weekend, but Shay, Peter, what's going on track right now?
We've got 6.5 minutes to go in this session. Carlos de Quesada is still flying out there, a guy who loves to push all of the cars that he owns to the absolute limit. And Peter, he's got quite a collection that he holds down in Miami, including the car from 2017 in which he and his son were 2 of the 5 drivers to take home the Rolex that year, and that happened to be a Porsche.
It was, yeah, with Allegra Motorsports, who are here running all of these cars for the crew. And the car that Carlos is driving right now is an ex-Whittington Brothers car. The Whittington Brothers were infamous in IMSA, very successful. They won Le Mans together in 1979, and the car has a Road Atlanta livery on it. That's because they owned the track.
At the time.
They owned the track, yes, which they then sold to Randy Lanier, another IMSA racer at the time. But this was a time of great excess in IMSA. Big horsepower, big turbo boost, big turbo lag even, and some big characters as well.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, Linear Raceway, still across the track from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. So that is still something very much in our history. And, oh, Carlos dropping a wheel at the exit at Turn 5. That got a little bit exciting there for a moment for him, but he calmly recovers. And a lot of white smoke every time he gets on the brakes. He is locking them up, Peter. He's pushing.
Yeah, Carlos is really sending the mail here, isn't he, with in that 935, and that is a seriously physical car to drive. Massive slide.
Glad they repaved the area over the exit of the curbing. That's a change from this new repave that WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca has done this year.
When you listen to drivers that drove a 935 in period, they talk about the turbo lag because it had quite a small engine but huge turbochargers, big power, and you actually, to drive a 935 quickly, you've actually got to get the power on as you're going into your trail brake in, get the power on, and you hope that the turbo wakes up as you've straightened the wheel out. And I think that was what happened to Carlos there. It really wagged the tail. It's a physical car to drive, but for me, it's one of the coolest cars, not just Porsches, ever made, the 935. I think it's so awesome.
It's clearly unbounded power and ability if you can harness it. And I'm sure if we go ask Carlos at the end of the session, was that on purpose? He'd go, yeah, totally under control. I was good, meant to do that.
Well, one of the fastest drivers ever in a 935 was John Paul Jr., and he loved it because he could drive it in yaw like that all the time. I was speaking to Tim Pendergrass of HSR, and he told me of a passenger ride he had with John Paul Jr., and he said when you've got he says, sitting beside John Paul, he would have the car just sliding into the corner and meanwhile be turning the turbo boost gauge up and down. And that was part of driving a 935 quickly, was using that boost wheel to move it up and down. And hopefully when we have some of our guests in, we can ask them for some anecdotes of what it was like to... you are hanging on by your fingernails for a car like that. We'll hopefully ask them a bit about that.
Oh, that's a great tease as well, because for the remainder of the day and for the remainder of the weekend, as a matter of fact, we have a slew of phenomenal guests coming through the booth. One of us will be stepping aside, of course, while a guest comes in, happily, I'll say, to relinquish the microphone for some wonderful anecdotes. And not to give too much away, but a true legend is coming in for our first guest, and that is not too long off now, so don't go anywhere. Stay with us all day as you can. Just leave us up, open on the page, and we will be here to entertain you day in and day out, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Is that the Brumos car that just came through the shot that you had mentioned before that Simon Gregg is piloting?
That's actually a different one. Simon Gregg is in the 935, the Brumos 935. Brad Harris in another Brumos machine. And we've got quite a few different Brumos machines out there from back in the early days, back in the late 60s, early 70s, but also through the present day. We're not going to see it in the racing action, but the latest Brumos car is actually a Pikes Peak car. David Donoghue has been racing the last 2 years at Pikes Peak, a GT2 RS Club Sport that's owned by the Brumos collection. If you've never been there, Jacksonville, Florida, go and see it. The Brumos collection is incredible, the cars they've got in there, and it's so beautifully done.
I thought you were going to say if you've never been there, go to Pikes Peak as well.
Oh, there too, yes, yeah.
Well, we teased the fact that we've got a full day ahead for you, and we have even more coming up. The Verks Trophy practice is going to be a very exciting experience for everybody to go through. Those cars are of a different area yet again. We were talking a little bit about it yesterday, Peter. That is really the kind of ridiculousness era of Porsche, where it was, let's just build it to win overall.
That's right. It was a real change in mindset. The Verks Trophy, we're going to see a lot of the fiberglass cars. We're going to see a lot of 906, 907s, 910s, 908s. And this was when Dr. Ferdinand Piech bear in mind, he wasn't even 30 years old, but he was the grandson of Dr. Porsche, and he came in and he changed the ethos of how Porsche went racing. He spent a lot of money. He was famous for that, for spending huge amounts of budget. But the results showed. You know, they built cars that were proper prototypes that went to win at Le Mans, and they did eventually achieve that. They won at Daytona, at Sebring, and so on. But they are incredibly clever cars. They're aerodynamically very special. When you see the driver has very little space inside as well. Really, really cool cars. Can't wait to see them out on track. And the noise they make. Flat 6s, flat 8s, and in the case of the 917, flat 12 engine.
Well, and you called it noise right there, but it really is music.
Oh, yeah.
And all of these cars singing in a different tone and being stressed when they're out on the racetrack, being used instead of sitting in a museum. That's part of why I love Porsches, because they don't just sit and appreciate. The drivers, the owners, the fans get to appreciate them when they get used to their maximum around racetracks.
And I think you could not do that with any other brand. I think the durability, performance of a Porsche and the uninterrupted consistency of career in racing from late 1940s to present day and all the way through, and a lot of these cars are still running and can be run hard on the circuit. Amazing. Just amazing.
Yeah, well, as you can tell, we've gone to a checkered flag on this session, and before we get to the next one, we're going to step away for just a quick second, but that gives you a preview of what's coming, so don't go too far, because we will be right back to green flag.
Schenker, official logistics partner of the GT4 E-Performance Tour, on the way to clean logistics.
In the stereo cop circle the block, yeah, I guess he on a neighborhood watch. And this timepiece is more than just a neighborhood watch. So when they spot it, they wonder how a good got it. Out of town, they call me flashy. I'm singing for the masses. For the masses, masses.
8 out of 10 electric vehicle manufacturers choose Michelin tires for a reason. They're built EV ready, so you don't have to think about them. You can just enjoy the thrill of being on top, or the excitement of coming down, spending time with someone special, or maybe spending time with someone brand new. Our tires are made without compromise, so you can enjoy every moment of your journey.
Welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It is one of the iconic tracks in North America, one that many people around the world know from playing on different video games. And Peter McKay, I know that you've learned the track through that venue. I did too as well for the first laps around here. But when you drive it, and more importantly, when you walk it in person, the elevation takes you back.
Well, for me, I come from Scotland. The only thing I could compare this to where I'm from is the undulation of my home circuit, Knockhill Racing Circuit in Fife. We don't have the climate of California, that's for sure, but we have the undulation, ups and downs, swoops, uphill, down dale. It just really follows the natural curvature of the land. We're right here on the far western coast, and this western coast of America has been so important to the success of Porsche. Johnny von Neumann and his colleagues did such a good job of bringing the brand to the public there in the early 50s.
Yeah, in this particular part, we're about an hour and a half south of San Francisco, so right in what is now the tech area of the world. But we don't have all that tech necessarily down in the garages. Kristen Lee is hanging out with some of the older cars.
Thanks so much. Yeah, we're still back here in the village, just taking it all in. However, I do spot Magnus Walker. Let's see if we can sneak in there. Maybe see if he wants to say something to us.
Adapt to the environment. There you go. Adapt to the environment.
Hey everyone. Hey Magnus, this is Kristen Lee. We're live with the Porsche Rennsport live stream. Want to see how you're doing today, how you're enjoying everything.
You know, I'm here for the beard convention, so I'm having a great time here at Rennsport.
Did you drive up in anything special today?
Well, I drove up yesterday my 177,000 mile 991 Turbo S.
177,000. It's just daily driving, doing everything?
Yeah, this is a 2014 991 Turbo S with 177,000 miles. It's definitely a daily driver, yeah.
Amazing. Drive your cars, folks. Back to you, Shay. Thank you so much.
When he said 177,000 miles, I was expecting the age to be a lot more than just 9 years old.
Well, when you drive a 911 Turbo S, you can get those miles done quite quickly.
That's true.
It's one of the fastest street cars you can buy. Even in I'm a big fan of the 991 generation as well. It's got a lovely proportion to it in the modern world. So yeah, Magnus Walker, he's got quite a choice of Porsches to take. He's got a huge collection down in Los Angeles, and yeah, chose that one to take the drive up here to Laguna Seca.
Well, and that is a wonderful drive to get to do. I had the privilege of doing that last year in between a couple of events coming up from Long Beach, as a matter of fact, and driving up Highway 1. And you go through Big Sur, there's no car in the world you would want to be in more so than a Porsche. Maybe a Cabriolet, maybe a Targa. I mean, there are options. As you were mentioning, the weather here is pretty much ideal. We should mention, it's a little bit cool out there for this Miami girl. I've got a couple layers on going outside, but it is not terrible as far as weather is concerned. Beautiful September day, about to be October, but the weather gods are on our side. Look at that, not a cloud in the sky.
It's just glorious here. I mean, only 10:30 in the morning. Yeah, thereabouts 10:30 in the morning. It is absolutely glorious. And for the drivers in these cars are so special. They won't get them out very often, once or twice a year, or really sometimes only here at Rennsport Reunion. Last night we saw the sun setting on the final session, and it's just, yeah, really special for our drivers. And for these collectors, it's a big commitment to get these cars out on track, and they deserve to enjoy some good weather.
We were just getting views of part of what makes this circuit so special, the corkscrew. A drop of 11.5 stories from the top to the bottom, and the climb up just gives you this idea of how hard it is to get those cars up the hill. It's not an easy ask. From the exit of turn 5, you're climbing as hard as you can. It's a long way up.
I don't think it's going to be a problem for the 935s or cars in the Flat Cup with lots of horsepower. But for the cars in the Gamoon Cup from the early 50s, very lightweight but not a lot of power. So they are flat chat up there. But we were talking about one Porsche fan, Valentino Rossi. He had that iconic moment at the corkscrew when he overtook Casey Stoner up the inside. And yeah, it's a really, really cool, unique part of the Laguna Seca circuit.
And don't forget, we've got a lot coming up for you. The Verks Trophy about to kick off here in a couple moments' time. That is where some of the iconic Porsches that we are used to will be taking to the circuit. They get basically a half-hour session to go out, get a good feel for the car. Not too much of a setup change that they're going to be making as far as the cars are concerned, but they get to go out and feel, you know, maybe we should raise the ride height or give it a little more camber. There are things that changes that they can affect on these classic cars.
There are, yeah, and a lot of the teams that are running them have got real intimate knowledge of each model and what you can and can't do to them. I mean, this here, we're going to see two of the most famous Porsches ever made, two 917s racing in the Gulf colours, and they're both ex-John Wyer Automotive Engineering cars, the team that ran the Gulf cars in global sports car racing back in the early 1970s, and these are the real deal. And so to see them out there on track is incredible. But there is still, like you said, there is little tweaks that you can do, but it'll also be making sure that the cars are running clean and smooth and are ready to go for the races on Sunday.
Well, at the top of the show, we had a big reveal of the car that's captured everyone's hearts and minds since last night, which is when they rolled it out in the dusk. The pictures that we got, the videos, just such an amazing revelation for the GT3R Rennsport version.
Incredible, absolutely incredible machine, driven by none other than Jörg Bergmeister, who has had a few iconic moments of his career in Porsches here at Laguna Seca. He won in the dusk with battling away with Jan Magnussen and driving this incredible machine. It's a 4.2 litre naturally aspirated engine that produces 620 horsepower. I did not think that would even be possible. Back in the mid-2000s, Porsche actually analysed and they built a V8 GT3. And because they thought, well, we can't possibly get any more than 500 horsepower out the flat six. Well, here we are with 620. And the rear aero as well, Shay, it's got hints of 934, even 934 and a half about it, actually. I'm sure that was deliberate.
It does, and watch Jörg's hands here as he goes through turn 5 and see how it starts to climb up. You don't actually think about it climbing uphill, but it is dramatic. And then the iconic turn 6. He's going through in second gear, taking it very gently. They're not using up all the road. Wouldn't want to throw it off on the outlap for sure. Coming up here now under the Rennsport Reunion Bridge, and then you have to hit the brakes and aim for the tree because you can't actually see your turn-in point until you're on top of it. Ideal line from Bergmeister going through the corkscrew. He's done that a time or two before. Now coming down the hill, goes down through turns 9, getting off. He actually didn't use all the runoff, so Carlos de Quesada was pushing harder than Jörg Bergmeister there. Now in through turn 10, staying on the racetrack to go through turn 11 and then up the straight, which does have a rather big kink to it. Before the start-finish line, you want to make sure you've got your fuel numbers correct on this one, because this part, it's uphill to the finish line, and we have had cars before run out before they've actually made it.
Well, Jörg, he's done a fair few laps around here. This car will be his baby because he's so involved now with Porsche development of road and sort of halfway between road and race cars as well. And I spoke to him last year and he said, my dream job was to be a Porsche factory driver. I achieved that. He says, to be honest, a very close second would be to be a Porsche development driver. And he says, I've done both. He says, I'm a very, very lucky man to be able to have done that. But Jörg is such a nice guy. If you see him in the paddock, go and say hello. He's a very approachable guy, and yeah, what he's achieved in his career is off the scale. Championships after championship.
It's the stuff of dreams. It's the exact role model that you want when you begin to race cars. Karts even. You think, yeah, Jörg Bergmeister, he's got it figured out. Well, we've got cars starting to roll out onto the track, but before they get up to speed, let's check back in with Amanda Busick. She's hanging out down in the paddock area.
Well, Shay, I think you said it perfectly. It's the stuff of dreams, and this is what dreams are made of down here. I can still pinch myself that I'm taking in Rennsport for the very first time. It's starting to fill up down here with all the Porsche fans, and as we take a look at all the activities that are here this weekend, I love this little Hot Wheels area over here for the kiddies. I've seen them all playing with the little miniature-sized Porsche Hot Wheels that have come over across the generations, but I pointed to the Legends line earlier for the autographs, and we're going to talk to a couple of Porsche enthusiasts that are here this weekend with us. Chris, you told me you're from Brentwood. Who is it that you're ready to see here today?
So, yeah, Brentwood, California, Diablo PCA member. I'm waiting here to see, hopefully catch a 917 driver to sign this panel. This is a panel that we put on. My son races karts, Moira Rennsport. He races go-karts, and we put this panel on the front of a cart that we take around to PCA events and car shows and stuff, because when a little kid goes to a car show, what do they hear all day? Oh, don't touch that. Don't get any fingerprints on that. So they come around a corner. There's a go-kart sitting on the ground. We're like, get in it, mash on the pedals, saw the wheel. You're not going to break it, knock yourself out. So I want to make it a little more special with a signature from one of these great historic drivers who've been so gracious to come share their time with us today.
Chris, that's fantastic. I love your passion. We're going to look at a parking lot full of Porsches that are here with us here this weekend, and we're going to have way more action down here in the paddock area and some of those lifestyle pieces we've been talking about as well. You guys settle on in. We'll be right back with you. Welcome back to the Rennsport Reunion here at the Laguna Seca Raceway. It's been 5 years since we had this celebration all together, and all culminates here this weekend for the 75th anniversary of Porsche. We have on-track action this weekend. We have a ton of scene in action here in the paddock, and with all of our correspondents with us here this weekend as well. Well, as we get back to the booth, John, you've had a busy morning already, having a reveal of the GT3R Rennsport. What's on your mind now?
Where I can find the money to get in line to get one, Amanda. To be honest, that's going to be a very long line with just 77 of those phenomenal-looking cars. After you went away here on MotorTrend, I asked the assembled crowd, and I'll put the same question to you, Peter. That car and the look of that car, is that how we should be working towards the GT3s? In the future? Stefan Rattel, SRO, wanted a different look of GT3 cars that went to Le Mans. Is that what he was thinking about? Because if it is, I'm in.
I'm in too. I agree. I mean, the thing that strikes me about the car is the rear wing of it is it's got 934, 935 written all over it. I'm sure that wasn't an accident. It's a car we're going to talk about all weekend. The Verks Trophy are now out on track. An era, we talk about eras of transition. This is probably one of the biggest eras of transition in Porsche history. 906, 910, 907, 908. We've even got in here the 917 PA, which is the first ever Porsche Can-Am car on screen right now, driven by Gunnar Jeanette, who one of the best Porsche historic drivers, if not maybe one of the best, if not the best Porsche historic driver in the world, I would say.
The thing is,
he knows these cars so well.
He started his career in historics. His first race car was a Moby Dick 911. 935 effectively. So, you know, I mean, just extraordinary that a teenager, for a while he was the youngest driver ever to have started to Le Mans. That very distinctive helmet colour. Spoke to him last night in the pit lane. He was one of the people who thought he knew what the reveal was going to be, and he was one of 6 or 7 people who were entirely wrong. How Porsche kept it secret. And then also had a long chat with his dad as well, Kevin, who is in some ways one of the Porsche specialists. A few years ago I managed to sneak in to Kevin's workshop and have a look around. This car, this Zero car, that is fastest time at the moment in this class, that is running. He's got a time of 1:27 for his best time, 1:27.482. Look at the clean lines of this car, Peter. It is absolutely phenomenal.
It is, and the one thing that makes this car very special is that it was Porsche's first Can-Am car, campaigned by Joe Siffert, but also it was a car that really gave Porsche the eureka moment to sort out the aerodynamics of the 917 coupes, which were amazingly quick, but they really struggled with the aerodynamics. The 917 PA, with its spidered aerodynamics, really gave them the clue of how to fix that.
It is. There's little hints of the old 908 Flunder in that
Huge
car,
amounts.
Yeah. I mean, you think of that, of course, as Steve McQueen at Sebring, Michael Kaiser with the film car at Le Mans, shot, you know, huge amount of film that then couldn't be used because they had changed the regulations. Mid-engine cars, we think of Porsches of rear-engine cars, of course, but mid-engine cars for Porsche have always been part of the Porsche lexicon.
They have, yes, and this was what Dr. Ferdinand Piech brought in when he was not even 30 years old, and he was put in the seat of being the boss of the racing department. Quite a thing. We've got a lot of, you know, these cars out there with mid-engine machines. One of them is El Tigre, the car on screen right now, Carrera 6, driven by multiple Formula One winner Mark Webber. The car is owned by the Ingram family, an amazing Porsche family, and sadly we lost Bob Ingram earlier this year, and we miss him dearly in the Porsche community. But his son Cam and his wife Jeannie are just taking the legacy on. They've got some amazing cars, 2 of which are in this race. El Tigre, driven by Mark Webber, and also a 904 that Cam is driving.
The car behind, the number 11, Jeff Swart, in the 906 from 1966. This is a practice session, by the way, so any lappery you see, any passing you see is all about just getting a little bit of room. Tazio Ortiz in the number 82, just going through the corkscrew now. That's another Carrera 6, 906 from 1966. So the driver's just getting the hang of the circuit here. Has been resurfaced, repaved, as they would say here, in the very recent past, and certainly when IMSA were here for the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, that made a huge difference to the lap times. I think pretty much every lap record went. We were setting lap records for GTPs, of course. We'll have some GTP action later on as well, but I don't want you to get too excited. Let's just concentrate on what's on the screen at the moment. Already insanely busy in the paddocks and roundabout, and a little close call there down at the first corner. The number 75, Bruce Marquardt, in the Elva Mark 7, the 1964 car, and Who was that who very nearly picked him up? Was that Matt Polk in the Platypus, in the 64 Platypus?
I think it was.
The 7 car.
So in this class,
Yes,
we've got a couple of the Porsche Specials, which are chassis from other manufacturers fitted with a Porsche engine. And back in the late 50s, early 60s, that was very much the form. In the Gmünd Cup, we've got a few others that we'll talk about as we go through. However, we can't really go too much further in talking about the Werks Trophy without talking about car number 8. Charles Neerberg is a Gulf 917, arguably Porsche's most successful or most famous car that won them Le Mans for the first time overall. But this car of Charles Neerberg is a particularly special 917. It's the first ever 917 to win a race.
And that is running in Gulf colours, one presumes.
Yeah, so it was when it won its first race, it was actually in the Porsche factory colours,
right.
And then the car was given to John Wyer Automotive Engineering, who ran the Gulf team. Lots we'll talk about, I'm sure, about that over the weekend. But.
And again, it's just such a classic, purposeful design. These are the cars that got me into sports car and endurance racing. Of course, Steve McQueen, Le Mans, the movie, which, although it came out in the early 70s, 1970, 70, 71, I didn't see until probably 75, 76. I was sitting at school in the northeast of England, and the Thursday night movie club, which would show films from the previous 5 or 6 years on Super 8 or 16mm or whatever it was. And I remember sitting on those terribly, and if you're from the UK tuned in on MotorTrend at the moment, you'll know exactly what I mean. Remember those horribly uncomfortable orange plastic tub chairs that you could not get comfortable in for 5 minutes, never mind sitting watching a movie, in the school recreation hall with the big curtains with the sunflower pattern on them. And that's where I watched Le Mans for the first time. And those cars looked like spaceships.
They still do. They still do. They look otherworldly to this day, and it was an otherworldly car. Flat 12 engine, hugely powerful, capable of 240 miles an hour.
Gunnar Jeanette with the fastest time at the moment, 1:27.482. Bruce Canepa has just gone on a 1:30.0 to second. We'll keep an eye on the action on the track whilst we rejoin Kristen down in the paddock.
Still over here in the village, but if you'll indulge me for just a second, stepping this way is one of my all-time favorite cars and heroes, the Carrera GT. I'm sure quite a few of you watching will have the same feelings, but it's at least pretty rare for me to actually see one of these things in the flesh. So as a reminder, you've got a V10 engine and a manual transmission. And if you come in here and look, if you'll remember the inside of a Carrera GT, that gear selector is pretty high up. The ergonomics of it, though, worked out really well. So this is, you know, a legend in the flesh. Got your double bubble action going on in the back. Super cool. But if we push through here, you actually get really good access to the pit. So we'll see what everyone over here is taking a look at. You've got Porsche, race cars galore, and then through here, more noise and excellence. Super cool. What are we looking at here? As front row as you'll get here, looking over the pit lane, getting all the noise.
Sean.
Thanks, Kristen. I think we've lost her now, haven't we? That's it. She's having too much fun down there. Just before we go back to the times, and there's Charles Neerberg in that number 8 917K. Is just got up to 3rd position in this practice session, which will still be keeping an eye on these times. That's Porsche Spider. That was a prototype car. That was not a production car. That is not how they're finished up looking on the inside. And there's a bit of a story about that very car.
That Carrera GT that Kristen just showed us is the prototype that Walter Röhrl drove onto the Champs-Élysées in Paris to launch the car. The car is quite a remarkable machine. It actually took a lot of inspiration from actually a stillborn project called the LMP 2000, which was an open-top prototype built to take on the Audi R8. V10 engine, big capacity V10 engine, which actually took its roots back to a McLaren F1 engine, which was also a stillborn project. So it was a series of stillborn projects which ended up in a road car. And at that time, Porsche's racing activities was much, much quieter than it is today. That was the policy of the company at the time. The Cayenne was just being launched at the time. There was so much going on. But that V10 in that engine, so incredible. And all the Porsche engineers, the motorsport engineers, didn't have a race car to develop at that time, so they poured all their attention into the Carrera GT, and that's why, for me, it's the best Porsche race car of all time, road car of all time, I should say.
And only a couple of people drove it. One was Alan McNish, who drove it at Weissach, and I spoke to Nishi about that a couple of times. It ran in a carbon livery with black with white Mobil 1 decals on that car, and it was pushed away and had a dust sheet over it for a long time. There was rumours it had been crushed, but actually that wasn't true. No. And it does. I think it's been to Goodwood since then. That car. Nishi said straight out the box it was a very capable car.
Yes, he told me the same. Only two people ever drove it, Bob Wallach and Alan. But it was a real turning moment for Alan McNish's career, because if that programme had gone ahead, he could still be a Porsche factory driver to this day.
That's a very good point.
He went to Audi after that.
He did go to Audi after that. That's a very good point. Another improvement from Charles Neerberg in the number 8, 1969 917 Kurzheck. Short tail. And a 31.7 last time around brings him within about a second and a half of Bruce Canepa in second position in the 917.10. There's another set of... You're going to hear us talking about a lot of numbers this weekend. If you are a Porsche aficionado, then of course you will know. If you're not, we talk about model numbers and we talk about type numbers. And the 917 is another absolutely brilliant car. We'll talk about that in a minute. Chris McAllister just coming down the hill to finish another lap and heads into the pit lane as we were talking. Oh, Chris, we were just going to talk about your car. Another 917K, this time from 1969. The front, the look of that car from the front is just so immediately recognisable, isn't it?
It's probably the most recognisable image in all of Porsche, I would say, the night a Gulf livery 917, which of course never won Le Mans. Won everything else, but never won Le Mans. Gulf 917.
It won Le Mans in the film, Peter. That's good enough for me.
That's the most important, which of course is the real thing, of course, isn't it?
Michael.
But that very car that Chris McAllister is driving, that was the car where Pedro Rodriguez had that incredible win in the rain at Brands Hatch, which is, many people say, is the best sports car drive of all time.
That was the 1000K, BOSE 1000K.
Yeah.
You're talking about an era for those cars where Formula One and sports cars were much closer together in terms of pace. In that season that you're talking about when Pedro won at Brands, and I wasn't there, I'm not quite that old enough to have been there. But if you look at the Spa Grand Prix race, on the old circuit, of course, that went all the way down through Burnville and out down through the Master Kink and then through the banked hairpin. It all comes from an age when racing circuits were competing to be the quickest racing circuit, and Spa and Reims were competing. If you look at Pedro Rodriguez average across the 6-hour race, including his pit stops, it was quicker than the Formula One race that year. He qualified faster than the Formula One cars of that year on that long circuit. It was an incredible
65 miles an hour average.
It was an incredible time for engineering, and of course Porsche, having been formed as an engineering company, look, they got to 356 projects before they built the first car, hence the 356. That was the first full Porsche car. There'd been a Wanderer before that. There'd been a couple that they had contributed to, but project number 356, that was the first car.
What Dr. Porsche was involved with before the first Porsche car was even built is a whole story in itself.
That would have been enough for most people, wouldn't it?
It would have, but and it's never enough. Never enough.
Quick look at the William Lyon driven number 88, the red and white 910 from 1967. the number 88. That car distinctive with its cream or white and red livery. And William at the moment in 6th position in that number 88 car. James Pizzetta's just improved as well further down the field. But that's that 910. I had the dinky model of the 910 in silver. And what I always remember it had various bits and pieces that you could open and pull off. That's a really interesting livery on that number 88 car with the Porsche side stripe. Again, very simple, very purposeful design. Nothing on that car that doesn't need to be there.
It's a wonderful machine, and the 910 is a very, very rare car. It came after the 906, so you went 906, then 910, then 907. Don't ask, I have no idea why.
It depends. It was project numbers when they were started, and they didn't always come to fruition. In the chronological order that they were started.
But it was at a time where the pace of development was just relentless. The work ethic of Dr. Piek and his team, Hans Mezger and the engines, Mr. Bott, Dr. Bott as well. They were, whenever they had one new car hitting the track, the next model was already in development. The 910 was a car that was very good in long distance racing, but also in hill climbing as well. Yeah. Hill climbing was a really important category of the sport in those days, and Porsche were dominant through the 60s.
3 cars on the circuit there with Jeff Swart in the middle in that number 11 car. All of the same sort of era. Racing cars, it should be remembered that racing cars had longer lives in those days. At the very top, yes, the works cars would get rebuilt and given to their private entries, like the customer entries. Was it not ever thus? But quite a lot of these cars will have had, particularly that we're looking at coming down through the corkscrew now, Peter, they would have been passed on and would have had good lives in regional or even local racing, and changing hands for numbers that we look at now and just cry about. And because it was so low, I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, there's the car that we talked about a moment ago, the 910 value of that, about $2.5 million at current market value. Would have been a lot less than that in the day. But that was a time, again, Dr. Piek insisted that there was a policy where they built a brand new car for every major international race. And the cars would then be retired and, like you say, sold off to private entrants after that. But that was something that was hugely expensive, and I think it made the main board splutter when they saw the bills for the racing department in those days.
Yeah, they did have slightly longer. I mean, yes, they were being rebuilt, but at least they had a bit longer down the line in terms of the. Let's go down to Shea Adam, who has made her way down to the false grid, getting ready for the next group of cars to come out as we're live from Rennsport 7. Morning, Shea.
Morning, John, and it's the Flat Cup that gets to come out next, and these are awesome race cars. So we've got 993s galore all around, but this is the area, they call it the false grid because it really is a false sense of security. You're about to go out on the racetrack, you're getting ready, riling yourself up, but you're not quite ready to go out yet because there are other cars on the track. So we've got a lot of drivers lingering around. Most of them are already in their cars ready to go, a couple of them suiting up, but we've got a couple of cars out here. There's one in particular that I want to point out to you, John, because I know that you'll remember it. 2013, Bathurst, this VIP pet foods car. It was the Quinn, the father and son, driving it, along with some guy named Shane Van Gisbergen. So it's pretty cool that we get to see this car now run out here around Laguna. That's a big change of scenery for us. But these cars that are out here, this is the Porsche kind of thing that gets my heart.
Tony Quinn has done so much for sports car racing on the other side of the world. Shane Van Gisbergen, of course, multiple Aussie V8 champion. Coming up next year, he'll be plying his trade in NASCAR, where he won his first race on the streets of Chicago, wasn't it, when he came out and had that debut win. First time for a very long time that has happened. I was kind of hoping we would persuade Shane to come and do some more sports car racing, to be honest. But we've got plenty of people from down there. Chaz Mostert has come out of there and done sports car racing, and we've got a really we've got a crop of really good Aussies and New Zealanders who are coming through, both in the contemporary scene and, you know, anyone would love to get back into some of the older cars as well. We have got the checkered flag out on this session. You do get to complete the lap that you are coming onto as we rapidly approach 11 o'clock Pacific time. Problem for the
Bobsy.
Bobsy, yeah. Bright orange, number 65. Arm in the air from
Donald Anderson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I don't see any damage there. Is there something hanging down underneath at the front? I'm not certain. But he wasn't dropping anything on the track either, so that's good news. And he coasted back to the pit lane. I think we're going to say that Gunnar Jeanette has taken the fastest time here in that Can-Am 917, the 917 PA, Papa Alpha, from 69, from the 72, 91710, 130.0, just about a couple of seconds. So actually Gunnar did a slightly better time later. And Charles Neerberg, who put a couple of better times in. His best lap came on lap 6, so that was a good improvement. Third quickest in the 1969 917K, the number 8 car. Denier Pirish in the 111, that was the 908 -2 Spider from 69. Peter's ticking these off. And finishing off the top 6, Chris McAllister and William Lyon. Right, a little bit of a break in the track action. Let's move away from the icons on the track to the icons in the paddock. Amanda has found one of our joint Grand Marshals.
Icon, this is exactly what we're catching up with on the streets here at the Rennsport Reunion. Alvin Springer joining us, and named Grand Marshal of Rennsport Reunion number 7. It is a co, but you are one of them. When you heard the honor, what went through your mind?
I tell you honestly, I consider it a very big honor from the Porsche group towards myself, because I have been with them for a long, long time, and you know, it's an appreciation, and I really like it a lot.
You've been called a godfather, the OG. What has Porsche meant to your life? I know you're in an active retirement now, but just talk about this journey that you've had with Porsche.
You know, I started in 1966 with a 718 Spider and Porsche, of course, and I never left the Porsche family through all the years, through most of the race cars, and so I have a large history until today. I'm still involved in a 963 program, our latest one, and I believe that will be maybe my last one.
Well, congratulations to you, sir. It's an honor to cross paths with you. To everyone watching at home, a nice round of applause for Alvin. And John, I know that you get to watch the on-track action, but I imagine you have to be pretty jealous of me right now.
Alvin is one of my absolute heroes. It's not too much to say that he's the reason that I'm into Porsche with what he and his colleagues did around that time. Coming up next, we'll celebrate the cars from Flact as we're live from Laguna Seca.
Welcome back to Rennsport Reunion 7, where we have the Flat Cup about to go out on the circuit. The first car in line is a McKenna car that will be driven by Johannes van Overbeek for this session. Very exciting to see that he's going to be leading them all out. Right behind him, a Flying Lizard
Well,
Porsche.
we'll join Chair in just a moment down at the pit-in part of pit lane. It's a beautiful day here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And what we've got is, you know, at the moment, I was going to say we're on the appetizers. We're on the pre-appetizers at the moment. We're on the canapes for the weekend. Amuse-bouche, very good. Peter Mackay and John Hindorf in the booth. We've got Shea, Amanda and Kirsten out on the out in the paddock, giving us a little bit of the atmosphere as we bring you the action on the track. It's practice at the moment. We will have full coverage of the races across the weekend. We'll be celebrating the cars from Flacked next. Now, Flacked. Well, Peter, a Flacked car is still absolutely one of the most sought-after cars in any Porsche collector or enthusiast inventory.
That means motorsport product. That the GT3R Rennsport, which you revealed last night, on the back of it says "Made in Flacked," and that is a statement of speeds, reliability, and performance. And when you speak to any Porsche factory driver or any driver who's been through the gates of Weissach or Flacked, they speak it almost in hushed tones. It's an iconic place, it's a special place, and it's where the Porsche on-track performance is born.
I aspire to a Flacked car. Even the Cayenne GT Turbo was a Flacked car, and I've been fortunate enough to drive one of those, and I really, really liked it. So we're waiting for cars to come out the track. What is Rennsport? Good question.
Why do we do it? Why do we gather at a historic circuit? Why do we all roll out hundreds of Porsche race cars from museums, collections and garages around the world? Why do we apply fuel and spark to machinery tuned over generations of Porsche engineers and mechanics? Why do we leave pit lane and race these priceless cars? Why do we spend the weekend talking about flat 12s and livery colours and lap times? Why do we ask how it felt when the 917-10 came on boost? Or what it was like to take Mulsanne straight at 246 miles an hour? In the rain, in the middle of the night.
You know, race cars are meant to be on the track. You can leave them in a museum, but I think they should be used, and that's exactly what this event is doing.
It's a great sight for me to walk through and see these cars right, left and center.
And you meet not only old friends, old drivers, old fans, old cars, you know. But having this surrounding possibility of being here and driving like I can drive today my old Le Mans winning car from '86 makes it a unique event which brings back very precious moments and is another fuel for the next couple of years.
Why do we all show up here every few years to see and hear and smell and be part of this magnificent spectacle?
Why? I'll tell you why. Because we are Porsche, to use the classic title of the book by the original Dr. Porsche. Restoration Challenge has always been a part of the big Porsche events. No change for that this year. The venerable 356s. Oh my goodness. I cannot allow my responsible adult Eve anywhere near that. I'm not sure we could get them hand luggage, but if we could, they would be disappearing. Some pre-A's, A's, B's and C's down there of the 356s. Porsche's first road car, street car, to come out with the Porsche badge on it, and they've been lovingly brought back to life or improved now from the restorations to the race cars. And the flacked grid now, flacked, a small town in Germany, Porsche Motorsport, and the GT products, if you will, have been conceived, designed, built down through the years, and some of the best known race cars have come out of the minds, the imaginations, the cleverly sitting down, looking at the regulations, Peter, and working to find out where there's a little bit of wiggle room, sometimes a little loophole. A lot of 911s in this particular class, but not exclusively. We've got some. I think we go back as far as I've seen a 964 in this, which is to many people one of the real classic shapes of Porsche, still with the oil and air-cooled engine. And there's some cars here. Well, we've got to pick out a couple of cars here, and I know that you are particularly wanting to talk about the Flying Lizard, former Le Mans, no. Once you've won Le Mans, you're always a Le Mans winner. It's like a president, isn't it, I suppose?
It is, and one team that came over from the United States and took on Le Mans several times was the Flying Lizard team, and there's a few Flying Lizard cars in this Flat Cup. My favourite, I must say, is the 2009 997 GT3 RSR, car number 79.
All right.
This car has been driven by Darren Law, Johannes van Overbeek, Jörg Bergmeister, Seth Nyman, Richard Leeds, Timo Bernhard, Patrick Pile, and Patrick Long. It is such a special machine, and for me, the 997 generation in both road and road and race form is it's just an ideal proportion in my mind. Very wide and purposeful at the back, but a really special machine. It's still got the Mezger engine, of course, the 3.8 litre Mezger engine in that machine, and it's an absolute monster. Flying Lizard were a team that really defined Porsche GT racing in the United States in the late 2000s.
And they had a hard act to follow, because Alex Job Racing had been the favoured team. I suppose they were a semi-works team, actually, up until that point. And my goodness me, they knew how to win championships and races. And Seth Nyman, gentleman driver, came in with Flying Lizards and set the American Le Mans Series alight. Very good driver in his own right. Didn't have a huge amount of time to go and do testing, so his testing was done in the track sessions at the events themselves. That was the time when you could do that. You can't do that now. It's so tight in those IMSA categories, the GTD category as it is now, that even the non-pro drivers have got to be out there testing. Marvellous car, absolute marvellous car. And that was the number 79 that we're talking about, circulating at the moment. Martin Lauber behind the wheel of this car. And there's some good names out there, by the way. We'll go through a few more in a moment.
There is, and just on that last point on that 79 car owned by Martin Lauber, is that it raced from Sebring 2009 all the way through until 2012 Le Mans. So you think that same chassis had which, as we talked about, is very unusual for let's say a contemporary racing car. So Seth Nyman and the Flying Lizard crew, what they did with the team was amazing. It was very well funded and very well organised, but usually good race teams don't waste money on good after bad,
But also that speaks to the stability of the regulations, and the regulations hadn't changed. And this was a time of a great, not an explosion, but certainly a bigger take-up of the GT categories. I remember here watching that type of car in battle with other manufacturers, where there were 7 or 8 cars in a train, nose to tail, racing around the fantastic topography of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and it was really a golden era of that. And rule stability in those GT categories really played a part there because of the fact that you could amortize the car over a number of seasons.
And that shows, that's why GT3 has been so successful. It's because it has been stable. And I totally agree. You think of those years in the late 2000s, you had the Flying Lizard Porsches up against the RLL BMWs, the Panoses as well, the Panos, they were in there too. So there was, Porsche had to, and Corvette of course came into GT2 also. You had to be on your game to win in the American Le Mans Series in those days. And yet, Patrick and Jorg in that Flying Lizard Porsche, they just came out on top again and again and again.
The little bit difficult if you don't understand the nomenclature. So much of Porsche, particularly in 911, is tagged GT3. That's a Porsche type. The class that they were running in were Grand Touring 2, and that therefore GT2. So at that time, I remember having to explain that a lot. At that time. At the top of the times, the number 22, that is a 996 type 911. Now this was a massive, I don't know if we can pick up the 22, just had a big slide by one of the Flying Lizards, and in fact that is the car we were talking about, Martin Lauber's car, coming out of turn number 3 into the gravel area. I'm not sure he's going to get that out of there. He has. Wow, I didn't realise he had the Dakar spec on that. Looks like a right side rear puncture on that car. Now, was that cause or effect? I'm not sure. He would have been leaning on that tyre. Yeah, there's something not right there. I hope it is only a tyre. The engine at that part of the car as well it's going rather too quick, I would have thought. Is it just dust coming out the back of that, Peter? He's picked up so much dust and gravel.
Let's just hope so, because we've given this car such a build-up, this number 79 Flying Lizard car, and I feel worried to give another car a build-up now, but wow, it's thankfully there wasn't any more trouble there, but and you see the blue windshield strip, that was always the 44 car, and the yellow windshield strip was always the 45 car.
He has come into the pit lane.
Yeah.
I think that's really important.
So on the top of the times at the moment is actually a 2002 996 GT3 RS, another of the, I think this is another of the Flying Lizard machines as well, but an older version, who's just been usurped by a 2008 997 Cup cars of James Sophronis. So the time sheets are getting busy at the top at the moment, around the same lap times, but they're not quite as quick as the 917 PA of Gunnar Jeanette. That's the fastest lap time we've seen so far today, a 1:27 Gunnar did in the 917 PA earlier on. But once we get into things, we might well see the Flag Cup cars go quicker than that. One car we need to talk about as well, John, is the number 5 of Jörg Bergmeister, who revealed the 911R Rennsport last time out. This car is the car that Jörg won the German Carrera Cup in 2000 when he was a young Porsche junior driver, and then he went on to win the Super Cup after that.
That would have been the UPS.
No,
was that before?
It's pre-UPS junior
really?
team. Yes,
yes, of course
yes, it was
pre-UPS
junior team.
Uwe Brettel, from memory, set up the junior team, and he
and Owen Hayes,
who's still Owen's still around. I mean, he's forgotten more about Porsches than most people will ever know. Fantastic character. Uwe Brettel, who was very important over here in the States because he took on Porsche Motorsport North America for quite some time. And I actually remember, we talked about Alex Job Racing, I remember Uwe, when he first came here, we went to a lunch with him in Atlanta, and he was so excited to come because of what the American Le Mans Series was doing at the time, and this was the place everyone wanted to be. There was no World Championship, but what we had was a de facto World Championship in Dr. Don Panos's dream, the the American Le Mans Series. A little bit of damage, I'm afraid, on the 45 Flying Lizard. Now, that's a proper Flying Lizard number as well, and that's right front damage to that car for Lauren Beggs. This is the 2004 machine, I think. Yes, it is. The 996. 996 was a massively important car for Porsche, because this was the first car that went away from air and oil-cooled engines to water-cooled engine. And the road car, it changed the styling. It was following on from the 993, and pretty much everything changed. The bodies changed. It was not just an evolution. Yes, of course, it still looked like a Porsche 911. All Porsche 911s going back 60 years looked like a Porsche 911. But there was virtually no common components. It was a complete redesign. At the time, there was some controversy about how the headlights looked, because they weren't the standard round ones, the fried egg headlights, as they were called. It was incorporated onto the Le Mans GT1 car to help promote the new 996. Hugely important car.
It was one of the many Dr. Wendell Wiedeking win-wins. He was the boss of Porsche at the time, and he took over in quite a difficult time for the company financially in the early 90s, and he made a lot of difficult decisions which were unpopular at the time but actually needed to be made. And the 996 and the 986, the Boxster, the combination of those two from a range, that was the start of Porsche having a broader range, and it was, you know, it made the company much more profitable in the cars that they sold, and it worked. And
also, it was very clever engineering. Again, of course it was. It was Porsche. The front subframe from the 996 used in its entirety on the 986 Boxster, the original 2.5 litre flat six Boxster, which are still phenomenal. The 2.5 litre and the 2.7, they are phenomenally good value. Now, let's head down to the pit lane. Shay is patrolling the pit lane for us on the beat, and she's with AO Racing and Harry Tinknell.
Old habits die hard, John, so of course I'm going to find a good friend. And Harry, you've got an awesome job this weekend, because not only are you a race car driver, as always, you get to drive Rexy. What's it like to pilot the most popular car in the world?
Yeah, I mean, we're here amongst some very iconic cars and liveries, and I think nothing's more iconic than this Rexy car. This is a modern classic in the making. I think it's every child's dream car when they come to the racetrack. You know, I think AO do a great job with the dinosaur costumes, everything on the grid. It really attracts the imagination of the IMSA crowd, and great to be here in Rennsport driving this. It's a car not in this livery, but I drove at Daytona this year, and it's got a bit more horsepower now than we had back then, so looking forward to it today.
What are you looking to get out of this weekend? Because obviously your full-time gig is in the Porsche 963.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just hanging out with not only influential people within Porsche, but also just hanging out with Porsche enthusiasts and going around and seeing all these amazing cars. You know, I've got like the amazing position of being a fan of the cars and motorsport, and actually get to do a few laps as well. So it's the perfect weekend for me, and this new resurfaced track, the sun's shining. I mean, it doesn't get much better.
Oh, good luck this weekend, Harry. Having fun. And we've got some action out on the track. It sounded like something just went down out there, tire squeal.
Jörg Bergmeister has had an incident, and Alex Welsh in the number 66, the light blue Racers Group car, involved as well, TRG. So Bergmeister with problems at the front end. He's blown up a radiator and gone off on his own coolant, I think, there in that number 5 car that we were talking about earlier on in the Super Cup car. And then coming along behind in the light blue Kevin Buckler's team, the Racer Group, that was so fortunate that nothing worse happened there. And that is at the bottom of the hill on the penultimate corner. That means that neither of them have too far to go. I don't think Jörg will drive that car into the pit lane. He's got enough experience with these cars to know that that car, he'd be risking the engine if he brought that car in. Great look at the front of the Racer Group car coming into the pit lane with those Friday headlights. Actually, I say that, and Jörg's in and going off on the same fluid, I would think, at the same point is Stephen Harris in the 2011 GT3 Cup car. This is the Momo NGT car that has gone off the bright red, yellow and black machine, and there's a black flag being waved. So is that for someone else out there other than Jörg, who's in the pit? So this is turn 10, right at the end of the lap. That car is, I think, the 30 car is leaking something from the back as well. So that's 2 cars, we think, with essential fluids that should be inside the car, sadly, on the track. What we can't see is what number the black flag. Black flag, by the way, means that the car, you must come straight into the pits. And there's no number there, so they're black flagging the whole field, I believe, to bring them in.
Right. Well, coming back to Jörg Bergmeister's car, it looked like the fluid came out of the front of it very, very quickly, and likewise for the Momo car here, which of course is coming from the engine bay. Radiator, of course, is in the front, so it would have been coolant coming out of Jörg's car.
Radiator and oil coolers at the front. Oil coolers on the extreme edges of the front of the car. Radiator in the middle in this era of machines. Still a classic shape, that Momo car, isn't it? That's number 30, sadly in the gravel for Stephen Harris at the moment.
And this car has been driven by some pretty special people. Martin Raginger, Marco Seifried, Nick Tandy has driven this exact car, and I think most importantly the late great Sean Edwards as well. It's a very, very special car, and hopefully it can get retrieved and repaired for the next session. There's going to be a lot of work to do in the pits after the Flash Cup practice.
Yeah, Enrique Cisneros, another driver linked with that car. Well, that is unfortunate. We brought the Flacked Cup practice to a pause at the very least. James Sofranas with the fastest time at the moment, a 1:27, and then a 1:29 for the number 44 Flying Lizards car. You're not missing any action on the track. Jörg Bergmeister setting off a domino effect. We'll be back with more in a moment.
Nobody's born a legend.
It takes grit.
Drive. It takes determination. Early mornings
and late nights.
10,000 hours of challenge and acceptance.
It takes sweat, focus,
passion, sacrifices,
and maybe the help of a few friends.
It's the pursuit of perfection.
It's the thrill of the hunt. The smell of burnt rubber. The speed.
The sound. The fun.
It's the same for all of us.
All of us.
All of us.
All of us. Around the world.
We live this life of wheels.
Together.
Together.
Together. Together.
It's the dedication.
Labor.
The love of a whole lifetime. Beginning with the spark
that ignites the flame and fuels our passion.
All immortalized
in
1/64th.
Because legends aren't born, they're made.
We've got a slight pause in the action with 8 minutes and 13 seconds left in the Flacked Cup practice here at Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7. MotorTrend Stream presented by Michelin. Peter Mackay and me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth overlooking the... Well, I mean, it's Nirvana this weekend for Porsche lovers and Porsche owners, drivers. I made the comment earlier on today that there's probably more interesting cars in the car parks here than you get at most big car shows. It's absolutely extraordinary. The parking itself, I'm just coming in this morning, we were in early, driving up from LA earlier in the week. The amount of Porsches, yes, contemporary cars, but people using their classic Porsches and parked. Nice to see Dakars, by the way, getting dusty on the hillside.
We saw one yesterday, the new 911 Dakar, an incredible machine, and it's a 992 generation 911 with a GTS motor in it, race suspension, but it's way more than that. I spoke to Roman Dumas, who's probably the real multidiscipline specialist in the Porsche factory driver ranks, and I asked him about it. I said, well, how's the development gone? And he says, well, put it this way, we went to this test ground in the south of France where they basically take Dakar trucks and World Rally cars and hit rocks on purpose to try and break them. So he said, we took the 911 Dakar there, and he says, to be quite honest, I thought we might be having a lot of breaks. And he says, we were there for 2 days smashing the 911 Dakar off rocks, and it never missed a beat.
I happened to stumble across the 2 development cars when I was in Dubai a couple of years ago now, a bit more than that. And obviously it was killing me, couldn't talk about it. And they'd been doing the same thing in the deserts of the United Arab Emirates, basically trying to break them. And when they couldn't break them, they decided to keep them out there a bit longer and try harder. And they still couldn't break them. So they kept them out there a bit longer and decided to do some filming, some very spectacular filming out there for some of the teaser shots and driving down the dried up riverbeds, the wadis out there. And, you know, it's just extraordinary. They were pulling tyres off rims. They were kicking the cars sideways and cornering so hard, and the cars were taking it. It was breaking the bead on the tyre on the rim, because obviously you let the tyre down a little bit when you're on the desert itself, but they couldn't break them. And I had a good crawl over them, and my goodness me, what the development engineers do a great job. Frank Stefan Walliser, Dr. Walliser, was still head of the 911 and that 911 mark at the time, and that was a cause célèbre of his to get that. The man behind the Touring as well, the GT3 Touring 991.2 and subsequently the 992. So really, really interesting. And nice to see them getting used here. What Porsche do you want? Because we've got everyone here, including the 4-door cars, plenty of Cayennes and Macans, Panameras, Taycans as well. But of course, the 2 doors are dominating here, both on the dry lake bed, the Laguna Seca, literally, from which this racetrack takes its name. Porsche parking only signs here really do mean that, and it's been well policed. We had to pause for a moment as we were coming in, not in a Porsche this morning, although we do have a motorsports V8 engined car from another manufacturer, so we won't mention it. I'm very envious of everyone who's managed to come in one of Stuttgart's finest, but a beautiful convoy of cars coming in at just before 7 o'clock this morning. In the pit lane, or in the paddock area, interesting car, this number 91, Peter. Not a Porsche 911, despite the fact it's got a Porsche number on it, the number 91 and 92. This is something a bit different.
Well, this is a very special machine. It's an Electrodyne racing car, the only ever 944 to be built to the GTO regulations for IMSA. It's called a 944 GTR and was raced by a guy called Chester Vincenz. Really special car, transaxle engine in the front, rear wheel drive, so quite unusual for what we would originally think, but of the era.
Well, the last time we were here for Rennsport 6, Porsche introduced a brand new class of racing. And it wasn't what you might have thought. However, it proved so incredibly popular that it's back by public demand. We're talking juniors, standards and masters. And Amanda has more details.
Well, John, take a look at our future race car driver right there on one of those Porsche diesel masters. And Porsche got into the diesel tractor business in the late 50s, but I'm not going to take that story away from our MotorTrend editor, Ed Lowe, who you guys are going to see this afternoon do a big breakdown of everything that's happening over here. But as you said, this became such a hit at one of the prior Rennsports that now it's become a tradition here on the weekend. We're going to see the first broadcast tomorrow afternoon, I think 1 p.m. local, and what you'll see is a collection of these tractors, as you said, the Junior, the Master, and the Super. They're going to be climbing up Turn 5 here at Laguna Seca Raceway, but man, this has just been so fun to take in person and knowing that it's going to be such a hit. But guys, I've been strolling around the area. We're still next to the main stage. I just caught up on a panel discussion from Porsche Design on the watches special and what that is of putting racing on the wrist. We're going to have a fireside chat coming up with Pat Long on stage here shortly. So just taking in the beauty of what is the Rennsport Reunion number 7. And as stated earlier, please follow us online, hashtag RR7. Sit tight. We'll be back with you guys.
It's very hard as well because the track has much higher average speed, so it's a lot more stress on the cars, but higher top speed. When you win, most satisfying moment you can feel in your career.
It's WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and Rennsport 7. Jörg Bergmeister's car back into the paddock after that very odd piece of very odd incident that it had coming down to turn 10, where it looked, Peter, as if something just blew out at the front and he spun on his own coolant.
It was quite a sudden thing for Jörg Bergmeister there. The radiator seemed to be like a loose plug or something because it evacuated all of its fluid so quickly, and every bit of car control that Jörg could muster kept him out of the fence there, and into the gravel he went. Quite a scary one as well, especially for the cars coming up behind, and that's where our track marshals are so essential to how we go motor racing, because they need to warn the cars coming through that there is fluid on the circuit, and the yellow flags, often double yellow flags waved, to warn the drivers that there is a hazard ahead. Luckily, we got out of that without any of these beautiful machines being damaged any further, particularly that Racers Group 996 GT3 RS. So you're watching the live stream here of Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7. It's been 5 years since we've got the family back together, and it's so special to be here. And we will have next up the Stuttgart Cup with 962s, RS Spiders and more. That is coming up next here. Do not go anywhere. Special guest coming in soon.
Don't sell you electric.
me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
It is a Chamber of Commerce day here at Laguna Seca for the 7th iteration of the Rennsport Reunion, and we've been taking in the 75th anniversary celebration all morning. And when you think of icons that are in the Porsche brand, well, it's time to head up to a special conversation in the booth. You guys take it away.
Thank you, Amanda. I'm delighted to be joined by someone very special in the Porsche world, Mr. Derek Bell, a 5-time winner of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Derek, you've been to many Rennsport reunions. It just seems the game seems to be moved on more and more. What changes have you seen in this event since your time coming along to this event here?
I've been to all 7, and of course starting Duro Lime Rock all that time ago. It is. I think if we'd done it every year, we wouldn't have seen such great advancements. But I mean, it was so small at Lime Rock and wonderful and very sort of villagey and very friendly. And then, of course, we haven't been here for 5 years to this phenomenal facility, which I think probably becoming one of the greatest motorsport facility areas in the United States, actually. Certainly for sort of sports car racing. But it's just come on, and I think, you know, you just look, as we're doing now, at the shot of the overall track, and there's just so much room to do more and more and more. I mean, it's not like we got brick walls around us. You can spread out wherever you want to, but we've kept it all in here. And the great thing is you can see where everything is. You can go and watch from different points and see good sections of the track. And it's still a magnificent track, somewhere you really have to drive hard. So I think it's just coming on and on and on. And somehow Porsche, along with the organizers here at the track, or the owners, have sort of got on and really done major steps forward.
It's the details as well for me that, you know, even down to the cars that take you up to the corkscrew, they're all painted in different liveries, and many of which you competed in. I mean, let's get talking about the cars, Derek, because we could have you in all day, but you've got lots to get on with, I'm sure. The Stuttgart Cup coming up next, a couple of your cars in here. I think most significantly of all, the 1986 Le Mans winner with you and Hans and Al Holbert. What's that like to see that car that you raced back in the time getting out there on circuit and being driven properly as well?
It's wonderful. The frustration is it's not Hans or I or Al out there because that's where we feel really good at it. But no, it's wonderful to see the cars being driven. Above all, it's actual seeing the cars restored. And these wonderful owners will put their money into restoring them. And if you go back 25 years, this sort of thing, if you went back 25 years, there weren't the owners that would buy the cars and then restore them and then consider them being raced. They were locked away. And now they're all openly out there. I mean, look at the cars here this weekend. It's astounding. Keep going along. I see my name on another car and another car. And I just saw my Le Mans car with Al Holbert from 1980, or even 79, when Peter Gregg got hurt on the way to the track that day, and I ended up jumping in with Al, and after that I became his teammate for years with the Lembrau car. And all these things are part of one's life, so I'm terribly fortunate to be here watching the cars and seeing the cars go around. I don't think there's a Lembrau car here, though, funnily enough.
There's the HR1 is here.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Which you drove at the last Rennsport, I remember.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm driving tomorrow, I think, in the Busby car, which was the car I last raced here, I think, and with Bob Wallach and who's a wonderful driver who's passed away now.
Now that Jim Busby car, the Miller car.
Miller car.
If my memory serves me, you thought that was the fastest 962 ever built, or one of them at least.
Yeah, we all say that, but I think it's just because we won. And you go, what hell happened to all the others? But I don't know. At the time, yes, I did, and because generally speaking, every car, there they are, they're going out now. Every time we got in a car, each year the car went quicker, even if it was just 10 miles an hour or half a second a lap, because it was the way it was. Fresh tires, bit of brains from an engineer to change the suspension, and off we went, you know.
Well, down in the paddock, we've got Shay Adam, who is in mixing it with the stars and the cars. Shay, who have you got?
I've got Steve. He's the reason that we went to the red flag with the NGT car. But first off, Steve, you're okay. The car's okay. It just ran, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, no, the car's in good shape. Everything seems like it's going to be okay. There's a lot of debris on the track. It looked like some debris, some plastic, maybe some carbon was down. It could have been a puncture. I got really loose in turn 3, and then I was coming down the hill, turn 8, and the back end just stepped out on me, and there's nothing you can do. You're kind of a passenger at that point.
Is this your car?
It's my brother's car.
No way.
Yeah.
And what is it about Rennsport that made you want to come out and drive your brother's car?
Well, I've been building Porsche models since I was 10 years old, and this is something we've done as a family for about 30 years now. So I've been to just about every Rennsport from the East Coast and out here at Laguna. We're local, live up in the North Bay area, long-time Porsche fans for sure.
Well, thank you so much for the conversation. Hopefully you get back out and running in the next session.
Thank you. Hope so too. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Shay. Cars on track now for the Stuttgart Cup, and it is really stepping back to the 1980s now. It's 962s a go-go here at Laguna Seca, and one that's caught my eye, Derek, is the Dower 962 in 1994. Now, did you race? You raced against the Dower at that time at Le Mans. Tell us about that.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, rather weird. Those years got a bit mixed up because they brought the Dower in car. Dower was meant to be a street car. I think I'm right in saying. And it very obviously wasn't. I mean, Porsche built a car that was, and Dower built this thing, which is a 962 with, like, you know, electric wipers or something. But it was meant to be specially, you know, built to road users, plans. And it wasn't special particularly, but of course Norbert Singh was behind the project, and he helped them along their way. And I believe it was the beginning of the flat bottoms of cars. And I remember I was actually at Le Mans that year driving another car for another team, and we just couldn't. I mean, the car was buckling underneath, was fluctuating so bad my eyes were blurring in practice. So I came in. To cut a long story short, I went to see Norbert at the end of the day, and I said, who I knew very well, I said, and he would help me even though I was in a different team, but I worked with him a few years, 30 years. And so I said to Norbert, why is it we're having this problem? He said, how thick is the floor? But it was a flat bottom, and it wasn't the tunnels underneath that, of course, we used to run in Group C and in American racing. It was flat bottoms. And so anyway, and he said, how thick is your floor? And I said, oh, it's like 12 millimeters. He said, it has to be 18. And so we went away and put 18 millimeters on. I went to Le Mans, and I got it on the front row. So it just sort of shows you how much difference that stiffer floor, because it was obviously just shuddering underneath with the force of the air underneath. And we went to Le Mans and ran it really well. I mean, get on the front row meant it was obviously working all right. But the Dower car, in fact, itself was totally legal, because Porsche would never get involved with something that wasn't, but it seemed to be pushing the edge of the envelope a bit, we all thought.
I think the comment at the time was, it's not in the spirit of the rules, and Norbert said, do you see anything about spirit of the rules in this rule book? There you are.
It's so right. It's bloody brilliant. The way you said that was perfect. I'm glad you said that, because it's so long ago I knew that was the score. Yeah, absolutely.
The 962, of course, started out with the 956 in the early 80s, and it was such a return for Porsche after, you know, the last prototype, of course, was the 936, and it got the very best out of that platform. But tell me, Derek, when you first saw the 956 at Weissach, was it at Weissach that you first saw it or first drove it?
No, first time I sat in it, saw it and everything was at Paul Ricard. Right. And I don't think any of us, apart from maybe Jackie Ickx, had driven it. I know he had sat in it, but I don't think he'd even driven it. It was only Kusmal at the factory, the test driver, that had really driven it. And the first time we all got in, it was so funny, because I've thought about it a lot in the last few weeks, I suppose, because of the time of what we're going through now with cars and where have they gone and how much they've changed, and the new era. And I talked to Norbert the other day. I said, can you, literally this week, and I said, how much difference was there between the 936 and the 956? And he said, well, we didn't know. And I said, well, I as a driver am intrigued to know why what the difference was, because people often say, so was the car, was it different to drive? What was it? Well, one had ground effects and the other didn't.
Yeah.
And it must have been a substantial difference, and I honestly don't know. I still don't know the difference, apart from we were several seconds a lap faster.
And that always makes the difference.
That's
the
what
most
we went out there
important
for. But none. And when you might say, but what did it feel like to have ground effect? All I know is it was marvelous. But I couldn't tell you, it was great. We had more front end grip or more rear end grip. It just went round the corners quicker, and the car was more stable.
And at that time, it was again a transition where you had the 956, 962, but the 935 refused to go down, and there was so many of them around as well. Was it a more, and I mean this, was it a more crude car to drive the 935 compared to?
I drove it quite a lot, but the funny thing is, I did in the middle of that era. It's like, okay, after the 917, what are we going to do now? And nothing happened for a couple of years. And I was in that era, I was running the Mirage and development, and then we won Le Mans. And then suddenly in comes this 935, and you go, just a bit of an animal. And I remember it. I mean, there were all of us, John Fitzpatrick, and just numerous drivers driving this 935 for different people. And they were animals. I mean, I used to get in the 935, and you sit there with the gear lever stuck up, literally level with the top of the steering wheel, and it's 5-speed box. And I remember saying, okay, which one is it? Is it to be me today or you today? But today it's going to be me. And I put that thing into gear, like that, and you put the foot, come off the clutch, you drive out, and you'd actually attack it. You couldn't drive it beautifully like the 962. You actually were fighting it all the way.
Wow. But it's remarkable.
You've never driven a race car till you've driven a 935. Because it takes over from you. You go, no, I don't want to go that fast. Where you were going, son? You go, hold on. It's unbelievable.
It's when you see as well, like the boost. Did you play much with the boost knob?
Well, I never did, funnily enough. But it was hilarious because I remember vividly racing it at Silverstone. And there was Fitzpatrick driving, who was really good in 911s. And then there was a Dutch guy began with H. Fabulous bloke, Twan Hazemans. He was brilliant. And there was Klaus Ludwig and others that really good drivers, particularly specialists of these cars. And I remember getting it and I was going, I'm not going that fast. Why is that? And maybe I'm not attacking enough. Anyway, I just happened to be at the end of the pit lane, standing there, at the entrance of the pits, behind in a room. That's control tower, and I saw them coming in, and their hands were coming out of the window as they came up the pit lane and turning down the boost, resetting the boost gauge, because the devils were turning up the boost, then turning it down when they'd done their laps, and of course it would show on the boost gauge, so they actually had to put their hands out, turn the knob back to get the boost back down to what it should be. Because I was British, we don't do that sort of thing. I learned to do it very quickly. It's absolute true. I can believe it. Amazing. That's what my problem is.
Amazing stories. Amazing stories. Well, one driver behind the wheel of the Dower 962 is Danny Sullivan, known for the spin and the win in the Indy 500. But he's driving the Le Mans winning car, that Dower 962 that won Le Mans with let's just say, a quirk of the rulebook and some typical Singer genius.
Yes.
Danny was in the sister car along with Hans Stuck as well, and it was Hurley Haywood in the winning car here. But tell us about Kevin Jeanette, who's running this car, Derek. How is his Rolodex getting all the guys into these cars? He seems to be the master of it.
Yeah, well, I work with him a lot. I'm meant to be driving the Miller High Life car tomorrow in the parade. Unfortunately, only the parade. But Kevin has a lot of cars there, and we've all driven for him. I mean, I believe I'm right in saying, I won Daytona with him as crew chief back in one of those last 2 years. And he's just a genius with these cars. And he's great to drive for. He's enthusiastic. He doesn't sort of pretend that he knows more than you do. He just says, what do you want? What do you want? I want this, I want that. And he does it, and he said, I don't think that's going to work, but try it. I mean, he's a perfect guy to work for, and I love working for him.
He's and still to this day got all these cars, including that Dower is it's not a car that you see out very often either. A car that like we said, it's a car that you could have technically driven into the circuit, won Le Mans and driven it out again.
That was the plan, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if they ever did that, though.
No, they didn't. No. The ground clearance was pretty bad.
It's a seriously purposeful machine, that fat turbo liveried machine.
I drove that Jägermeister car too.
Did you?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, I think I won Hockenheim in that. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It probably wasn't that one, but it was a Jägermeister sponsored 962.
Ah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, one car as well, of course, we have to mention here is HR1, the Lowenbrow car, which is on the entry list here. I don't know if it's gone out on circuit yet. It's owned by Rodrigo Salas, who's also got the RS Spider in this class as well.
Yeah.
But HR1 Lowenbrow, success-wise, it was just
amazing,
absolutely unbeatable.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Yes, I don't know how many races we won. I only know that I won 31 races in that era in England and America, and I know Al won a lot purely in America. And HR1 we drove on various occasions. We didn't always drive it. Sometimes we drove, you know, the original chassis number, but HR1 was the one I think we had the most outstanding success with.
And tell us about Al, Derek, because I can't think of anyone in history who's combined the driving ability, the business acumen, and the technical ability. I mean, what was he like to work with?
Well, you hit the nail on the head. Actually, there isn't enough time to talk about him, and I was doing that in an interview earlier. I mean, he's the most underrated race driver in the United States, even at this time, in my opinion. He never got the accolades he deserved, and I didn't even know his real history. I mean, I go around telling people how good I think I am, but I mean, Al never did. I mean, he was fantastic. He just appeared, did the things, and I drove with him at Le Mans in 1980 in the little car that's here, actually, in the Tag Heuer building, little 924 Carrera GTR. And the first time we got together, and I hadn't heard of Al Holbert. That was in the early 80s. And lo and behold, I drive with him there, and we end up running very close. I think at 8 o'clock in the morning, we're lying in 8 o'clock in the morning running fifth place because it was so economical. It had been raining all night and never stopped for fuel. And we were both good in the rain. The car was perfectly balanced. And I got to know Al really well, and I ended up driving the Holbert car for years, it seemed, the whole of my American racing career. And he had just an amazing ability to know how far to go. I mean, I always thought I'll have a lot of input into this car because of my experience with the early days of the 956 and 962 with Norbert. And, with Al, to be honest, he and Kevin Durand just got on Kevin Doran, whichever way you want to call it. They got on so well together. And I remember coming to test at Sears Point, not here. And I kept coming up on I had one of these small bikes, and I kept turning up and saying, listen to what Al and Kevin were saying in the cockpit, and then they'd chat away, and then Kevin would come away and put some notes down. And, I was going, what are they doing? I mean, and I say, Kevin, could you tell me, what are you just changing? What are you changing? And he said, we're changing this. And I go, and after about an hour of that, I went, I'm wasting my time. Best thing, I'll just get back on my bloody scooter, and I go riding around and watch them in the corners, and I'll just drive. And it was amazing. And Al would just say, I think the car's all right now, 10 minutes to go, and I go out in the car and do a good time. Because he was so good at setting it up, and you said about him, I'm watching him, he's quite gentle with his car, isn't he? Probably, if it was my car, I'd be gentle too. But anyway, Al was phenomenal to drive with. I mean, smoke coming out the back too, that's ominous, I just noticed. But he was such a super driver. I mean, never got upset with anybody, particularly apart from himself, maybe one of the crew, but he was very calm, very dedicated, and he knew everything about my driving. He told me things about my driving that I didn't know, and where I was quicker than him and that sort of thing, because he studied it. I never did. I just looked at the lap time.
It's remarkable to be able to do that and have the business as well.
That's
to
right.
do that day to day. That focus.
I haven't mentioned that. I mean, his day-to-day planning. I mean, the day he had the accident. I mean, he flew that morning. He went and picked all the crew up in his plane, flew them down to Columbus or across to Columbus. Look at the smoke. Another waft of smoke came out when he backed off. And and went all the way to Columbus, And then during the day, he worked for Porsche Cars North America from the point of view of the competition director. He was running his own racing team. He was driving his own racing team and designing a new car for the next year. Because at that last race meeting at Columbus, he actually took me to one side and he said, come and look in here. And we looked in this box over the other, in the paddock. And it was, you know, the size of his office, I suppose. And he said, that's the car we're going to race next year. And there was an 8-size model of the car he and I were going to race. You and me, that's the new intermediary 962 and a half, yeah. But of course he died that night, so the car never appeared. Tragic, but he was so good. And I don't know how, and he always looked so calm. He never looked flustered. I mean, I saw him get a bit hot under the collar and you could see him seething, but not that much, considering all the things he had to sort of battle with.
That's
Yeah.
very...
And then he had a family as well. Don't forget that. I mean, he wasn't just, that's all he did. You know, he ran North, you know, and he had been, you know, in the IndyCar team as well. I mean, what else could he be in? But he was calm the whole time and have time to sit and chat. Sorry.
It's very special memories. Thank you for sharing them, Derek. Well, we're going to get back down to the paddock. Amanda Busick is in the paddock beside a very special 911 and a very special man. Amanda?
Yes, and we just walked up on a very special moment here. Actually, off camera is Ari Leyendijk that set up this whole thing. Bruce Meyer, an avid car collector, actually owns this Porsche behind us, but it is the man to the left of him that made this Porsche very special. And Bruce, I'll let you introduce this moment because it's absolutely iconic, as we use the word here.
Thank you. And we wouldn't own this car without this gentleman. And it's so great that you brought all the great legends in, because Porsche is synonymous with winning. And Gijs van Lennep, I got to get this right, drove this car. He drove the Targa in a sister car and this car. And I'll let him tell you more about the race, but it was an epic finish.
Yeah. First we did the Targa Florio in the sister car. I won the last one in '73. And then we went to Le Mans, which is of course this car, and the factory car. And the big boss himself said to us before the race, gentlemen, as quick as possible. You never heard that in Le Mans before, but I was so tired in my life. So we got flat out all the way, braking, well, put new tires on, 8,400 revs. That was the only, and change gear nicely, because you have to do that with a Porsche. Always change gear nicely. And for the rest, flat out all the way. It's like a practice.
How much is this? I mean, we're in the celebration of the 75th anniversary of Porsche. How much is this weekend a walk down memory lane for you?
Sorry?
How much is this weekend a walk down memory lane for you?
Oh, I love to be here, because I know Laguna Seca quite well, because my friend Ben Pon, who was a Porsche owner as well, and a racing driver from Holland, he has his winery up there, and his Bernardus Lodge on the other side of the hill. So I've been here quite a couple of times, but it's the third time now we have the reunion. So yeah, I'd love to be here.
Well, Bruce, I'm going to give the fans what they want to see one more time, this special Porsche that you own. And I'm sure a man of your stature, it's hard to walk around these things without being stopped, but I see you all over at different concours and different special festivals and events. What makes Rennsport so special?
Well, first of all, Porsche makes it so special. And Aisha and the entire Porsche family and crew have put together really an epic celebration. And there's no brand that is worthy of celebration more than Porsche. They've won races, they build beautiful cars, and they have famous drivers drive them to victory. So that's what motivates me, and we have a few very important cars that won important races. And you know, this and meeting Gijs is very special for me, because he is the guy that walked the walk.
Well, it is a very special event here this weekend, and you heard it from the man himself. Porsche is what makes it so special. And Shea Adam, I know you've been around this brand for a very long time, and all the memories that you've made, and I know you're continuing to make them here this weekend.
Yeah, literally my entire life has been spent with Porsches from birth until now, and there's no better place to represent that than in the tent of the icons. We've got some of the most magnificent liveries in this tent right now. A lot of the cars starting to roll out just to do some laps while we're in our lunch break, if you will. But I noticed something kind of cool, so if you want to come with me for a little sneak peek, all of these beautiful cars are out here, right? We see everything. And then there's one that we can't see. It's covered. There's a black tarp over this one Porsche. Kind of looks a little like the 963 if we look at the arches over where the headlights go. And I think maybe if I just kind of maybe take a sneak peek over what's going on over here. Ooh, it's on Michelin's, I'll tell you that much at least. So guys, yeah, there will be another unveil coming up here soon. We've had several already this weekend, but at least one more to come. So Amanda, what do you think's below the black tarp?
It's something special that has to be. I can't wait to find out. I know we're going to find out at some point this weekend, but man, what I love about right now is the weather is changing, and that means that these naturally aspirated Porsches are going to show us everything that they have here today. But you guys hold right tight and join us online, hashtag RR7. We'll see you soon.
Years ago, we made history. We reached eternity 9.1 seconds later. Still together today, we are writing our own legend. The race never stops.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
We've got just on 23 minutes still to go in the Stuttgart Cup time practice. How good was it listening to Derek Bell and his reminiscences there with Peter Mackay? Let's give you a quick rundown of who's doing what on the circuit. This is practice, so you're not missing anything competitive whilst we've been talking with the legends. Patrick Long, there's a legend. There's a name to conjure with as the RS Spider goes through turn 5. The Leighton House 962 from 1988 is the fastest. Second is the Timo Bayernard and Rodrigo Sales. Number 5, RS Spider, that's just heading up towards the corkscrew now. That's the DHL yellow car. Alex Kirby in third with his 1988 962C. And that's it's only 2 seconds across the top 4 because Gunnar Jeanette has the 1991 962C, the 58 next up. Winscar coming down the hill at the moment. What a machine that is, the 101. Jim Torres with the 962 from 1986, just heading into the pit lane now with those covers over where the headlights would be. Actually, he's gone straight back into the paddock at the moment. Coming down the hill, Gerard Lopez in the 1999 62C, the Alpha car, the black car with the red on the front. That car cruising at the moment. Do we have a problem out there at the moment? Because everyone seems to be going quite slowly. The Hydro aluminium car as well, plus the 36 fat turbo going slowly. Just trying to see if we can pick up a... Yeah, a lot of people coming into the pit lane. I am guessing that we have an issue out there on the circuit. Hydro aluminium car was one of my favourites as well. But I've got to tell you that Leighton House car that is at the top of the times at the moment, the 962C Pat Long, that is one of my all-time favourites. 1988, but it was still there in 1989, the first time that I went to work at Le Mans. And I coveted the Leighton House Blue, as it was called, the paddock jackets. They were very late 1980s with sort of a mandarin colour, padded paddock jackets in the same colour as the car, which is called Leighton House Blue, but of course it was green. We got an interruption out on the track. That means we can pick up with some more great names. Let's go back to 1999 and the first ever American Le Mans Series champion. Amanda has got Elliott Forbes Robinson.
Well, I won't steal the thunder on that story, but Elliott, they just talked to me about the year 1999. What comes to mind for you?
99, that was a really good year for me because we were able to win the American Le Mans Championship and Can-Am Championship that year. And so for me, it was amazing. I was already an old guy, so it was really good.
Elliott, I saw you this morning. You were doing autographs. You get to walk around here. What's it like just taking in Rennsport being you?
Well, this thing is just the most amazing event, partly because I get to see a lot of cars I've driven and driven against, and meet the owners that currently own these cars, and and meet some people that I have haven't seen in a long time. There was a story that when I came here at the last one 5 years ago, a fella came up and asked, "You know who I am?" I said, "No." And he said, "I'm Jack Anderson." I went, "Oh my gosh, this is the guy that I drove for in 1969, ran my first pro race right here at Laguna Seca with his car, and hadn't seen him since that year, and he came up here." I mean, it's just an amazing thing to be in a place like that.
What can you tell us about the community of Porsche? Obviously, we're taking it in as a fan this weekend, and the viewers are seeing what's happening here at Rennsport, but just experiencing what the family of Porsche is.
I was a Porsche guy. That's how I started. I ran my own car one year and then got in Porsche from then on, and ran through all the different cars from the 911s, the 914s, the 935s, the 962s. And you become a Porsche person, partly because they're such dang good cars and you can run so well with them.
And then I know you guys are hanging out in the Legends building this weekend. You have to have special access to get in there. What are some of the names that are behind those walls?
Well, Brian Redmond's in there, and you've got David Hobbs is in there, and folks that you've ridden with, John Fitzpatrick, who has won a lot of championships. So it's really good to hang out with them, and I only get to see them once every 4 or 5 years, and it's really great to see these people that I don't get to see much.
Well, you know who else is about to be behind those walls? The famous Elliott Forbes Robinson.
Shortly, gonna be in there.
Thank you for your time, sir. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, man.
And Shay, I don't know how you're going to top that down here in the village, but I imagine you have something up your sleeves.
Well, the thing that's up my sleeve is what's actually coming out of the sky right now, because even though we've gone to a red flag, it has started to drizzle out here. A little bit of marine layer mist that's falling from the sky, but it's definitely timed well, because you think about the lunch break, you think about all these cars, we want to keep them pretty, right? We don't want to get them wet, so they can go back to the garages, hide under the tents. Hopefully this will be very quick. It doesn't even show up on my radar, but you still need your sunglasses. It is, though, spitting outside. So, John, I would recommend you stay in the booth.
I'm very happy. I do not have to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous weather in what I do, which is great stuff. Right, nothing on the track. We're at the end of the Stuttgart Cup session. We'll be back with more action in a moment or two's time from Rennsport 7.
8 out of 10 electric vehicle manufacturers choose Michelin tires for a reason. They're built EV ready, so you don't have to think about them. You can just enjoy the thrill of being on top, or the excitement of coming down, spending time with someone special, or maybe spending time with someone brand new. Our tires are made without compromise, so you can enjoy every moment of your journey.
Static in the stereo, cop circle the block. Yeah, I guess he on a neighborhood watch. And this timepiece is more than just a neighborhood watch. So when they spot it, they wonder how a good got it. Out of town, they call me flashy. I'm singing for the masses. For the masses.
Schenker, official logistics partner of the GT4 e-Performance Tour, on the way to clean logistics.
Well, that marine layer is just coming off the coastline to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. What are we, a couple of 3 miles, maybe a little bit more away from the sandy beaches. Beautiful part of the world. It is by no means a poor day here. For those of you perhaps watching in Europe, where autumn, where fall has absolutely hit hard in the last couple of weeks. We've certainly got the best of the weather. Temperatures in the mid to late 20s Celsius or up in the 70s and 80s. And we've still got plenty of action to come today with more practice and qualifying. And then, of course, we get racing tomorrow. One of the focal points in the paddock is right in the middle of the paddock, and that's the main stage, which is where we revealed the GT3R Rennsport this morning. And there is all kinds of entertainment going on there. We'll have the Doobie Brothers there tomorrow evening. Let's head down there now. As we can see, we've got another panel going on at the moment and pick up what's going on the main stage for icons of Porsche.
My career has taken me in a lot of different directions. And I was a fashion illustrator, and I did courtroom drawings, and then I painted hundreds of paintings, historical paintings for the National Park Service, and I even painted a U.S. postage stamp. But no matter, what I did, I just depended on my talents as a painter and to draw and to paint. So my Rennsport paintings are all big acrylic paintings. I never got interested in computer art. I always wanted to paint with a paintbrush, wet paint, get paint on my clothes. So the most important advice I ever got was to follow your bliss. So eventually I was able to follow my bliss. And I found my bliss in my interest in vintage graphics and my interest in vintage cars. And I discovered the world of vintage racing, which is what we're here doing today. So I dove real deep into the vintage racing scene, and I learned more about the cars and more about the history, and then I got to travel the world doing these events, and I met people from all over the world who shared their enthusiasm. So in order to be successful at this, you had to make it into a business, and have a business, you had to have clients. And luckily, Porsche, got interested in my work, and I was just so fortunate that they did. So Porsche has a rich racing history, and it's all within my lifetime. So that was pretty interesting to me. And Porsche gave me the opportunity to paint these posters, and the whole world saw them. So it just was working out great. So I come from a tradition of illustrators, and an illustrator tells a story. Porsche has a great story to tell. And Porsche's focus on art that you're going to hear about here today should inspire young artists and designers to follow their bliss.
Well, thank you, Don. Thank you, Dennis, because we wouldn't be able to follow our bliss here at Rennsport if it wasn't for you. And if you haven't seen the iconic Porsche poster for Rennsport that's created by Dennis Simon, you need to get it, because it is something that has always been a tradition here at Rennsport to have Dennis create that for us. But we've kind of expanded our canvas to include wonderful other artists as well. So I'm going to transition to Akiko Steinenberg. You are a 23-time Clio Award-winning movie poster art director, illustrator, and designer. Your work with directors, movie studios, and so many different brands. Your artwork in celebration of our 75th anniversary can be seen all along the track. How did your partnership with Porsche allow you to explore your art in new ways?
Well, I felt so incredibly honored to be asked onto this project for Porsche. Because my background is in movie poster advertising, I usually have to tell a story in one singular image. But for this project, I had to come up with 3, and I wanted them to relate to each other, where they told the story of like the genesis of Porsche to modern day. But I also wanted so that each illustration could survive on its own and be a creative image just singularly as well.
So did you feel like it pushed you out of your artistic comfort zone?
It definitely did, because in my movie poster work, I'm so used to painting people.
Right.
So to challenge myself and actually draw and illustrate automobiles was a different world for me. But I was up for the challenge, and I used it as an opportunity to bring a different look. We're so used to seeing mechanical and very precise drawings of automobiles, and I wanted to see how far I could push it to feel a little bit more organic and free-flowing.
Well, I'm so glad you pushed the boundaries, because that's what creativity is all about. It's coloring outside of the lines, and I think you did that very well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris LeBroy, we go way back. Chris LeBroy is one of the official poster artists for Rennsport Reunion 7. You are no stranger to Porsche, having created several pieces for Porsche in the past, including the 12 911s in a pool. I'm excited to discuss your surreal creative vision. What initially interested you and inspired you about working with Porsche?
Well, I always enjoy and I always love working with Porsche. It's like my love for Porsche basically comes from driving the cars. That's the first time I actually really got into Porsche.
Yeah.
I mean, as a child, I wasn't really a super Porsche fan, but as soon as I test drove a car, it was like, this is like unbelievable. And like the cars are definitely like art.
Yes.
It's all about aesthetics. It's like the way they look, the way they sound, and like the way they feel when you drive them. So it's all like this kind of aesthetic experience. So as an artist, I can definitely like respond to that. So that's why it feels so natural to work.
And I really like how you're a storyteller, and you tell such a unique, cool story and how you envision Porsche. And you're not afraid to push the boundaries. I think the iconic art piece that I love the most is the Swan car.
Yeah.
Can you give me a little background on how that came about?
Yeah, so with all my work, it's like super surreal, and the whole point is that I work in this kind of avant-garde spirit. So it is about pushing the boundaries, and it's like making you see things in a completely new way, and it might be even uncomfortable.
Yes.
So if it's the 12 Porsches in the pool, like people are like really, really precious about the cars, and I just love the idea. We'll put them in a swimming pool.
Right.
So there's this like tension between something really, really precious, and then you do these kind of weird, like stupid things. And the same with the Swan car. You take a 911 and then you combine it with something crazy like an inflatable swan.
And I love that, because that's going to inspire a generation to not think that you have to kind of conform to a certain mold. Create your own path.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I love that. Babs, illustrator, another official poster artist for Rennsport Reunion 7. You describe your style as classic, modern, contemporary pop art. A lifelong Porsche fan, it's not enough for you to simply draw a picture of a Porsche, but to show the lifestyle and beauty of our brand. How did you incorporate Porsche into your work?
Hi. First of all, thank you, Aisha, for bringing me here to Icons of Porsche, to Rennsport. It's been fantastic here. So my journey of Porsche began when I was a 14-year-old boy. I used to have a picture of a 964 on my wall, and I was so passionate about that. So that's when I started drawing Porsches. I started drawing the cars. I started to sort of put it onto Instagram profiles. Mm-hmm. And then I got some messages saying, could you draw my car for me? And that's when I found the story of art, to actually tell the story through the Porsches. So then I started to draw other people's journey through cars that they've had. I had folks asking me, hey, my pa owns a 911 from 1978. Could you draw that for me? He used to drive it by the beach, and I should picture that, and I should draw that art. And that's how it kind of just grew from there, really, telling the stories of other people's cars and their journeys, how they cherished the cars, and I just paint a picture of that.
Well, I love that. This iconic poster that you did for Rennsport, the way you mesh the colors together.
Well,
as a driven
let
female,
the stage continue for those here at the circuits as we move from one set of icons of Porsche to the four-wheel kind. Back on the track with the Heritage Collection. Shea was down there earlier on, drooling over cars, and rightly so. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the booth here. It's just coming up to half noon. Little bit of overcast. This is not a race, but good heavens. Pick a car, Peter. You pick any car that is going through. And in fact, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to throw this across to our hard-working production team. The production team, pick a car, and we will give you something about it. This is a bit of audience participation that's going on now as they head up the Rahal Straight towards the top. Come on, guys. That's okay. The first one. That is 356 number one, isn't it?
That is the first ever car to carry the Porsche crest.
75 years old.
Built in Gmünd in 1948. It's the genesis of the breed. A few cars back, the Coca-Cola 962. That's quite close to our heart here in the production team.
Oh, certainly is.
That is an ex-Aiken Racing Coca-Cola liveried 962. It's a very, very special car.
That is the car.
There's no replicas here. That's for certain.
You'll note that the drivers here aren't helmeted up. That's because this is a parade, not a race. They're not going at racing speed. Hell of a story with that Coca-Cola car. That livery was meant to be on for a race, and basically it got left on there because they didn't change the livery, and it turned into a proper long-term sponsorship. It was originally just with the Coca-Cola bottling concern in Florida, and it eventually, the guys at headquarters saw it, and it then turned into the absolute legendary livery that we've seen. And of course, it was brought back to life a few years ago with the GT Le Mans cars as well.
And Anna, a very special moment for Porsche's IMSA history, because it was when Earl Bamber and Lawrence Vantor won the GTLM Championship, which in those days was the creme de la creme of GT racers in the world, in the best GT cars in the world, knocking lumps out of each other all season long. And Lawrence and Earl were brilliant that season, and they capped it off at Petit Le Mans in that Coca-Cola livery. Fantastic.
Launched at Coca-Cola's headquarters in Atlanta. What a day that was. What an absolutely gem of a day. At the front, now we've got the safety car going through turn 5. Two Brumos cars, two very different Brumos cars going through. And in behind the Coca-Cola car, this is Porsche Heritage Roulette here. that we're playing at the moment to find out which one we're going to. Right in behind the Coca-Cola car, actually, that's another very interesting car. It's the Interscope car, isn't it?
Interscope, yeah. Danny Ongaius and Ted Fields, who really were one of the front-running teams at the in IMSA at that time. They really made it with the 934 and particularly 935. And as Derek Bell, who we had in the booth, that's a cool thing, is to say, we had Derek Bell in the booth an hour or so ago and telling us about the 935, and he says that was a real racing car and how you had to hang on to it for dear life.
Because you were going faster than you wanted to, well, Derek said.
When you know, with the boost gauge, when you really had the boost on, you would turn into the corner, and as you're turning in, you'd have the throttle already open, and then the turbo would wake up, and then you'd hopefully get catapulted in the right direction coming out the corner.
Had to have the wheels pointing in the right direction. All right, Spider, the number 1 car. Wind and the hair motoring. Again, I'll make the point, for safety's sake, please don't phone, don't call, don't tweet or whatever you want to call it. These are not racing speeds, these are display laps.
This car is the 908-3, which was built in the time of the 917, and it was built for 2 specific races, the Targa Florio road race and the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres. Imagine that, building a whole new model for 2 races. 908-3, very, very short wheelbase. The driver's feet were almost touching the front bumper, effectively. Brian Redman and Joe Siffert won the Targa Florio in this kind of car, in the Gulf colours of John Wyer Automotive Engineering, who were a partner team of Porsche at the time.
Look how short that wheelbase is.
So short.
That helped it turn, particularly on the twisty roads of Sicily, where the Targa Florio, and of course on the getting on for 100 or so actual corners of the Nürburgring Nordschleife as well. It made the car a little bit twitchy, but it did make it react very quickly to driver inputs. And look what's going on behind the rear wheels of that. Nothing at all. It's open. We weren't yet into the era of underbody aerodynamics, but there's a beginnings of exploration of over-the-top aerodynamics with those 2 stabilising fins on that very short-tailed bodywork.
And those stabilising fins, those were one of Norbert Singer's first introductions. He'd only just started his career at Porsche at that point. After a brush with nearly going to Opel, he went to Porsche. Good decision. And those fins, you'll see those on quite a lot of cars of that era, particularly the 1971 Le Mans winner, the Martini car that Gijs van Lennep and Helmut Marko won in.
The hippie car, yeah.
Because no, the Martini car.
The Martini
it was
car,
a white and blue Martini car.
Yeah, that's right.
But those stabilising fins basically gave more downforce, but without the trade-off in drag. So it was a win-win, those little stabilising fins.
What they're doing is keeping the air on that short rear deck. It doesn't allow the air to spill over the edges of the rear fenders, the rear wheel arches.
I'm glad you're able to explain that, because all I could tell you is what it was and what it did, but I couldn't tell you the why.
You often see them on, going back to a different life of mine, when we were doing oval racing in the UK at Rockingham Motor Speedway, when we were doing the stock cars around there, we had to put little strakes on the roof and down the rear windows. Now, Peter, you're very excited about the 000 car. I remember seeing this car on the Race to the Clouds.
This is a car that was driven to a record time by David Donner, one of the best drivers ever to go up Pikes Peak, from a great Pikes Peak family, and sponsored by 000 magazine. If you're a Porsche fan, it's essential reading. It's really the ultimate publication for quality and for copy and for pictures, everything like that. But the car, the whole theme behind that car was print isn't dead. That's what that's all about.
And it's pretty much standard.
Oh, it is. It's a GT2 RS Club Sport out the box. And brilliant. Under 10 minutes at
I have. What year was that?
19?
19.
I'm guessing.
It was 18 or 19.
Yeah,
because I
fairly
think
recently.
I was commentating on that run.
Even more impressively, this year, we had David Donner do it in a 911 Turbo S. Car number 40 won a Son Auto car, which was the French importer for Porsche, who were involved in the very first Le Mans class win for Porsche in 1951. They were entered by Son Auto.
914 with the 6-cylinder engine.
That's a bit of you, isn't it?
That is a bit of me. That's right up my street. That running on French number plates as well. That's terribly authentic. The blister arches on there. Now, some lucky people are going to get some very adrenaline invoking drives around.
I think that's Zach Robichon driving one of those cars.
The
champion.
The red GT3 RS, closest to the camera. Zach Robichon behind the wheel. 911. Now, is that an ST?
That's a 901.
It's a 901, the flat side car.
One of the first ever 911. And it was going to be called a 901, but Peugeot got very, very upset, didn't they?
Peugeot claimed what we call now intellectual property on the fact that they had cars with 90 something. And so Dr. Porsche, having already designed the 9 and the 1, to go into the publicity material, decided that he would reuse the 1 and it would become 911. And so the Porsche 911 was born. And had it not been for Peugeot, might we have all still be driving 901s? You know, you never know. You never know. One of the most iconic numbers. It is the Porsche number, isn't it, the 911? Let's be quite serious about that for street cars and for racing cars. And that car then was the first iteration. Well, that was the heritage display over far too soon. Just keep them running round.
Give them a few more laps.
Give them a few more. How come? You see, that's my pace. That's the way that I would like to drive around here. My first laps around here was in a deer van back in 1999. On my first laps, it possibly wasn't the most appropriate vehicle for driving around here. Right, the quick laps are getting underway for some very lucky patrons. GT4 RS at the back of that group as well. So all of these cars, we talked about Flacked earlier on, all of these cars product of the fertile imaginations of the designers, the engineers, and the production engineers at Flacked.
Well, this new version of the GT3 RS is just taking the game on, I think, probably even more than any RS product, certainly in the water-cooled era. And it was that in the past, with every other 911, you'd have a frunk, you'd have a luggage compartment in the front, but that actually has a bit of a compromise in the aerodynamics. The idea is, with this new GT3 RS, is that they put the radiators where the front luggage compartment would be to basically, it's a way of channeling the airflow and getting much more downforce on the car. This GT3 RS, remember, it's a street car on treaded tyres with number plates. It goes through the same corner speed as a 992 Cup on slicks.
Yeah.
That's how much downforce it's got.
Got to talk about what great work the Porsche chassis and suspension engineers have done down the years in the 2 doors and the 4 doors. Well, somebody's getting a very exciting ride out there. We'll bring you more action from Rennsport 7 in just a few moments' time. Well, the fast lap cars have left the circuit, leaving it wide open for our afternoon. Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7, presented by Michelin on the MotorTrend YouTube channel. Good afternoon, as it now is, from California, from Laguna Seca Raceway. Peter Mackay and John Hindorf enjoying the ambience, the atmosphere, the camaraderie and the family feel of Rennsport. And speaking of family, well, how about a little bit of Pixar and some Porsche magic from the movie Cars? Sally Carrera down in the paddock.
Hello from Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7, where I'm with a two very special guests. First, here to my left is Sally Carrera, which you'll recognize from Cars, and to my right is Jay Ward, who was responsible for putting Sally in Cars. So what is Sally doing here this weekend?
Well, first of all, Sally is a Porsche. She's a 996 Porsche, and so we thought it's so perfect to have her here for Rennsport Reunion.
Awesome, and I know that, putting an animated car is not easy because it's all animated, but what were some of the challenges you faced in putting Sally in the movie?
Well, in the movie Cars, they're characters who happen to be cars, so we had to make them believable. The way they moved, they acted, they sounded, had to feel like a car, but yet you have to stay connected with them as a character.
And so I'm sure it is from your love of Porsches and cars that really led the charge on this artistic decision.
Well, Bob Polly was the designer, and he'll be here this weekend, but there's a whole team of us at Pixar that love cars, and we wanted a fast car to be Lightning McQueen's girlfriend. We thought Porsche's pretty perfect.
That's awesome. If you guys are here this weekend, please drop by to come see Sally Carrera. She's awesome. Have a good one.
I want to take that car back down to LA. I think that would turn a few heads. On the way back down the roads. Still people coming in, already been mightily busy, and it's only Friday here. We've got racing Saturday and Sunday. Remember, we have the penultimate event of the season for the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. Riley Dickinson has already been, well, provisionally crowned champion. 2 races here, and then 2 along with F1 at the circuit of the Americas. There's always been a history here, Peter, of Porsche bringing something new. We saw the GT3 RS, the Rennsport, the GT3R Rennsport, earlier on today. We've had the new iteration of the 935. It's all about engineering and looking towards the future, and Mission X is something that Porsche have been working on for a wee while, drawing on the engineering experience that they've had with LMP1 Hybrid and indeed Formula E with the single-seat racing cars that they produced.
And that's where those racing programs are so important to the road product we have. We talked about an hour or two ago about the Carrera GT and how racing pedigree and racing developments went into that car and made it so special. With the Mission X, which is coming up, which is coming onto the market in the future, I would imagine when Porsche get their hands on one of these hypercars, we've seen it in the past with the Carrera GT, and of course the 918 Spider, what a machine that was, using an engine that came from the RS Spider racing car, adding hybrid power to it, and it was one of what was known as the Holy Trinity at the time, along with two cars from 2 other manufacturers. And the people who bought those cars, I think, are rather pleased with them, who've hung on to those 918 Spiders. Mission X, can't wait to see what it can do. I think it'll raise the game another step on entirely.
Porsche also at the forefront of renewable fuels with Carrera Cup, Super Cup rather, running on renewable fuels for the last season also, and many of the cars here this weekend also running on renewable fuel sources. Porsche pouring a huge amount of development dollars, euros, pounds, etc. into that new technology, to the point where pretty much all of the more recent cars can run without any kind of modification on low carbon renewable fuel sources. And having recently at Bicester Flywheel driven some cars, older cars on fully renewable fuels, I can tell you that, yeah, there's a price differential at the moment, but I nearly fell over when I had to put fuel in the car here to see it was over $6 a gallon now here. When I first came here in 1999, it was 98 cents a gallon in Atlanta. And we think we have it bad in the UK. So more power to that. Now, we were talking about Mission X earlier on, but here's the moment that so many people have been waiting for. We talked with Jörg Bergmeister earlier on, been out of a race seat for a couple of years and more, was asked to test and develop this new GT3 RS, which is Rennsport. This is what Porsche and Flacht and the Motorsport Division at Weissach can do when they're not constrained by regulations. This underneath is a GT3R, Peter. So 4.2 litre, normally aspirated, flat six engine, producing over 600 horsepower and sounding, frankly, phenomenal.
It's just a remarkable creation. 77 will be built in total. I would imagine they're all spoken for already. You never know.
If not, it won't be long, will it?
If not, it will not take long. I'm sure there's been some phone calls going around today of people who'd want them. And the thing that's always special about Porsche is every development that is worth it keeps going, and every development that's not worth it gets put into the bin and stays there. And you look at some of the little hints to the heritage as well, which happen in every Porsche. The round headlights we know, but the wing on this car, that is just straight off a 934 for me.
Yeah,
or a 934 and a half. It's just a really special, and I would think that the customers who buy these cars will get them painted in various colours, from past and present too.
You weren't with us.
Lizard, one of them.
You weren't with us for the rest of the interview on the stage, but Thomas Loudenbach and Michael Dressel as well, saying this is the first car of its type that has been offered with options. So you can go full Sonderwunsch with it, you can go Porsche exclusive. There is an option to have this car in pure carbon. No paint whatsoever. I'm telling you, that was my reaction as well. The wheel arches on here, does that not just hint a little bit Group 5 to you? When you see them from behind, particularly with those cutouts and how they hang down. This car is still very much in its early part of development. It has been 10 months since the concept to this car coming out. They managed to keep it secret. I have no clue why, although explained to me earlier, very small team, very truncated development time, and Jörg Bergmeister promised me that last night it was a bit chilly and he couldn't get the tyres up to temperature, but with 3 or maybe 4 laps here, maybe a little more, because he's been given 10 minutes, he was going to try and get a little bit more out of the Michelin slicks that are on this car. But look, tell me that we don't want to see a grade of those racing somewhere, or to be able to get those cars to Le Mans or the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series. I know it doesn't fit in the rules at the moment, but if we want GT3 cars to look even more exciting, surely this has got to be a concept.
Are we looking at something that could fit in the GT2 regulations?
Well,
maybe.
They're supposed to be more road cars.
But it's... yeah, really, really impressive stuff from Porsche and the people who take those cars will be very, very lucky indeed.
Up to the signature corkscrew, and Jörg is not hanging about. Been with Porsche for such a long time now. Another product of the Porsche Young Driver program. Came across here to drive with Alex Job. I don't think he's coming in this time around, Peter. A little downshift there. Aero at the back with the diffuser underneath there. And the engines in these new GT3Rs on which this car is based, that's another reason why they were able to keep it secret, because the suppliers were just supplying bits. They didn't realise what it was going on to. The engine has been tilted. This is still very much a rear engine Porsche, but the engine and the gearbox have been tilted to allow more body aerodynamics at the back of the car. And whilst it's not drag free, it's certainly more downforce with less drag. Again, that's that holy grail. Jörg was telling me that the aero and the amount of downforce that it produces is actually not that different from a standard GT3R. It just does it in a slightly different way.
And that's where this year we've seen 2 new GT3 models come out that have pushed the game on. One from another manufacturer, and one is the 992 GT3R. And when you look at the back of it, it looks like an RSR. Because
there's a lot of RSR.
There's a lot of RSR in it, and that's again classic Porsche, taking that development and bringing it on from one car to the next. Even though the RSR will be effectively obsolete by the end of this year, the developments don't stop, and the underbody and particularly rear diffuser aerodynamics that we saw on GTE cars in the last 3-4 years, they're making their way to GT3 now.
Jörg's enjoying himself far too much here, and he said he was going to be given 10 minutes. Now, I didn't fire the watch away when he went out, so I'm thinking that at the moment his radio cord might have dropped out, and sorry. Jörg, can you come in now?
I hope they haven't filled it with fuel, otherwise we could be watching this for a while.
Listen, if that went out full of fuel, he's staying out there till it coughs and splutters going up the rear half straight. This is incredible, the way this car, again, remind yourself, this is in the very early parts of its development. Cars will be being delivered right through to the middle of 2025 to the 76 lucky owners, this being number 1, I suppose. And as Peter made the point, a variety of different liveries and options being included in the package for this, including from Porsche exclusive. You can get your street cars done there as well. So that just extends the connection between this and a street car. Now, this isn't a street car. It is also not a race car. So where does it fall? It's not a street car because it isn't homologated, it isn't cleared for use anywhere in the world on the street. So it's based on a race car. Why is it not a race car? It's not a race car because right here, right now, it doesn't fit within a set of regulations for any series in the world, right here, right now. So what are you going to do with it? Well, you're going to take it out on track and rag it, aren't you? That's the whole point. And Jörg was saying that it is a very user-friendly package. It's not really built for a professional race driver. It's built for me. If somebody would like to give me the money and put my name on a list, it's built for someone who wants to go out and enjoy themselves and get the full Porsche GT race car experience, but takes it on a track day or a number of track days. It is not something that you can plug and play in terms of just pull it off your trailer and fire it up. There is a little bit more to deal with in terms of getting it warm, making sure all the systems are working. But if you've got the budget to buy one of these, you've probably got a few other cars and you'd have somebody to help you run it at your track day. But what do we know about these engines, even at 4.2, Peter? They are immensely reliable, as the checkered flag has gone out there. So this should be an in-lap from Jörg. They are reliable, they run, and then they run some more. So there are going to be some very happy people who get these, and they are going to be even happier when they get to use them as intended. And that, by the way, is what both Thomas Loudenbach and Michael Dressel said about these cars. They do not want to see them wrapped up.
There's definitely, there's no way you want to sit this in your garage. To be honest, if you're going to take a collectible, you want to you might want to buy a period racing car with history that maybe doesn't run anymore. Maybe that's what you take as a collector's item, but this is a car that you exercise. Correct?
It's nothing worse than any car gathering dust, particularly a race car. Now, this was unveiled to the general public this morning at 10 o'clock and to you at home as well. But last night, a select group were invited into the pit lane here at Laguna Seca Raceway. Don't worry that the car's pointing in the right direction, because it wasn't. It went the wrong way up the pit lane, and there's a reason for that. Mark Webber doing the honours in terms of presenting, Jörg Bergmeister behind the wheel, and journalists from all over the world flown in especially for this, and there was a huge crowd to see Jörg turn a few laps in the gathering darkness before he went out onto the track and didn't get it up to speed, but what he did do was lit up the night in sound and vision. What a great way to launch the ultimate iteration of the 911.
Welcome back to Rennsport Reunion 7 here from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It's Peter Mackay here up in the booth talking you through all of the variety of action that we've got here on track. And joining me from her travels down in the pit lane, Shay Adams. Shay, tell us, what have you heard down in the paddock? You're used to picking up all the stories. Tell us, share them with us.
Okay, well, a fun little bit of gossip for y'all, because I know it's just friends listening in at this point. We have none other than those three beautiful cars taking people for rides around in between the sessions, the blue one, the green one, and the red one. Well, the blue one happens to be driven by a fairly successful race car driver, one Mr. Zachary Robichon. Zachary, winner of the IMSA Championship in 2021, winner of the 12 Hours of Sebring, 24 Hours of Daytona, quite an accomplished driver. He's only allowed to drive the racetrack for people who get to ride with him today, because tomorrow he's been assigned to drive one of the Cayennes up the hill to the Corkscrew. Gets better. His job Sunday, he's a shuttle driver. So Zachary Robichon will be here to help out people all around the circuit. And it was very funny because apparently there was a very long line for the blue Porsche, and they couldn't figure out why.
Because they want to ride with Zach.
Exactly.
Yeah, Zach is an incredible racing driver, and he also raced alongside Michael Fassbender in the Road to Le Mans as well in the European Le Mans series. And but he, you know where he learned his speed from? He was a ski racer.
Yeah.
When he was younger, and he said the amount he learnt from being a ski racer and the going to the limit of grip and sometimes beyond it really helped him with his race driving.
Well, and now he does a lot of ice driving in the winter as well. He's a good old Canadian, so, you know, it's just kind of natural for him. But speaking of people in very familiar environments, Kristen Lee has wandered down in the garage to the jewelry environment. And Kristen, is that a place that feels like home for you?
Hi from one of the most popular stands at the vendor lot at Rennsport Reunion 7. I'm here at Crash Jewelry with Christy, who is the founder, owner, head designer, creator, everything of this awesome little company. Christy, plainly we can see there are very colorful cuffs here, but tell us a little bit about how you make them, where it's sourced from, what makes these special?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, they are all made from late model luxury cars. My husband has a body shop in Los Angeles, and that's where my studio is. So what happens is, like, say you bring your car in, you're going to bring your Porsche in, and we're going to replace your fender. Instead of throwing it away, I will take it and upcycle it, which is a lot of manual labor, cutting, sanding, grinding, riveting. But the main goal is to retain that original factory paint. So everything, we can name the paint color, and everything has a history or a provenance.
That's amazing, and it's such a good idea of recycling parts, because what, you just throw it out? No, it's such a waste. So if I were to pick something from this Porsche display right here, like this one right here,
okay,
is this an actual factory Porsche blue?
Yes, it is. It's sapphire blue, and it's from a Boxster. We engrave on the inside the name of the car. It also comes with a registration card. And on this particular design, we use a laser engraver to burn away the paint, to expose the bare metal underneath, and it creates this positive negative effect. So,
incredible. So if you're here this weekend, stop by Crash Jewelry, come see Christy, bring home a little piece of Porsche with you.
What a cool idea out there, and to keep things going, you know, to keep these racing memorabilia bits, well, they might not have been racing, but still cars, keep it alive and keep it useful. It's a great Christmas present idea for the car lover in your life.
I wonder if you could, I wonder if you had a car that maybe had to go to car heaven or be put out to pasture that you could take a bit off it. I've a good friend who's a scrap dealer who might be able to arrange that. I could send it over, get it molded into shape.
So we actually have a driver in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, the Deluxe Porsche Carrera Cup North America, Jeff Mosing. He's been in the Michelin Pilot Challenge for many years too. IMSA driver, multi-time champion, great guy. He had the misfortune of several years back, when it was still the GT3 Cup, he was involved in a very bad accident at Watkins Glen at the top of the S's. His car, which was named Scrappy, unfortunately did not make it. He had Scrappy crushed into a cube, which is now his coffee table. Put a piece of glass over the top of it, so Scrappy lives with him. And it's a wonderful idea that just because something you love so much is no longer in its original form or use, doesn't mean you have to get rid of it and forget about it.
I get quite sentimental with cars as well. Did you name your cars?
Yes. Raider was my first car.
Raider, see, so do I.
Yeah.
Yes. We had Belinda the Boxster.
I love
Belinda,
it.
yes. Amongst we've got Jeffrey as well. Jeffrey, yeah.
What is Jeffrey?
Jeffrey is a Fabia. A Skoda Fabia. You don't get them in the US.
No, we don't.
Yeah, part of the extended Porsche family, so we say. It's part of the overall group that Porsche sits in. So we'll not get in trouble for mentioning that one. But is this the Robichon car, the blue and white car?
That would be Zachary behind the wheel. So the resident Canadian with the flash of scarlet red on his helmet will be able to see through the windshield at certain vantage points. But yes, that is the man, the myth, the legend himself here with Wright Motorsport as well this weekend. They have that Daytona winning car on display in the paddock, and it's actually got all of the dirt and everything. They coated it, so it will forever stay that way, as it should. It's got a lot of history to that car, so pretty cool to have them here. Jan Halen should be here as well at some point this weekend. And I was down chatting with my Wright Motorsport family. They were the ones who were telling me all about Zach's adventures this weekend. Really cool to see them. Ryan Hardwick here as well. Saw him sneaking pictures of cars yesterday, trying to be discreet. We're all just fans when we rock up, and there's a lot of Porsche history.
Well, that Wright Motorsport car that won at Daytona last year, 2022.
22, yes.
Yes, was a great day for Porsche as well, because in GTD Pro, on the last lap, Matthew, we nearly didn't have a Porsche win at all. It was looking like a safe one too. It ended up being so, but the FAF GTD car and the KCMG got together at the bus stop chicane. Luckily, they came out the other way. Now, we spoke with Alvin Springer earlier on, who was the boss of Porsche Motorsport for a long time. He would have sent them both straight to the airport and never to be seen again if they did that. That was the rule. Alvin said, to ask any Porsche driver who drove for him, when they came into the truck and had a chat, he says, right, guys, here is a plane ticket. He says, race hard, race fair, but if you hit another Porsche, take this plane ticket, get on the plane back to Germany, and don't ever come back again.
Well,
it was very clear. Do not do that.
That is very fair, and I feel bad for Lawrence Vantor because that wound up being the highlight reel for so many people for the season. But really, it set up a phenomenal run of form for FAF Motorsport to come in and through 2022 basically dominate the GTD Pro Championship, taking 4 wins on the season. I mean, it was just one of those things. And that team, which is still relatively new to top-level sports car racing, have very few circuits left at which they have not won the race. So very impressive. And then we consider coming here to Laguna Seca. Wright won the race last year. Kelly Moss won it this year. So Porsche has continued on in their form of being great at this venue.
It's always been a happy hunting ground. I mean, Laguna Seca is where the Porsche RS Spyder debuted. They were going to do it at Petit Le Mans in 2005, but they went for the race later at Laguna Seca, and that very car, LMP002, is is on display just opposite AO Racing in the paddock, beside the Carrera GT that we saw a little bit earlier on. And that car, a great story that Sasha Masson told me, because it was still in its early development, so there were teething problems like any new race car has. And what Sasha was to start the car, and then Lucas Luhr would take it to the finish.
Not a bad combo.
Yeah, exactly. And he's sitting in the car, and the mechanic comes over and says, well, we're having a problem with the steering column overheating. He says, you'll probably drive for half an hour and the car will fail. So have fun. And so they ended up driving to the end of the race and there was no problem.
No way.
And it turned out to be a faulty sensor. There was nothing wrong with it.
Oh, so you're expecting the worst to happen.
But it was just the sensor was broken,
not
the steering column, which is much better way. Speaking of that Wright car, it's on track right there, that blue car, the Mountain Motorsport car.
Isn't it wonderful to see it out and around? And we've also got in front of it a Black Swan car that took victories in the Intercontinental GT Championship. What was that, 2020, I think it was, Bathurst. They got a win here when it was the California 8-hour. And Kailami, I want to say, was the other one. Tim Pappas and Jerome Blakemole, two of the driving talent in that car at the time. Mark Leap was with them when they won at Bathurst. So pretty cool that we get to see these cars out on the circuit. And the David Donahue Pikes Peak car was the first car out on the track. No surprises there.
I'm a big fan of that David Donahue car. It actually has brought Brumos back to racing.
Yeah.
I remember speaking to David just a couple of weeks before that it was revealed, and he says, we're going back to Pikes Peak this year, we're going to be with a Porsche, and I said it's going to be in some pretty iconic colours, and I thought it was going to be Sunoco colours like his dad's Can-Am car.
Cool.
But no, it was Brumos. This is the GT exhibition out on track at the moment, folks, and as we've said, some truly significant GT3Rs. It seems almost exclusively GT3Rs from what I can notice, Shay. Yeah.
Oh, as one of them goes well wide through the gravel, but manages to bring it back on the track through turn 11. And yes, there she is. Rexy is on the racetrack as well. Sorry, Rexy's the brother, Roxy's the sister. I need to remember that correctly. As the dinosaur car is on track. And oh, we've got the ice brake car. I love this car. This ran Bathurst several years ago. Patrick Long was part of the driving talent. Patrick Long, Chris Pither, I want to say, was the Aussie who was driving it. And oh goodness, you leave it with me for a couple of minutes and I'll remember who the third driver was. But this was such a cool car. And their sponsor on the side of it, Icebreak, it's basically a coffee drink in Australia. But it is so addictive and good that you take one sip of it and then you don't need anything else for the rest of the day. That's what got me through the jet lag.
You were in their truck a lot, having an ice break.
I went in their garage quite frequently and grabbed some out of the fridge that they had back there. Really cool to see that car back out and running. And as we know, we've got Harry Tinknell behind the wheel of Rexy, as he told us a little bit earlier on. And if you're wondering what is coming up later on in the day, well, we've got the answer for you right here. We've got Deluxe Porsche Carrera Cup North America with their first practice session. They're going to be on track in about half an hour's time. Green flag is at 1:40 in the afternoon. Then we've got a race, PCA Club race. That's going to be exciting. And then, Peter, we fall back into this pattern again.
Yeah, the Gmünden Cup is some of the earliest Porsche racing cars, many of which from the early 1950s. So some 1.1 litre pushrod engines and the iconic 547 Fuhrmann engine powering those machines. Then we progressed to Eiffel Trophy, which is the earlier 911s, a lot of 2 litre 911s. You can go up to 2.5 litre in that class. Lots of big slides and some great action. And then into the Weissach Cup, which takes us through the 911 RSR from the mid-70s, the 934s and 935s as well. Whatever your chosen flavour of Porsche is, we have it for you coming up.
The answer is just yes.
Yes to all.
Yep, and I've just noticed actually that we have another car that's come out onto the pit lane, and it's a very, very special car. So I'll let you know when I see it take to the track, when and if that car does turn some laps. But it's a pretty good one. So don't tune away just yet. Don't take this as your lunch break. Continue along with us on this adventure. By the way, I have had confirmation Jan Halen is in the house. He did let me know that he made it safely. So hopefully we'll get to see him behind the wheel of something here soon, as well as we were talking about Bathurst cars. Well, here's another one, number 911. This car running again in the IGTC, and I think this one was actually more in the SRO Asia Championship, but it does have Patrick Pilet's name on the side, so he was involved with running this car. Pretty cool. As you mentioned earlier, the liveries on the cars, they're the liveries that ran on these cars at some point in their life.
Yeah, none of these are replicas or copies or whatever. They have, if it's got that livery on it, it's like you say, it's had it at that point. For me, when you talk about Bathurst cars, 2019 Bathurst, for me, one of the most iconic moments, certainly most iconic moment in that race's history, if not the last 10 years for Porsche GT cars, when Matt Campbell overtook Jake Dennis in an Aston Martin at the Dipper. I've never seen a move anything like it. Matt's here this weekend driving the 963. You were there, Shay, were you?
Yeah.
In 2019. I still don't quite know how he pulled it off.
I was in their garage when he made that move, and the roar of raw emotion of everyone, including the Bamber brothers sitting there on the floor watching it, Dennis Olsen, seeing the move being made and realizing we could actually win this. I've got goosebumps now thinking back on it. It was one of those things that it makes you feel so privileged and so honored to share in the emotions, and that's why we do it.
And if I remember rightly, the Earl Bamber, he wasn't driving.
No.
So that was a new experience for him. Earl Bamber Motorsport wasn't that...
EBM was still fairly new.
At the time. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, 2019 was his first win as a team owner. That he'd won the race in 2014 and 2016 in the B category as driver, but this was a completely different thing. And for Dirk Werner, Matt Campbell, and Dennis Olsen, that win changed a lot of lives.
It did. It really set those drivers on a pathway. It really announced Matt Campbell to the world. That move, I think. And Dennis Olsen, he's one of the Porsche factory stars who you look at. Dennis has got his spectacles and stuff, and you think he's coming to do my taxes. No, he's just one of the best GT drivers in the world. He's fantastic, lovely guy as well, and he was a karting superstar. The amount of karting titles he won was something ridiculous, like 14 international karting championships he won. So no wonder he came to the attention of Porsche. But like many Porsche Works drivers, they start off in single-seaters. They start off with a dream of getting to Formula One, and not everybody gets there. And actually, you speak to so many Porsche Works drivers, they speak with such gratitude that going, do you know what, I'm glad I jumped off that train. I'm glad I jumped into the Porsche family and could go for wins at Le Mans, Daytona, Sebring, have race as a team. Genuinely, when you've got your teammates, you're trying to get to the end of a 24-hour race and win. It's a completely different world to the single-seater life.
Very much so. And we were just getting a shot there at the Black Swan Porsche. I'm pretty sure that's Jerome Blickemollen driving it right now. I see a flash of orange on the helmet. That would be Jerome, but we'll keep our eyes on it. If it is, that's a man who has Porsche running deep through his DNA. Two-time Super Cup champ, two-time GTC champ, which was an ALMS category of only Porsches. One time he won it with Cooper McNeil. One time I believe he won it solo. He drove with Ben Keating for 6 or 7 years back when Ben was learning how to race in this form of racing. And he was known for a long time as a Porsche specialist, and still, whenever he gets back behind the wheel of a Porsche, it's something to sit back and watch because he knows these cars and how to handle them better than just about anyone on the planet.
And he won Le Mans in 2008
Yep.
in LMP2 in an RS Spider Porsche alongside Peter van Merkstein, the car's owner, and someone called Jos Verstappen.
Who?
I believe his son's quite fast.
Oh, is he?
And my favourite story of that race was that Jos Verstappen was still so fast, but he was so committed and focused on Max's racing that when he was going down the Mulsanne straight at 180 miles an hour, he was getting on the radio saying, "How did Max get on in his kart race?" And the team had to reply to him because you wouldn't argue, you wouldn't say no to Jos Verstappen. And they would come back on the radio and say, "Oh well, he came third. Oh well, tell him to try harder and tell him to change the gearing."
Wow. The brain capacity of that is special. Oh, it's wonderful to see these cars side by side on the racetrack too. Laguna Seca, a wide enough circuit that it's never really an issue to pass somebody and to make it clean, and it's a respectful atmosphere out on the track right now.
It is, yeah. It's really, really cool. Seeing different generations of the GT3R, the 991.1 and then the 991.2, one after the other, just slightly subtle changes, but that evolution coming in. In fact, do you know, actually, last night, Shane, when I saw the 911 GT3R Rennsport, I thought that was just the new evolution of the GT3 race car. And then I was like, oh wait, no, it's different. Car on track right now, that Brumos Racing Pikes Peak machine with a lot of input from BBI Autosport, massive horsepower, nearly 1,000 horsepower, all the way up the hill.
That's enough.
Yeah, do you know what, with Pikes Peak racers though, there's never enough power.
Well, that's
they
true.
always just want more and more and more power.
Well, the air gets thinner, you see, so they need more power to compensate for it. It is a valid argument. We've got a couple more cars out on the track right now. The number 41 is out there. I think that's one of the IGTC competitors out on the circuit. And I did notice out of the corner of my eye a very special Porsche coming on the front straight now. Soon to be on the front straight. Mobil 1 sponsored, with the Mobil 1 livery as a throwback to the 1998 overall Le Mans winner. That would be a car that ran at the Petit Le Mans several years ago. And that car, Peter, you might remember, caught quite a buzz when it was out.
Well, we were ogling over it yesterday. And it's still, I think it's been clear lacquered as well, because it's still got the bits of rubber splattered all over the front of it, that Mobil 1 car number 912, which was campaigned so successfully by Lawrence Vantor and Earl Bamber and Matteo Giamini. Amazing to think now that Matteo Giamini was their third driver. He did the long races. Now, look at him now, a prototype superstar alongside Nick
no
Tandy.
one's third driver.
No way is he no one's third driver now. So, GT, I love, you pointed this out to me yesterday, Shane, on the back of number 80, Rexy, it doesn't say GT3R, it says, what does it say?
GT3 RAR.
RAR. Oh,
RAWR. They did it properly. Yeah, to refer to Roxy and Rexy as they are known. The green dinosaur is Rexy, the pink one is Roxy, and all that comes back to PJ Hyatt's children. His daughter loves unicorns. His son loves dinosaurs. So PJ's helmet is split right down the middle. Part is an homage to a dinosaur, part is an homage to a unicorn. Now, in IMSA Racing, we already have a pink unicorn car, so they didn't want to copy that. Instead, they found Roxy. They found Rexy at the beginning of the season, but now they found Roxy, the pink dinosaur. She came out, made her debut at, I think it was VIR. Yeah, it was. They had their best finish of the season. So, when given the choice, so we're going to race Rexy or Roxy at Indy, well, they didn't have time to get Rexy back from his adventures in Japan. Instead, they raced Roxy again. So we don't know which dinosaur we're going to get at Petit Le Mans in a couple weeks' time. Could be Rexy, could be Roxy. Which do you think?
Well, I think, isn't it Roxy's on the boat on the way back from Japan at the moment, probably?
Rexy was, but now he's made it back, and now he's on the track. So we do have the choice.
That's what they say, an embarrassment of riches.
Exactly.
The AO team have also got out there a specially liveried RSR 17 in the fat turbo colours with, I believe it'll be number 58 on the side of it. The white and red machine. Very, very cool machine, because on the roof it says the car's owner, PJ Hyatt, the team manager, Gunnar Jeanette, and then F Porsche, Ferdi Porsche. It was out earlier on, but I think it's gone into the pits now.
I think it has too.
They've done enough showing off for one day.
We've got out on the track right now the Bathurst cars that we mentioned. The Mobil 1 car is staying out on the track, going through the final complex of turns right about now. We've got the overall Petit Le Mans winner in 2015 out on the track. That's Rodrigo Salas, who owns that car now. Lucky man. There's our Mobil 1 car out there going down the front straight, blasting off with that beautiful livery, which was known as a prototype livery until, what was it, 2021 that they ran that car. So, or 2019 it was that they ran that car. So a good translation of livery from prototype to GT cars. You were talking about with the fat, it's the exact same thing.
This also speaks to me, because this is a livery that a Scotsman won Le Mans in.
Exactly.
1998, Alan McNish, Laurent Aiello and Stéphane Ortelli won the race that year in the GT1 98. What a memory.
Yeah, what a beautiful car too. Lives at the Porsche Museum as part of their rotating collection. Well, we've been waxing lyrically about these cars from up here, but Amanda is down in the pit and paddock area. Amanda, what's going on down there?
I'm telling you what, it is a who's who of what's going on here at the Rennsport Reunion number 7. I just saw IndyCar driver Graham Rahal and his wife Courtney Force. We're going to make sure to catch up with those guys. I got to point out my man Sam back there. He's standing in the line for the Legends. He's looking for an autograph by Derek Bell. I bet we can track that down for him if we need. But when we talk about the who's who of who's attending Rennsport Reunion number 7, it is the man of MotorTrend, the head editor of MotorTrend, Ed Lowe. How do you like to be referred?
Head of editorial is fine.
You told me the man of MotorTrend.
Yeah, you could say that. That works. Thank you, Amanda.
So how is it for you taking in this moment? I know that not your first, and just with the entertainment side of it, the cars, the art. How does Ed Lowe see Rennsport?
I love this track. I love this event. I have been to the previous Rennsport here, but this one is absolutely amazing. There are so many more people here. This is the anniversary, not just of Porsche, but also the 911. Again, one of my favorite tracks in all the world. I've been to a number of different racetracks, so this one has a special place in my heart. And for MotorTrend, we've done a lot of vehicle testing out here. We've set some production car lap records. So all of this is amazing. But what I'm curious about is, and this blew my mind when you told me, this is your first time here.
Yeah.
How do you find it?
First time to Rennsport, first time to Laguna Seca. You're almost like a kid in a candy store walking around this place. I mean, look at all the eye candy that we have available to us. But it's funny because you talk about like just who you might run into, and I've been able to catch up with a lot of friends. I just mentioned Courtney Force, her husband Graham Rahal. Like, I covered Courtney Force in drag racing for many years, so it's just the who's who that's out here taking in this weekend. So it's such a fun celebration. But
I've seen Patrick Dempsey.
I saw Patrick Dempsey on a golf cart. I didn't get to stop him yet because we're going to run over to him and get an interview at some point. But Ed, I know you got your eyes on a couple things out here. What are some of the features that we're going to hear from?
Well, the camera just panned over one of my favorite Porsche race cars of all times. It's a Sunoco livery Porsche plus Audi 1100 horsepower beast. This thing is absolutely amazing. I think it debuted at Watkins Glen, another iconic American racetrack. But, you know, there are so many iconic Porsches here. There are, right behind our camera, there are cars on the back of flatbed trucks. There's a whole field of 911s, and those are celebrating their 60th anniversary. Everywhere you turn, some of the most amazing, the most iconic, the most legendary race cars in the world are all here this weekend. And then there's Transformers. I mean, you're just blown away everywhere you look. It's the past, it's the future, it's entertainment, it's celebrities. It's just too much to take in.
You know what else there are? Tractors.
there are tractors, and I am definitely, thank you, I'm going to definitely cover the tractors. Very close to my heart. There's going to be tractor racing. Amazing, amazing event. I'm excited to tell you guys all about it for the next couple hours.
All right, Ed Lowe's going to be on the headset with us for a couple of hours. And Shay, we can hear those race cars. What's happening?
Well, it's just a display right now of awesome race cars, but just a little bit for you, Amanda, because this might be your first trip here to Laguna, but you're very familiar with the livery of that car that Ed was just talking about, because we've seen it replicated on a different brand of car because someone loves it that much. Don't you love how these liveries, Peter, have taken a life of their own?
Well, the Sunoco colours, which of course Sunoco were a big sponsor of the Penske team in the late 60s, early 70s, and that when Penske and Porsche got together in the Can-Am programme, the combination was just fantastic, and when people see that, they know exactly what they're looking at. They know what they're thinking of. Looking at that 91730 as well, incredible machine, 1100 horsepower, and the seat in it, the safety seat, which Mark Donoghue was the driver, but he was also the engineer. The man who wrote Mark Donoghue's autobiography with Mark, he also designed the safety seat in that car, as well as writing his autobiography. So he was a man of many talents, was Paul van Valkenburg.
Wow, don't you just hate when people are that good at so
I know.
many different things? It's frustrating. Well, Harry Tinkle clearly has missed the memo to come back into the pit lane because he is having entirely too much fun, and a bit like Jörg Bergmeister, ignoring the calls to come back in. Harry's staying out on the track with Rexy, giving the people what they want, which is more dinosaur time on this racetrack, and they are creating a Hot Wheels version of this car. Takes about a year from beginning to actual production for the cars to get built, but you'll notice the Hot Wheels logo on the side. That is because in the future, potentially maybe early next year, you'll be able to walk into any store around the world and buy that car, if you're lucky enough to find it.
Well, I'm gonna add one of those to my collection, I think, because it's nice to see should we say a livery with a sense of humour, because
yes,
you know, for good reason they have to be in the colours of whatever the sponsor might be. That's absolutely fine, but there is a little bit of flexibility for some fun, and AO Racing really apply that, even down to the dinosaur suit that various members of the team have got into and walked down the grid, including at Le Mans, walking around current Formula One drivers. Kelly Bruley, that was you in that suit, so go and check that out on Instagram.
I love the fact that they took the dinosaur suits over to Japan for the Fuji race and then did a family photo at one point on the track with Mount Fuji behind in the background, and they had two dinosaurs there with the sweet livery of the race car as well. It's been a super fun experience for AO Racing to come into IMSA and to bring Rexy. It's a really good thing, as you say, just to change of pace, to have a bit of fun.
It is. It's huge fun, but absolutely serious. You look at how AO Racing have gone about it. They've got the best cars, the best people to go there to win. Wherever they go to win. And in the category that they're racing, you've got a mandated FIA bronze or silver, but in the World Endurance Championship it's a mandated bronze. A silver, you've got a gold, whatever it might be. But Gunnar Jeanette, the team manager, said that PJ Hyatt, the team owner and the bronze graded driver, saying he is so quick, and that is an advantage to them to be able to compete with the other bronze graded drivers that are on the circuit.
And still very new to racing is PJ Hyatt. He's working very hard at it too. You've got to give the guy a lot of credit. His checkered flag has now been seen by all the cars on the track, and with that coming out, we are now 11 and a half minutes away from the first session of the weekend for the Deluxe Porsche Carrera Cup North America. This is where I'm getting really excited, Peter, because these are my babies. These are my children going out there to race and compete, and I say children with affection. There's a lot of people whose birth dates predate mine by quite a few years, and as a matter of fact, we've got three classes. Pro category, which is below the age of, I think it's 35. Pro-Am, which is 35 to 45, or 45 to 55, sorry, and then the Am category, which is anyone of a finer vintage than that. So it's categorized by driver's age, nothing to do with the actual cars.
and I think that's what Carrera Cup racing has been about in various regions around the world. You look in Asia, the Carrera Cup Asia is such a growing series. It's been going for 20 years now, but it's really, really expanding and gives the opportunity for the real hot shoes to go for wins, but also people who race for fun. They race for a hobby, you know, really important.
Well, in this season, I mean, it's been a very interesting year because the overall championship is already wrapped up, and we still have this weekend and another weekend still to come at Circuit of the Americas with the Formula One. Riley Dickinson is our 2023 Pro category champion. He's got enough of a points gap that with 4 races to go, he could park and score 0 points in each of those 4 races. No one would be able to catch him. But we wait to see the cars actually rolling out from their garage area. They're that big tent sort of off over by the tower. It takes over everything else. The cars will be coming out just about now from the false grid area, and Amanda is going to have the best view in the house.
We have our eyes on it right now to see when these cars make it to pit lane here. We're at pit out, Ed, and you've talked to me off camera about racing here at Laguna Seca, and one word, corkscrew.
The corkscrew, the most amazing turn, I think, in all of motorsports. It is up there at turn 8. You can actually see the sign here on the hill if you're here and want to check it out. It's something like an 800-foot drop, 2-story drop in about 800 feet. Just one of the 11 turns here at a 2.2-mile track. That's just recently been resurfaced, had about a $20 million renovation here in the last year, and this is, I think, the first major sort of motorsport event, I mean, after Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, of course, but this one having all the Porsches out here on the new surface, laying down some rubber. I'm excited to see what the drivers think about it, how fast they are, because it's a different surface than it's been historically.
One of the things that I was told on my way out here, I had a friend recommend that if you can do one thing this weekend, take the corkscrew at speed. You said you have done that. Yes. Describe it in a word.
It is something that it's a total game changer for the racers that have done it and are comfortable with it, because it is such a drop for your stomach. I've been here for a number of races. I've actually driven it, but the guys who actually hate it the most are the motorcycle guys, because the foreign guys, they don't have that kind of track in Europe where there's such a dramatic kind of drop. And of course, there's many legendary moments here. There's been some famous passes through the corkscrew, guys putting wheels off, sort of cutting the corner a little bit. It is definitely something to check out. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity if you can do it.
Well, I know that Rennsport Reunion has been here a couple times now. Do you feel that Laguna Seca is the perfect host for this event?
I think it is. I mean, I am certainly biased. I'm a West Coast guy. This is one of the most iconic tracks. But definitely, of all the historic tracks in the world, this one really stands out.
Thank you, Ed. And I know we're just moments away from getting on-track action from the Porsche Carrera Cup. John, what are you guys looking at?
Oh, we are expecting in fact, the teams are just coming into pit lane now, Amanda, so your timing is absolutely impeccable. This is the penultimate race weekend for Carrera Cup, Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. They'll finish their season with Formula One at the Circuit of the Americas in a few weeks' time. And I think this is the only time we're actually using the pit lane, Shay Adam, in terms of a live pit lane rather than people coming in with problems. So the guys are actually setting up in the pit lane. We don't expect any pit stops, of course.
No, but they do change tires during qualifying, so that's something for us to watch out for during tomorrow's afternoon session. But you're right. The pit lane is basically there for optics. They come out of the false grid and they go through the pit lane out onto the racetrack for every other session. For this session, they will wait for the green flag to come out, and there are assigned pit boxes by teams. So when the cars come out from the false grid, they'll have to go line up with their teams before they can then take the green flag and go out on the track, because this is a competitive session for championship points. Now, that also has some implications. We have a new driver in the field. We've actually got 3 new drivers in the field, but for our point of discussion right now, the new driver in the field has been running the Porsche Sprint Cup all year long. By the green flag flying with him in this race, well, he would then be disqualified from the Sprint Cup. But rules have been changed. He is not running in this race in a category where he will be competitive. No, for Blake McDonald, making his series debut, he is here as a VIP driver, meaning that he is not going to be disqualified from the Sprint Cup. So very glad that that was able to get sorted. Very last-minute agreement that came into place, but happy to report nobody will be at any disadvantage. So really pleased to see that. We also welcome another driver from Wright Motorsport making a series debut, and another Aussie wonder from down under. That would be Bailey Hall coming up.
McElrea
Racing
driver. Welcome if you are just joining us, whether you're here at the track on a Friday afternoon at just after 1:30. Good to have your company. Adam and John Heindorf back together again in the Global Broadcast Centre as we are ready to go green for our first free practice session for Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. Jot this down. Best circuit times, so track records. 1:24.9 in the Pro, 1:26.2 in the Pro-Am, and 1:27.7 in the Am category. And those lap records set in race of conditions, of course, so we should say that. I think they'll be under threat this weekend because of the resurfacing.
I would agree with that based on what we've seen in all the other competitive series that have run here since the resurfacing happening. IndyCar obliterated the lap record. We did too with the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and Michelin Pilot Challenge Championships running back here in May. So that did make a difference. We reset. Obviously, GTP did not have a pre-existing track record, the class having not existed before we got here in May. But for all the other classes, LMP2, LMP3, GTD Pro, and GTD, the lap times were stunningly quick.
So practice here and a huge field ready to go out.
Should also mention it's Nick Hayes, by the way, who's running for Wright Motorsports. We welcome him to the paddock. Hopefully he'll stick around. We are a very accommodating group, and we're very kind.
McCann Racing, the number 8 car, sitting ready to go, resplendent in its...
That's Michael McCann.
Yeah.
Michael McCann behind the wheel has had 2 podiums so far on the season. So hoping to get another one here out in California. What a lineup of cars. All right, so they haven't gone to their pit boxes. They have just lined up in the fast lane. And what a lineup it is.
Bonus coverage then for those of you who follow the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup on a regular basis. We don't often get the opportunity to do all of the practice sessions plus the qualifying. Well, we've got that put right this weekend for this event because of the excellent coverage from Talk Media, and thanks to them for giving us the opportunity.
I did take a quick pass through their ginormous tent and notice that we have both Michael Cooper and Moise Uretsky back this weekend with Accelerating Performance. I couldn't tell the difference between the liveries, John. The only difference that really showed up was the numbers on the windscreen. They're different classes, so they're different colors. That's going to be our indicator for both of those cars. That's going to be quite tricky for us, but the 33 being Michael Cooper and the 44 being Moise Uretsky, we should be able to tell a difference between the two, running in the Pro and Pro-Am classes, respectively. Who is that first in line? Is that
That's Riley? Yeah, it's Riley with the...
That would be.
The black on the car. This is the white, green with a handprint.
That's our 2023 champion. And Tawny is up with the flag in hand.
Tawny in the flag stand is one of our IMSA starters.
We have 2 IMSA officials with us this weekend. Mr. Johnny Knotts, who is in absolute heaven right now. He is a Porsche fan through and through. He's actually levitating slightly if you look closely enough.
Yes, these feet are actually not on the ground.
Correct. And Hannah is the other one who's here this weekend. So welcome to both of them, our family members. Glad to see that they're here to keep us safe and make sure that everybody out in the pit lane is doing what they should do. I say us. See, I'm in the booth and I still can't help it.
Well, I know we all do the same thing. The Carrera Cup has not been part of this event before in its current form.
Correct.
We have had later model Porsches racing here before in previous iterations of Porsche Cup, but Carrera Cup's only been around for a couple of seasons. Really important transition to Carrera Cup from a Cup Challenge when it was brought in 3 years ago. Daniel Armbruster, the predecessor at the head of Porsche Motorsport, to Volker Holzmeier, who we were talking with this morning. He made it a priority, and I don't know how he managed to get 22 of the cars in the first year. He was expecting 17. And that was I think that was 3 seasons ago, wasn't it? Yeah. And it's just grown and grown. And in fact, it was exactly the right thing to do, because we have had the biggest Carrera Cup field for a national championship, and that was well over 40 cars, getting up towards 50 cars at Sebring.
To kick off our season, that's correct. And we've got a really good entry list here this weekend as well. We are down a car. We do need to talk about this because there is no Sabra Cook in the field this weekend, and there is no 37. Kelly Moss not finding another driver to run her car this weekend, instead keeping it safe for when she's ready to come back racing after a big crash at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And Sabra, we know you're probably at home watching and listening, and we miss you, and we want you to get well soon.
And we should say Sabra was an innocent party there.
Yes.
Her car T-boned by somebody who had some issues and couldn't get the car stopped, went onto the grass and couldn't get the car slowed down at all.
And the same sentiment for Marco Cironi, not here this weekend, and we hope to see you back at the track soon also, because Marco, second in the championship battle in that Pro-Am class coming into this weekend. Efren Castro needs to leave this weekend with a gap of 50 points, and he would be crown champ, 56 points, excuse me. That is the maximum number of points possible to accrue at the final 2 rounds of the season at the Circuit of the Americas, where we play support for Formula One. Right now, the gap is 64 points. So Marco Cironi, by dint of Marco Cironi, by dint of not being here this weekend, will ensure that Efren Castro is the Pro-Am champion for the 2023 season.
So
in effect, we've crowned 2 champions with 4 rounds to go.
So just the practice session to come. This circuit's classic circuit, 11 corners, just under 2¼ miles. Across the start-finish line, the king is turn 1, up to Andretti hairpin at turn 2. Now, the track used to go straight through and rejoin at turn 5. I can't imagine what that was like going up the hill through turn 6, having not slowed down. But we're on the dry lake bed, the Laguna Seca, which is where the track gets its name from, through turn 3. Up to turn 6, an action area not for passing, but you've got to get your turn in absolutely nailed on perfect there. Up the rear hull straight, there is an opportunity to make a pass in these cars at turn 8 and 8A, which nobody calls that. It is the corkscrew, of course it is. Then dive down through the diving bends, which are very quick, and there's a lot more runoff now on the right-hand side as you come down through turn 9. And then the banked corner of turn 10, and an undoubted opportunity to go through at turn number 11, up the inside, driver's left. Multicoloured out there at the moment. Looks like someone's unleashed a bag of Skittles and rolled them down from the top of the hill. That's the corkscrew. So what are we expecting to see in this session? We started off with 30 minutes. We've had 2.5, 3 minutes or so far. This is the first time these drivers have seen the track show.
They tested here. There was an Apex test day, so many of the drivers have gotten recent experience at this track. But since then, most of them have gone and tested at Circuit of the Americas, which is the site of the final round of the championship as well. So they've gotten their feet underneath them at this track. and then they went and did it somewhere else. And so this is very much a refresher session for the participants in the Deluxe Porsche Carrera Cup North America. So, we've got a spinner out on the track. I think that's Grady Willingham gone around. Is it in the Scooby-Doo livery car? It's definitely an AM car, and I think it's number 85.
It is indeed.
Let's see if he can get himself back out of the gravel. Hopefully he can. We can get going once again. Or is that the 83 of James McCann?
I think it's the. I'm sure it's the 85, isn't it?
I think so.
Never second guess yourself, Shay.
Yeah.
You should know that.
Well, the 85, I think, is Jacob Pedersen, who's in the pro category, and it is 85. Aha! Just me misidentifying things. It's fine. Or identifying correctly and then mistrusting myself. Let's see if Jake can get it fired up once again. He's clearly waiting for an opportunity to roll. The gravel's not particularly deep there, so it's not as if he's beached, and there should be an opportunity for clear track here in just a few moments' time. There we go, right about now. So if you can kick it into gear and get it going, you should be all right.
It's deep, though. That's the problem. 37 cars split into 3 classes, Pro, Pro-Am and Am. The cars are identical. The classes refer to the driver age and experience.
Vintage.
Vintage. I like vintage, particularly round here. That's very good. So the younger, more fruity, and come on, we're in California. The younger, more fruity are the Pro class. The mid area where there's
ripening.
A little more ripening, very good, the word I was going to use, is Pro-Am. And the heavyweight vintages are the Ams.
The most expensive ones,
and
maybe?
they are the ones that will have taken time to develop.
Worth their weight in gold.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, actually, in bronze.
In bronze,
yeah,
there we
they
go.
would be worth their weight in bronze.
Well,
a good Am driver.
Look at us making FIA ratings jokes. We've had a couple of cars going around setting actual lap times, and it should come to no surprise that the champ is the guy who has done it first off. Riley with a 125.387. That is not hanging about.
And very well done to... Who did you put in the gravel? The 85, didn't
Jake
you?
Pedersen.
Jake Pedersen,
yes.
Yeah, for
and
Raiden
he did manage to get it back out and going again, and I haven't seen him back up to speed as of yet, but he is moving.
He is moving,
yeah,
quite correct. He has not come into the pits. Early pace set by Riley Dickinson in Pro, the best at Pro-Am at the moment. Take a picture of this, PJ Hyatt, 12th overall. Kelly Moss, first in 2 classes. And what about the Ams?
Well, you said that, and then Chris Belomo jumped up in the best of the Pro-Am category.
And had a very fast shutter speed there, PJ.
Jumped PJ by a good 3 positions.
Scott Noble, he's found some real form, Scott, in the second half of the season in the blue and white number 10 MDK car. And he's qualified well, and he's raced very well indeed. And he's in 15th at the moment. Don't be surprised to see some non-pro class drivers knocking on the door of the top 10.
Yep. Well, and you mentioned Scott Noble. I have to give this guy credit because I love what he has been able to do in the category that is the the AM class. It has been all Mark Vame for a year and a half. Mark Vame winning the championship last year, dominating the series, very rarely finishing off the podium. All of a sudden, something clicked with Scott Noble at Road America race number 1. Pole, fast lap, race win.
Good point.
Pole, fast lap, race win. Race 2. All of a sudden, it stopped being so funny to Mark Vame that a guy under his own 10 was winning. We go to Indy. Pole, fast lap, race win. Yeah. Pole, fast lap, he has been perfect as far as the racing is concerned over the last 4 races. And that has resulted in, all of a sudden, a real championship battle. It's cool to see.
And that probably will go to the final round.
It will for sure, because there is 18 points separating them.
Yeah.
There is no way
unless somebody has an
one.
Absolute nightmare to score at all.
No, even then. Even then, because that would only be a maximum of 56. Yeah, it could, but that would have to be 0 points for Scott Noble in both. He would have to not start both races.
That's a good point.
There aren't enough cars in the category to get 0 points in both.
Absolutely. Porsche 992, Porsche Type 992 Cup cars. So the very close relation in street car terms of the GT3. These with the 4-litre flat 6 normally aspirated engine, pushing out round about 507 horsepower, so adequate. Running on Michelin racing slicks on specific race rims. Actually, interesting point, normie fact here, that the road cars, old 992s, run on 20s and 21s in diameter. These run on 18-inch rims for the race tyres. And Carrera Cup, of course, a global championship. Oh, turn 4, somebody's been off right underneath our commentary position. And that, I think, is Carl Washington, who's just been off in the green and yellow car.
I was kind of distracted by the fact that Tom Collingwood is back in the championship once again. It would be car number 69 because that's what Tom Collingwood runs for BGB Motorsports whenever he's out. And he has your wife's favorite livery on his car.
That's correct. Which is the hippie Porsche.
Yes, the hippie Porsche lives in Porsche Carrera Cup.
Yeah, fantastic.
This was our car that ran off. That's Speedy Dan Clark, number 64.
Clark. So another one of the yellow and green cars. Yes, it would have been yellow and blue had it been Carl. He's fine for the GMG racing car.
And into the pit lane for Speedy Dan to make sure that everything is good.
Dan Clark, former IndyCar driver, dipped his toe in the water last year with a couple of races in the Sprint Challenge, and that led him to think that he might want to come back. And he's been grabbing great chunks of time throughout this season. Just on 29 minutes to go.
Nobody's born a legend. It takes grit.
Drive. It takes determination. Early mornings
and late nights.
10,000 hours of challenge in 7 days.
It takes sweat, focus,
passion, sacrifices,
and maybe the help of a few friends.
It's the pursuit of perfection.
It's the thrill of the hunt, the smell of burnt rubber, the speed,
the sound, the fun.
It's the same for all of us.
All of us.
All of us.
All of us. Around the world.
We live this life of wheels.
Together.
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 Together. It's the dedication.
Labor.
The love of a whole lifetime. Beginning with the spark.
That ignites the flame. And fuels our passion.
All immortalized
in
1/64th. Because legends aren't born.
They're made.
Into the second third of this run for free practice one in Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup for 2023. Good afternoon, if you are just joining us. Either here at the circuit or further afield, MotorTrend Stream presented by Michelin tyres. And Lee Keane joins me. Welcome to the salubrious
this is cool.
surrounding. You like this?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's cozy. It's good to get so close. I always hear your voice, so being right next to you is really nice.
Tell me what you're doing with yourself at the moment. You're inextricably linked with Porsche, of course. So what is keeping you busy at the moment, Lee?
Yeah, there's a lot, actually. Rennsport, of course, build up to Rennsport. I have 6 Keen Project Safaris here. Porsche is using 3 of them. The other 3 are just used by their clients to drive around. I am planning a big event north of Atlanta on October 21st. It's my first time I've been doing an event, hosting an event more or less. So there's lots of little details that you have to do when you're doing that kind of stuff. I mean, you know, all
Welcome
the little
to our world.
nitty-gritty stuff. But it's called Riverworks, and it's definitely going to be an amazing thing. yeah, trying to pump out safaris as much as possible, doing a little bit of driving here and there. Haven't raced at all this year, but I've been so busy, haven't exactly missed it. But hopefully next year I'll get back behind the wheel of a race car.
You spent a lot of your early career racing Porsches. You'll know, I mean, you know most of the teams that are here. What is it about Porsche that draws people in? What is it about the brand?
Well, unless you were there from the very, very beginning in the late 50s, it's the history. So even if you started looking in the 70s like my dad did, and of course he showed me and introduced me into Porsche in the early 90s, and my first race was Daytona 24 in 1995. And it doesn't take that long to realize when you are at a racetrack, at a sports car race, to realize what kind of the go-to best car is. And that was, for me, of course, we arrived to the track in my dad's 930 Porsche. So I was already seasoned a bit before. But yeah, it was pretty clear. But yeah, I mean, really back in the day, they had, of course, a lot of fast cars. But once you kind of learn really the reliability, we're talking 70s and even into the 80s, the reliability of the car won them a lot of races, especially in the early days, of course. And then the 911 platform, you see that the 911 has done, you know, 356 before that, but then 911 really took off. They gave it finally 6 cylinders. And Dakar, Le Mans, overall winner at Le Mans in 79, overall winner at Daytona 24. And then even won Petit Le Mans overall.
As a GT car.
As a GT car. And we're talking 911 here.
Yeah.
So it's just so cool to see that car be used in so many different ways and developed for so long.
The 992 Cup car, in some ways, is the ultimate, I'd say arrive and drive. I don't mean that disrespectfully, but it is the ultimate starting point, potentially for a professional driver or for a wealthy amateur to come and to drive at a very, very high level. Carrera Cup is a global formula. This new 992 version is something else, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with the 311 RS program, we were the first team to get the cars in the world, and it was a big step. I've been around. I started driving in a 993 Carrera Cup, Super Cup car, and I've been through all the generations. And the jump that Porsche did with a double wishbone front end, the aero they went, I mean, the front of the car of the 992 Cup is actually wider than the rear of the car, and they gave it a big, basically GT aero. These cars are doing lap times that, you know, within a decade or not even that much, and RSRs were doing.
Yeah.
And these guys out here now, I mean, we're in Riley's in the 24s already in the first session. You know, you're going to see that go down certainly for qualifying. And the cars are very safe too. That's a very important thing, especially for the gentleman guy. Porsche puts a ton of effort into the safety features, the roll cage, all that stuff is very, very, very safe.
It's never been an easy car to drive. There are some drivers who simply don't get along with it. Some very good drivers. And by the way, we've just got Scott in the pits at the moment in the number 10 car, and what is the problem there? In the blue and white machine, it looks like he's getting a new set of tyres, or maybe just changing one side, maybe a right rear on Scott Noble's car. As I say, there are some good drivers. I've done Carrera Cup GB, Carrera Cup Asia, Carrera Cup Middle East,
there's a lot of them.
And you know, I've talked about all of them. There've been VIP drivers who've jumped in from other series, from other sports cars. Nice job by the team there to get Scott Noble rolling out again. And they just don't get on with them. So what's the secret to driving, particularly a cup car, quickly?
A cup car always. It wants to move around. An RSR, especially when you get in the prototype, but even like the RSR, the high downforce levels that we're at with those cars. But a cup car is still free and playful. So you have to be moving and sliding around. Michelin's done an amazing job with the tire, so it doesn't kill the tire when you slide. But you almost have to constantly dance and go over the edge right there and right in between, kind of dancing back and forth. And that movement in the car, you know, it's scary, and the last edge can be very, very scary. The last 1% can be a little scary for guys. So that's the hardest part for sure. Especially we've added a lot of more downforce with the 992s here. But yeah, you gotta be moving around. You'll see the guys up front like Riley and Sargent. I mean, those guys will be constantly, and also finding the best way to cut curbs and jump curbs and all that helps which the Cup car's always done very well, because it is relatively soft compared to an R&R. So
this time last year, I was driving a Python Green GT3 street car with the 6-speed manual over in Atlanta, and I'm amazed at how competent that car is and how closely related to these racing cars are. But you know what? You could use it as a daily. It's nowhere near as harsh on the road as I expected. It picks up speed pretty quickly, but you don't need to drive it at 9,000 revs all the time. It's got plenty of torque lower down, and I was absolutely amazed by just how user-friendly it is, actually.
yeah, it's extremely compliant. Again, with that front double wishbone suspension, but the shock development, the shock technology, yeah, you could use it every day, and it's something that's been developed. And you think this is it, this is the best it's going to get, and then somehow they keep developing it and go even further. You know, you probably would have said the same thing about the 991 Gen 1 when it came out, and then of course the 997 when it came out in 2007. But yeah, the development now and the technology that's in the car as well. I mean, user interface technology, but also the technology with the damping, the electronics, the differential. They just have the recipe. They have it figured out, but then they're constantly making it better again. But it's an impressive car, and I think there's 21 or 22 different ways, different types of 911s. You have the Dakar, that is an off-road one, and then you have the GT3, and then you just have the normal C2, and then there's a turbo, which is the luxury as well. So it's just developing the same car over and over again for 60 years.
60 years. Yep. This is the anniversary. Yeah, I have not known a world without a 911 in it. So, you know,
it's a good place.
Yeah, it's a good place to hang out.
Kind of world.
Yeah, it's my kind of world as well. 18 minutes to go. It's still Riley Dickinson who has the best time. Put it in a little bit earlier. He's been in the pits, but now he's back out again. The Kelly Moss team having a look at the car, maybe just changing a set of tyres. Tyres are not an unlimited resource in this championship. You get couple of sets for the weekend, but you can reuse sets that you have put some miles on before. His 124.3 is well, it's out. That 123.9 is his fastest lap now as he goes through. He's 6/10 away from Tom Sargent in second. Tom new to the championship this year from the Antipodes, come up from down under. McElrea Racing done the same. Sean Varwig in third. That's another Kelly Moss racing car. He's another 10th or so behind. Then it's Jason Hart in the first of the MDK Motorsports. So that's 53, 17, 2 and 20. Alex Sedgwick just been displaced actually by Sean and Jason. Alex over from the UK. Hasn't done a full season of racing for quite a long time, so he's easing his way back in. He's been very competitive this year in the JDX Racing number 98. His teammate Will Martin is in 6th position. That's the top 6 in Pro. In Pro-Am, it's Efren Castro. In the blue and red, number 65 from Chris Bellomo. In the 68 in second. PJ Hyatt for Kelly Moss Racing in third. And in Am, it's Mark Rami for MDK Motorsports, ahead of Bob Mueller for Octavio Tequila Racing. Oh, hello. That's a great sponsor. So long as you don't mix the two, of course. Let's make that point straight away. And John Getz for Wright Motorsport in third position. Scott Noble is in fourth, and he's just done his fastest lap, but he was in the pits for a wee while just before that. And a little moment for the number 2 Citadel Group car. This is one of the Pro Class cars.
That's a tricky one on the entry of that corner, very fast. And of course, this new pavement, you're going into all the corners faster than you were before.
Turn 4 is a commitment corner here, and that's where Sean Varwig had a very interesting moment. Looked like the back just gave up a little bit, had to counter steer, bit of opposite lock in there. But then the back grips up again, and then what you're trying not to do, the classic thing, is not get behind on the steering, as the saying goes.
Yeah, and it's pretty obvious when you are behind, because you'll see that big snap and you'll see the car. That's the 911 way. But that is a tricky corner, and you're trying to really maximize the entry. You're actually trying to use the curbing on the left up against the dirt, and not everybody's doing that. Some of these other groups that are racing today are probably not doing that, so it's probably pretty dirty over there. So the more you push it, and that looked kind of like what that was, scrubbing the brakes, a big hit on the brakes, but then quickly releasing to roll that speed into the corner. So
classic circuit, you think you know it. The team thinks they know it. It gets repaved. It's happened most recently in IMSA competition at places like Road America, Watkins Glen International, and now here. Do you literally have to start all over again in terms of what you think you know about the track?
There will still be some things that are there, some little tricks and tips. There will be some little, but there'll be new things as well. And I drove the track yesterday. It's amazing, very smooth, tons of grip. I was given some media rides, and yeah, the track is awesome. I've talked to a couple of the guys. I sat next to Riley in the autograph session yesterday. They tested here, and yeah, there's a big smile when they're talking about this track now, because the track's always been amazing. You've always had these incredible corners, but with the sand and the old pavement, it would be very slippery, especially when it was hot. The weather today and yesterday has been absolutely perfect, of course, but the track is making a ton of grip. I think last year our qualifying times might have been in the 24 for pole, and yeah, I think you're going to see a couple of seconds, maybe 2 seconds quicker.
That much?
It's possible, yeah. I mean, Riley's already in the 23s now, high 23s. Most likely this is on tires from the previous race. So you stick her up with a lighter fuel load and a little bit more rubber get laid down. I mean, we do have 935s in other groups and 917s. Those cars are laying down rubber, I'm sure, especially in the exit of the corners. So yeah, it's pretty cool actually. I know these guys are having a blast.
Race lap record: Trenton Estep in Pro 124.9. Pro-Am Efren Castro 126.2, and Mark Wame in 127. That's race lap record, so bear in mind you're full of VP Racing fuel at the start of a 45 or 50 minute race, so there's a lot of weight in those cars at that point. You'll try also in the race to save a good set of tyres, whether it's a brand new set or not. There's tactics in that, isn't there, Lee? Because when do you use your tyres? Because there's only one qualifying session. So your first best lap is race 1 grid setter. Your second best lap is race 2 grid setter. And we do see people using 2 full sets of tyres now.
Yeah, we actually learned that. Of course, you know, we were part of the first year and the first race at Sebring, and everybody pretty much did 1 set of sticker tires, then to have stickers for race 1 and race 2. And what we basically learned, and what teams started to learn about halfway through the first year, everybody was doing 2 stickers during qualifying and then managing when they would use the sticker and then use the scrub, because the lap times were coming down, kind of almost like a Formula 1 session or something like that, you know, halfway through, and you could lighten the fuel, you know, load up. You can't add fuel, so you would only have to put maybe like 10 minutes of fuel or 8 minutes of fuel if you wanted really light. But basically the recipe was do 2 stickers, because it was so difficult to pass. Really, people learned that ultimate track position you gained in qualifying by using a set of stickers didn't counter, you know, wasn't worth it to save that set of stickers and try to make it up in the race.
So counting down to the last 12 minutes or thereabouts. And time's coming down. And in fact, Will Martin up to second, Michael McCann to third. So that's the 9 and the 8 car closing in on Riley Dickinson. Now just 0.2 of a second. Riley put down his 1:23.9, and at that point he was nearly 7/10, nearly 3/4 of a second ahead of the field. And now he's being closed down to just 2/10 between first and second, and half a second between second and third. The top, really the top 10 are well within a second. Top 12, 13 on a second. That's how tight it is. And that's why getting qualifying rightly is so important, because track position, you want to be as close to the front as you can to try and avoid any nonsense that goes on in the mid-pack. But also, these are exactly the same cars. There's not that much the teams and the drivers can do to tune them. It is the driver that makes the difference. So the closer you are at the front of the field, the less cars you've got to pass.
Yeah, I learned that too my second year. In the first year I ran, had a couple of podiums. Best finish was a second, qualified on the front row at Sebring. But in my second year with 311 RS, I rode I had gotten food poisoning. I won't say the restaurant, a popular restaurant, not in Elkhart Lake. It was on the lake over in Sheboygan. But yeah, I missed the first practice, and I still wasn't feeling good for the second practice, so I didn't qualify well. So I think I qualified 12th, and I had usually would qualify 4th, maybe 3rd to 6th. And yeah, I learned I said, okay, I'm back in 12th. I'll make up some ground pretty quickly. And no, that wasn't exactly the case. All these guys in the top 10 are extremely good, extremely mature, and you got to do some real work, even if you're just a little bit quicker, to get by them. With the ABS in these cars, you know, mistakes are very, very rare. And yeah, you have to kind of link up corners, and yeah, it's tough. And I mean, even the Pro-Am guys, I mean, Efren has got great pace. I think he might be able to clinch the championship this weekend. And those guys can kind of sneak up with you, because if you don't qualify in the top 10, yeah, you might have one of the Pro-Am guys just a row or two behind you, depending on, you know, how good their qualifying session was.
Riley comes into this weekend as champion-elect. I mean, with 4 races to go, we haven't seen that for a very long time in this championship.
Yeah, pretty impressive. I mean, Riley was there in 21 and 22, and I remember our first race, he passed me in turn 17 in race 2 at Sebring. And I was like, whoa, I did not see. I mean, I've been
bumpy there.
Been around a while, but I didn't see the move. I saw him coming, but I didn't think he would be able to stick in the inside right up under the bridge. And he did, and just motored, and I was like, wow. And he was still very young. He's actually still very young. I think he is just now able to drink legally.
21, yeah,
so
21
he
in
can drink
February,
the champagne.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he's looking forward to hopefully trying to win the last 4 races so he can get some champagne. Oh, that's not a good spot.
Spin at turn 6, and no major incident.
Yeah,
thank
lucky
goodness, because that was in front of a little battle pack of cars, a little bunch of cars. Just went over the edge of the curb, off the green, and into the dirt. We'll try and pick up who that is as they come across the top of the rise. Improvement last time around for Jason Hart in the number 20 for MDK, 4th position.
And Riley went even quicker again, just a 10th.
Goodness.
But, you know, it's always nice. Yeah, that is a really tricky corner there. That
turn
really
6.
Turn 6.
Got to nail your turn in, haven't you?
And they have extended, but it's the way the apex is cambered, and it's the way you go under the bridge and the car lifts up right on turn in. So it's really easy for it to come around on entry. Let's see. Looks okay here. Maybe pushes wide. Oh, no.
It's a car in front at that point. And
yeah, so
the dust
probably
not
just
helping.
A little wide, and then the right tires in the gravel with still a lot of steering rag. Lucky there. I mean, he could have ended up in the tires on the right pretty easily. So, and then of course it's pretty blind as well.
How much of the curb dare you take on the left-hand side there?
The apex curb? Yeah, you can't. There's the turtles here. Laguna has the big humps. Basically, you can see it right there. Then the corkscrew, the yellow parts. That's big. If you hit that, you're in trouble. I was in a Grand Am Rolex race. A car directly in front of me hit the front right in turn 10, this corner right there, and his headlight flew out, and the wheel, I saw the wheel bent. Oh, we got another one around now. Is he in the gravel there?
Now that's going to dig in at that point. This is at turn 10. Again, it's Tom Balames for Kelly Moss in the multicoloured striped car. Oh, no,
nice and easy, huh? Oh.
Don't keep the revs down.
The car's coming from the other direction.
He's in a dangerous place here. We'll have double yellows out, which means slow down and be prepared to stop. And what Tom doesn't want to do is to spin up those rear Michelins here. But he's about half a car's length away from getting onto some harder.
Nice clutch work.
That's
well done.
Brilliant,
good
Tom.
clutch work.
Very good clutch work.
Yeah. That's a tight situation, especially staring at those cars trying to work that clutch.
Coming down the hill at you.
That's not a good place to be. So well done.
That's a bit of heavy breathing at that point.
If he realizes the hazards are, he's even turned the hazards off too, because when the car stalls, the hazards come on unless you do a full restart. So he's done as a good recovery there.
Just came into turn 10, probably a little bit quickly, maybe just took a little bit of the apex curb as well. Got off the brakes early, saved the tyres, Lee.
Yep, saved the tyres, also got out of the way of oncoming cars. Yeah, very well done. Up, from the spin, once the spin was over, after that, very, very, very well done.
And that's an AM driver being very savvy there. Easy to panic and make a bad situation worse.
Yeah, no, very, very heads up. The same situation never happens twice, and you certainly don't expect it. So when you get in there, there's a lot of decisions that you have to make. Yeah,
Tom Collingwood going off at turn 4 as well. See, they all need 911 Dakars if they're going to drive like this, don't they? With the off-road Michelins. Have you had a go?
I have one. I took delivery of mine.
Did you?
And I've been daily driving it around Atlanta, and it's been wonderful.
Did you get the fancy colour scheme, or did you go for standard colour?
Shade grey. Yeah, kept it simple. No livery. It stands out.
Did you do Arctic or crayon or?
It's like a green. It's like a grayish green color. Yeah, it's a beautiful car. The interior is very GT3-ish with carbon buckets, and then I did the roof rack with the lights on it as well. And it's wonderful. I mean, it's awesome.
I've seen a couple here up on the hill, dusty, and they look great, dusty.
Yeah, they look good dirty. I won't be washing mine too much.
Into the pit lane then for the 69 that we've just seen off the track in the Pro-Am category. And good news is that car did come straight back round again, but that'll have concentrated the mind. James McCann just going through turn number 4 with Grady Willingham behind him, coming up to turn 5 now. The yellow numbers on the windscreens and, well, in fact, on all of the glass, they're the AM drivers. The red are the pro drivers, so that's another way that you can check out which categories there. Sun's come out now. We had a little bit of marine layer earlier on, so this new very dark pavement, that'll pick up temperature quite quickly when the sun gets on it.
Yeah, and it makes a big difference too. Your balance will start to change, your tire wear. I mean, you're trying to get these tires all the way through. Ideally, you use a different set of scrubs right before qualifying tomorrow. So you're really just trying to get through this session with a little bit of tire left, just so you can get a feel for the balance, kind of understand what the car is doing, and of course from the driver's seat figure out these new, I mean, with this pavement, I would imagine that apex speeds are increased 3 to 5 miles an hour in some corners.
That much?
I think probably in turn 4, the fast right-hander, yeah, you're looking at, and you are.
So Elias De La Torre coming through the field there, and one or two drivers getting a little bit impatient. Headlamps flashing. Bailey Hall, new to the championship this weekend for McElrea Racing. He's been doing great things in Carrera Cup Australia, and he's doing the last 2 events here in Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. I think it was Michael McCarthy that was in front of him in the number 7 car, and I mean, it flashed the headlights. It does give you 5 more horsepower, doesn't it? That is the general consensus with you drivers.
It seems to be European thing, or either maybe just like a non-American thing for whatever reasons. But I know for sure European drivers love to flash their headlights. Maybe, you know, that was turn 3 already, so maybe he was like a 10th up on his best lap and he was getting antsy. You hate when you're on a quicker lap and then the guy goofs off or slows down. But I mean, everybody's heads out. Michael knows he's there already. He doesn't need the flashers to realize it.
And we do have team to driver radio here, so the team will be spotting for the drivers as well on a circuit like this. Yeah, I mean, they'll tell them this is not super important during practice session. The radio will really be being used for setup reasons. There will be a lot of sway bar changes and a lot of maybe wing change, the little things you can do, tire pressure, during this session. So the radio will be busy there. Very tight at the top now, just 0.084 of a second as Will Martin's found some time for JDX in the number 9 car. And another car kicking up dust at turn number 4.
Another one.
Hang on, there's 2 cars in there, I'm sure. As
we need another camera.
I think that was one of the same cars that went off there early on, but I honestly couldn't see through the dust. But I thought I saw the multicolored car.
It's giving everybody that corner is giving everybody a fit. It must be the faster speed from turn 3.
Yeah, it was.
Exiting turn 3 now, you're going to be going so much faster than what they're used to. So they're getting into turn 4 quick.
Checkered flag is out. It was Tom Balamis who was off, and Tony down on the pits, on the start stand, should I say, with her usual very effective run of flag waving. Got Riley Dickinson at the top, and he's come into the pits, and here they come, finishing the laps that they are. Remember, this is only practice. We're not setting the grid from these times. Although I should say that in any time you go out on a track in a race meeting, you should always think about doing your best, because if something goes wrong in following sessions, and for example you can't qualify, do your qualifying session, the whole field can't qualify, the option is there for race control to set a grid either based on championship positions or based on a timed session from early on. So you don't really want to be dawdling about. I expect there'll be a lot of data from that, and there'll be a lot of chatting going on after this session to ask drivers about the balance of the car and how that grip is coming in, Lee.
Yeah, for sure. Now, we're finally here for the big weekend. It is the feature race. I mean, Rennsport, of course, is a very, very big weekend. There's the who's who of Porsche is here.
There's no bigger Porsche weekend, is there?
No, I mean, this is it. And you have, I mean, Porsche family here. You have all the old race car drivers. You have a lot of important people that maybe normally wouldn't be at a Carrera Cup race, North America race, and they are here from all over the world. So you want to do your best here. The spotlight really for the racing is on Carrera Cup this weekend, and you're going to see the most competitive racing, and especially the most bumping and rubbing. I promise you that as well from all the groups. So yeah, this is a big, big weekend.
So free practice 1. Thank you very much to Lee Keane, who's been with us. We'll have a closing comment from him in a wee moment. Pick a Porsche, pick a Porsche, pick a Porsche, any Porsche that's out there at the minute. There's every single colour, there's every single model. There's some colours that you probably haven't seen before, which are probably painted to sample, that somebody has paid a lot of money for. So it's Riley Dickinson who heads up the free practice times in Pro. In Pro, I'm Chris Palomo for MDK, and in Am, Scott Noble came back from a bit of a tardy start when he was down in 4th position and had a long pit stop for MDK Motorsport in the blue and white. Let's head down to Ed in the paddock while these guys get themselves off the circuit and back to their pits.
All right. Thank you, John. This is great. I'm actually here at I know your favorite events here at Rennsport Reunion 7. If you're here and watching, I'm across from the Tag Heuer booth, around the corner from the Transformer Optimus Prime and the Huge Gorilla, with 21 Porsche tractors. These are the most amazing things. This is a fan favorite. If you're here, you can see them all in resplendent in carmine red. If you want to know about these tractors, I got you covered. So there's 4 different kinds, okay? There's a junior, a standard, a super, and a master in ascending order, okay? These came out in around 1956 and were sold until about 1963. 125,000 were made globally, but only about 1,000 of them came to this country. And you could get them, again, in any color you like, as long as it was red. And they start with the junior, one right here, 14 horsepower, amazing. You got a standard that's at 24. You got the super, 38 horsepower. And for you hot rods out there, 50 horsepower for the master Porsche diesel tractor. Why am I telling you about their horsepowers? Because Saturday and Sunday, these bad boys, all of them, are going to be racing around the track. They're going to start at on the grid, go all the way around to turn 5 before going up the hill. That's the finish line. Should be amazing. This was a hoot at the last Rennsport. You can see them. Some of them are race kitted out. Look at this one in the famous liveries, dual split livery here. And then again, everybody who's anybody in the Porsche world owns one, including our man, Mr. Jeff Zwart, who has a Streamliner version over here, the orange one, sitting next to, oh, hi, Amanda. Hello, Kristen.
Hi, friends.
Hi.
Oh, goodness. Excuse us. We're just living out our Porsche diesel tractor dreams over here. This is a pitch in case anyone needs a driver for the race tomorrow. You know, I could potentially fill in.
I think you could.
Kristen, I think you could take one.
I think this goes with your lips better, though.
Yes.
You know, hey, it's a nice plug there. So if anyone needs a driver for the tractor race tomorrow, my name is Amanda Busick. I have some experience in drag racing and a little bit in Formula 4, but I would wheel one of these bad boys up turn 5.
And you'd probably beat Justin Bell, who actually is racing, I think, this weekend in one of these fine tractors. I think the one to beat here, though, is Jeff Zwart's beautiful Streamliner. This is an Al Geyer Porsche design beauty. Very famous if you've seen it on Instagram. But yes, please, if you're here, definitely come out and check out this amazing collection of Porsche tractors. If you want one, they go about $25,000 to $50,000 for one in really nice condition. Get them while they're hot. It's arguably the most affordable vintage Porsche you can buy right now. And back to you, John.
Thanks, team, down in the paddock. I called the tractor races the last time that we were here for Rennsport, and I have to say, they were a hoot. And there was a bit of cheating went on, and track limits was an issue with tractors around here. I have been offered a drive. In fact, I've been offered 2 drives, but I think I've got duties here.
You're not doing it. Pat Long yesterday told me I'm racing it. I knew nothing about it.
Yeah,
and then I saw him in the paddock briefly today, and he pointed over at the tractors and said, "Get ready." So I still don't know which one I'm driving, whose it is, or anything.
It'll be parts. He's got 2 entries.
Apparently, I'm driving. I don't know.
Lee, quick final thoughts on what we saw there in Porsche Carrera Cup North America. We said it was a learning experience. What happens now? They have to build on what they've seen and refine before we get through second practice and then into qualifying.
Yeah, well, there will be a lot of data used now, section times from other teams that the teams have. And then, of course, the larger teams with a lot of cars, they'll all be able to look at their data. They've already tested, but now it's the real weekend. The track does evolve. A track is like a living creature, especially Laguna, because when the sand blows across, things change and you can really pick up understeer there. So there's a lot of things to happen. So yeah, a lot of data crunching, a lot of in-car viewing of in-car laps, and hopefully a good meal and fast qualifying tomorrow.
When we're seeing 311 RS back?
I don't know. Ryan just expanded his shop in Minneapolis. A lot of track cars. He's been working on cup cars too. So he's focused on that. A really great program he has up there. And he's here too. Him and his wife is staying in the same house as my wife and I. We're just having a blast.
I love it. That's the whole idea of Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7. Live stream, road and track on YouTube. Thank you for being with us. Presented by Michelin. Good to have your company, and we'll be back with more in a minute or two.
it's very hard as well because the track has much higher average speed, so it's a lot more stress on the cars, but higher top speed. When you win, most satisfying moment you can feel in your career.
It's turned into another beautiful afternoon at Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. John Hindorf joined by Peter Mackay again in the booth. Our live stream on YouTube with Road and Track and presented by Michelin. What a great circuit this is. The new pavement. IMSA were the last people to race on it on the old surface, and then the big infrastructure development, the new bridge over the start-finish line, and much, much more. And an eclectic mix of cars coming out of the pits now, Peter, to entertain us again. There's something for everything, something for everybody here, isn't there?
You bet there is, and this is the Porsche Club of America. This is where racers compete through every corner of this wonderful country, but this is a special event for them to come here and race in front of such a big crowd at Rennsport Reunion. And the Porsche Club of America has such a great history of both road-going Porsches, but also the racing activity, and so many drivers get their start in racing in Porsche Club of America. But some amazing machines here, from Boxsters, 944s, 968s, 914s, 911s. If it's got a Porsche badge, you can race on it. You know, one thing I'd love to see in the Porsche Club of America would be a race-prepared Cayenne. I think that would be a cool Porsche Club of America.
We had a Trans-Siberia out there earlier on, which was one of the earliest special editions of the Cayenne. But that was prepped properly for a Trans-Siberian expedition.
It was.
And they're highly sought after now.
They are. Again, every regional importer entered one. So the UK one was driven and prepared by Richard Tuthill, who knows a thing or two about making a Porsche go fast on a loose surface.
Yep. So this sprint race is going to set up for half an hour, 30 minutes. And it'll be Robert Murillo on pole position from Brian Lawrence, 82 from 44 in their Carreras, an 85 car and a 69 car on the front row. We'll go from track wheels to Hot Wheels. And I know, I'll get my coat. Amanda.
Hey guys, and I hope you can hear the music behind us because the band is now going. It is turning into a party down here for Rennsport Reunion number 7. Ed Lowe's still hanging out with us today, and man, are there more than 2 iconic brands than Porsche and Hot Wheels together?
I can't think of any two that go better than peanut butter and jelly, especially here at this event, because they debuted this beauty. This is a 944 Dirtmeister. Off-roading is really popular now with the Porsche set. They're lifting up some 911s. They're putting some knobby tires on them. They're going rally racing with the big, the headlights. And what's great about Hot Wheels is that when they do one in real life, at life size, that's a big deal because you know they're going to make a little one. So they got this guy debuted alongside the full-size version. And what's really cool is that they have a track over here for the kids to play with. All the little Hot Wheels. I think maybe, Amanda, you're going to go over there and maybe chat with a couple of the competitors?
You know, I did talk to a kid. He knows that I'm going to come over here. I just want to say real quick on this Dirtmeister, I was reading that this the Hot Wheels version was added to the Garage of Legends for Hot Wheels. How significant of an honor is that?
That's a really big deal. So the Hot Wheels brand, they've been doing these Legends tour all around the country. They're finding the coolest, fixed up vehicles, and they have this competition where the guy or woman who makes the coolest one gets their car immortalized in small scale and become a legend, basically. So no better place to celebrate a new legend than here at Rennsport Reunion.
I love it, and Porsche and Hot Wheels have been connected since the 70s. And as we move over to the kids area, you can see kind of the coloring wall behind there. You got the loop track for people to race, but I got my man Ricky over here. Ricky, you want to say hello to everybody?
Hi!
How much fun are you having here at Rennsport?
A lot!
Have you played with the Hot Wheels yet?
Sorta.
Do you want to race me?
Yeah.
Do you want to race me and Ed Lowe?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go over here and see who wins. All right.
We're going to race.
Okay, there's a lot riding on this. Okay, so I have my man Ricky here. I got Ed Lowe, and we're going to race. Could you line us up 3? But just make sure that mine wins, okay?
Do we got to go get some cars? How does this? These guys have them? All right. I want the white one.
There you go, guys.
I want the white one. Okay, I'm the white Carrera. Okay, I'm on the outside. Whoa, you're the yellow? He's the yellow. Ricky's the yellow, so we'll take this
I want
down.
to take the red car.
I think you're good. Amanda, this is you? You want? Why don't you?
I'll take that one. That's
all right,
me.
Go. All right, I'm the white.
All right,
Ricky's
Ricky,
the
who's
yellow.
winning?
Okay. Come on down. You can call it. You call.
Go, red. 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay, I was that. That's me.
Amanda won. Ricky finished second.
Victory
and
is
I
mine
finished
here at the
third.
Hot Wheels area.
All right, Ricky, high five. Down
Nice
low.
job, sir.
Round
Ricky, it was
the
a
corner.
pleasure.
Round the corner. Too slow.
Hey, you want to tell
I got
them,
you.
hey? Wave at the camera. Awesome. So much fun here at Rennsport Reunion. Thank you to everyone for joining us here in the track, John.
There is a Porsche for everyone. I keep telling people that it might not be a one-to-one size one, but there is literally a Porsche for everybody on this circuit. And at this weekend, it is truly a haven for Porsche lovers, owners, drivers, people who just enjoy the brand and enjoy having a bit of fun. Great family atmosphere, thanks to Ed and Amanda. Porsche's on the track from the Porsche Club of America. My goodness, what a history they have as well. And out in front of an eclectic mix of cars, as we mentioned, Brian Lawrence in the white 69 911, got the little Outlaw rear lights on there with the huge rear wing. I haven't got all the details of the provenance of that car, but that is clearly a car that was built in the early days of the understanding of aerodynamics, with the big rear wing placed up as high as possible to try and take advantage of the air coming over the top of the car, Peter.
Well, this Laguna Seca is a circuit where top-end speed isn't quite as important. There's a lot of corners where you're looking to have quite a lot of downforce and stability as well. So the aerodynamics are important, of course. Some of the other cars we're seeing in this class are a little bit more, shall we say, showroom or period correct in the way that they're racing, but yeah, right out front at the moment, Brian Lawrence leading by 11.8 seconds. He's lapping 6 seconds faster than the rest of the field. In second, it's Brian Weatherhead in the 1974 Porsche 914-6. Now, the 914-6 was the first, the car that won the first ever IMSA race. Peter Gregg and Hurley Haywood at VIR. So it's a quick car too.
I did say a front-engine car, and there's a 960,
there's a few. Yeah.
There's a 968. You see, when you start getting into Porsches, and you see the ones that you like or you have. So I've got a 968 Sport, which used to be my daily driver. I've had it about 6 years now, and it's been, I shouldn't say, well, no, it can't hear me because I'm not in the same country, so it doesn't count. But I am knocking on wood as I say. It's been an extraordinarily well-behaved car for something that was built in relatively limited numbers, 306 of them built, back in a single year of 1994-5. And it's got 113,000 miles on it, and it's never had the head off, and it's been brilliant, and I love it to bits. So I'll be looking out for that front engine car. It is the number 51, Mitch Balling's car, I think. We're watching what's going on the track. Peter and I will continue to get excited about this PCA Sprint Race 2. 5 minutes. 5 minutes gone, 25 to go. Kristen is in the parking lot, which is like a car show.
In there, but arguably some of the most important and interesting things are happening out here in the parking lot. I am with Jim, who has brought himself a nice lunch. Jim, please tell us more about what you have here.
Absolutely. So I cooked lunch on Petra. That's the name of the vehicle. Her catalytic converter. It's jumbo shrimp that have been halved with a really nice summer squash garlic butter mix and a little bit of blackened seasoning in there as well.
So to reiterate, you did this on the catalytic converter. You wrapped it in foil. And let me bring you in here a little bit just to see Jim's setup. You have to kind of like reach in there, but basically the package sits on top of the catalytic converter. And what temperatures are we talking about here?
Great question. So because I'm static, around 485 degrees for the cat. If I was driving, it would be 525, so the food would cook a little bit quicker.
And how long did it take to prepare the shrimp today?
I actually sat in the car and did it. It took about, it was very quick to physically prep, and then to cook the shrimp took about 22 minutes.
That's pretty good. Should we try it? Absolutely. Let's try it. This is just me trying to grift a meal out of this.
2125s, again, a little bit of garlic butter, blackened seasoning, and just a very straightforward presentation from the standpoint that it's just a nice little appetizer.
I think that's great. So I'm going to try one. I'm just going to help myself. I hope that's fine.
And I'll join you. That's okay.
For sure. I think you should take the first bite.
That's it's perfectly cooked. The garlic butter comes through, so I'm very happy with that.
I'm going to have some help with this. Thank you. That's fabulous. That's really nice. And I think you got the consistency just right. And yeah, that's awesome. Do you have any final words?
I don't. It's great to be at Rennsport.
You never know what you can find here, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Why am I suddenly hungry, Peter?
I'm hungry too.
Yeah,
I do like prawns.
Fantastic.
Yes, garlic butter prawns.
Yes,
please.
Possibly not when we're in such close proximity to each other in what is quite, as you've seen from our commentator cam, quite a bijou residence that we have this weekend.
Not when we've had such royalty. Like, imagine Derek Bell coming in to see us and we'd had our
reek
prawn
of garlic.
Yeah.
Oh no.
The door would shut straight away again.
Okay. I think possibly, yes, that's why we haven't had it. We are still watching the continuing sprint race, the second sprint race of the weekend for the Porsche Club of America. Brian Lawrence in that white number 44 has pulled away in the 69-911. Sun is out. It's a white car with the yellow mid-stripe and the blue on the bottom. That is a really good, that is a very good looking car. Some 25 seconds back down the road, Brian Werther in the GT3 class. That's one of the 9146s. We've got a blue 97 Boxster in third. This is the number 111, David Levas. Now, he is the leader in GT4 class. Now, he's nearly 30 seconds back, but that is a very, very respectable run for one of the GT4 classes. And he's having a great battle with Claudio Kempf in the blue 1970 911. So 111 and number 66 are having a battle out on track for the lead in GT4 category and for third and fourth overall. Just coming on to the front straight now, the 111 light blue Boxster with the faired-in lights and the martini stripes. It is my in fact, the hill I would die on is that you put martini stripes on a car, it can't make it look any worse. And he's coming up to lap the number 69 position. I don't think that's a position. Was that a lap? Was that a lap car? Oh, that was Brian Weatherd.
Yes.
That's for second position. So second, third and fourth now together out of 3 into 4. The light blue 66 Claudio Kempf in the very lovely 1970 911, again with the high, very high secondary spoiler. I'm super impressed with the pace of this Boxster. With the hard top on it, that isn't a Cayman, that didn't exist in that model number. The Cayman came along much later on, but that is one of the very elegant hard top cars, and that is second, third and fourth overall, and The two blue cars are fighting for the GT4 lead.
And it's quite fitting that it's battling away with a 914.6, which actually in theory is the spiritual successor of the 914 as the Boxer.
Absolutely right.
Mid-engine, smaller, more affordable, increases the breadth of the range, which exists to this day. You know, you can, you know, depending on the market you're in, you know, you can buy a brand new Porsche for the same price as a fast hatchback. You can still get into a 2-litre flat 4 Cayman or Boxster for that sort of price, or you can go completely up to the other side and get yourself a GT3 RS at whatever it is. But all along the whole Porsche range, there's something for everyone, and a lot of them are here in this Porsche Club of America event. But the amount of home-built modification that have gone into these cars, particularly the 914.6 and the yellow and black livery, is absolutely fantastic.
It may be a trick of the livery, and it may be a trick of the slightly different version of the rear arches, because they're not the blister arches. But that does look a little bit like that car's got a longer wheelbase than I would have thought. And I'm purely speculating. And as I say, it might be just a trick of the colourway and the design of those rear fenders. But that looks like that has been built for something very specific, particularly with that periscope air scoop, much beloved of early to mid-70s Formula 1 cars, to get a ram air effect, to effectively get a free supercharging of the little bit, maybe microcharging, of the air coming into the intakes.
Well, and without the weight of the supercharger as well, of course. The ram air is, very, very simple way to go about it. Now, the car number 66 sitting in 4th at the moment in this little 3-car pack, Claudio Kempf. That's got to be our very own Shea Adams' favourite car, because it's in Miami. It looks like Miami blue to me.
It's very close.
It's
very close.
Close enough, I would think.
Riviera blue making a comeback, I noticed on the colour sheets. That was a good old 968 colour.
I like very Nagaro blue.
Nagaro blue, very good. There are, I think, some manufacturers, some other German manufacturers, in fact, with close ties to Porsche, and with 4 rings on them, have a lot of shades of grey. Porsche, I think, have had more shades of blue than anybody else down through the years.
Well, back in November, thanks to Porsche Cars Great Britain, I had a go for the day in a frozen berry GT4, Cayman GT4. What a machine that was. I mean, just revs all the way. I can't remember the exact rev, but revs to a lot. What carbon brakes, and you can just lean on the brakes as hard as you want, over and over and over again, and it just takes it. Just fantastic.
The GT4 I had was classic guard.
That's the one I would have.
10 days. Yeah. 10 days I had that.
And it's a no-cost option usually.
Of course.
You don't have to pay extra.
That's right. Where do you come from again?
Scotland.
You know, listen, you set yourself up for that one, P-Mac.
Yeah.
You really did.
Without comment.
Peter Mackay and John Hindorf revelling in the Porsche Club of America Sprint Race 2, halfway through, and a 9... Now, that's come off a Boxster or a 986, a 986 Boxster or a 996. Well, there's no 996 as that, so that must have come off the Boxster. There's a couple of Boxsters here. Now, is that from Dallas Carroll's car, the number 16?
That's a Boxster light.
I think that's a Boxster light, yeah.
Could be a 996 front light, as we talked about.
But it's no 996.
No, it's a Boxster light. I was only kidding.
It's a 986 light, and that, I hope that doesn't get fragmented, because they aren't cheap.
And I think that came off our David Levis's car, the 111, because
he's lost a position.
Just off shot, we saw him. He's going tumbling down the timing screen right now. I think he'll be coming into the pits soon, actually, 111 of David Levis, because he took an alternative route off the road.
Oh, there you go.
What a shame for the little Boxster. Let's get a look.
So, second. It was a big dive down the inside of a car that he was lapping, and in fact it came off the car he was lapping. It was the 13 that was being lapped, 986 Boxster, and that was Charles Krause's car. That's a 98 Boxster, and that was the headlight. But Oh, this is bad news. Don't spin the wheels. Don't spin the wheels. He's dug it in. And the 76 as well. Oh, my goodness me. Carnage out on the circuit. So Charles Krause, we think, has come in the pits. David Levas has come in the pits. Problem for the black 46. There's been a coming together of two cars. And what was the other car involved? Oh, it was the 76. And that could have been much worse indeed, although both of those drivers will think that they were hard done by. That was Paul Georgeson in the 911 Cup car. That was the ready coloured car. Sorry, that was an 86 Carrera. And Sean Neal was the 911 Cup car as well, with the 46 car in the black. That's an 81 car, and that's going nowhere. I casually waving for the marshals, as much as to say, you couldn't just give me a little push to get. It's going to take a bit more than that, I think, Sean, to get out of there.
I mean, the 911 rear-engine traction can do many things, but that might be beyond its limit. Maybe a 911 Dakar would have got into there.
Yeah, he wouldn't have stopped. He would have just kept his foot in. Don't forget all-wheel drive.
With a big oversteer. So full course yellow out on circuit.
So this is going to close up Brian's lead at the front of the field. So we've got two Brians now, Brian Lawrence and Brian Weathered. He's just crossed the line, our leader. Frank Powell's gone through a lap down. So GT3's first and second. GT3 class cars first and second. 44 and 69. Claudio Kempf now leads GT4. The Val Vilds 911 Cup number 21 is leading its class just ahead of Karen Holmes in the 36 car. Now let's head down to the garage area whilst we clear the carnage at turn 4. Ed Lowe with an electric personality.
Yes, thank you, John. So I'm down here in the Icons Museum area along Pit Row. And you know what's great about this event? I keep saying it. It's not just vintage cars. It's not just race cars. Porsche covers everything, including the future of automotive. There are some electric cars here. And what's really unique and caught my eye is that there's a company here, not Porsche, that has a lot of, just doing a lot in terms of working out what we're going to do for the future of mobility and sustainability. It's this company, Redwood Materials. I'm joined by Todd Zalowski. He's the head of automotive partnerships for Redwood Materials. And let's just get right to the point. What does Redwood Materials do?
Yeah, so at Redwood, we are a battery materials manufacturing company. So our job is to take battery components out of Porsches and other vehicles, recycle and remanufacture those back into the anode and cathode material so that we can get those back into the supply chain on a local level.
So this is actually a really big deal because, look, there's a lot of controversy out there about EVs and how much they're coming, and people are like, oh, where are they going to get all the lithium? Where are they going to get the rare earth materials? Well, one way you can do it is via recycling. And what Redwood Materials is doing is recycling batteries at scale. Big batteries, small batteries, all sorts of batteries, and making them new again, whole again for uses in automotive, but also other applications. Is that right?
That's correct. Consumer devices, stationary storage, you name it. And at Redwood, we have a recycling rate of about 95%. So all those metals that are in batteries today can be recovered and reintroduced in the supply chain on a local level, keeping them here in America.
And that's sort of the key thing to understand. Car batteries, and electric cars in particular, they have a very narrow tolerance for performance. You want a car that can hold its charge, from 20 to 80%. It's got to discharge a certain way. It's got to maintain, a high volume of energy. But, for a home use or an industrial use, you can take a battery that's not quite optimized, no longer optimal for a car, and put it in some other application. And what's fascinating about Redwood is actually who the founder is. So if you guys have been following automotive culture, automotive technology for the last 20 years or so, a guy by the name of J.B. Straubel has been making huge inroads into EVs. He's the former chief technology officer at Tesla, and he is the founder of Redwood Materials. And Todd, you came from Tesla too, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Worked at Tesla for a little while, but really, we saw the need of all the batteries that we were putting on the road, that we needed to find a home for those batteries to ensure that they didn't end up in a landfill. And that's really core to our ethos at Redwood, is we want to ensure that every lithium-ion battery, whether it's from a vehicle, stationary storage device, iPhones, iPads, you name it, that gets recycled and recovered and returned back into the supply chain. And that's really what we're all about.
So fantastic. If you're here at Rennsport, come down the Icon sort of alley and go into Garage 7. You can see Redwood Materials. They got a little booth. You can talk to Todd, talk to his friends. There's also a Taycan, a Porsche Taycan sort of a battery kit out there sort of opened up so you can see how the sausage is made, so to speak. And yeah, this is awesome. Thank you so much, Todd.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, back to you, John.
So we are down to the last 8.5 minutes. And with a bit of luck and a fair wind, you know, we might get a lap or two. We might, in great oval racing style, or maybe because we're talking Porsche, great IROC style, have green white checker here, please.
Have you seen the IROC car in the Heritage Collection?
I have seen the IROC car. That's what made me say that. That's one of your faves, isn't it?
That's the forever car.
Is
yeah,
it?
It's the forever car, yeah. Because you could drive it on the street.
There was a time when you could pick them up for a song.
Oh, don't.
A song?
It would have, no, actually it wouldn't have to be anything, any IROC car. I mean, if it was being really fussy, one that Donahue had driven, it would have to be, if it had to be fussy, but which, that's the thing is a lot of people don't realise is that they swapped them around. That was the whole idea.
Yeah.
They were bought as a pool. But my favourite IROC story though is when Mark Donoghue said from the get-go to Roger Penske, go for the Porsche Carrera. It's the best off-the-shelf racing car on the market at any price. The end, full stop. But Roger Penske, being the shrewd and clever man he is, he wanted to see the proof was in the pudding. So he asked Porsche to make a Targa version of the IROC car for him to drive on the street here in the United States, just to get a feel for it. So he had a Targa RSR, and then after IROC Porsche was finished, one of one, Mrs. Penske had it as her daily driver.
Well, the good news, there's good news and bad news depending on how you look at this. Paul Georgeson, bad news for him because he's got some repairs to go, but he's on the back of the flatbeds. That's the good news for us. Frank Powell, David Levas and Charles Krause already had their problems. Sean Neal is back on the track. Let's see if he can get underway for the last 6 minutes when we come back.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
Well, just coming down to 5 minutes to go. We're waiting for a green flag for this second sprint race for Porsche Cars of America. Rennsport 7 2023 live on YouTube with MotorTrend, presented by Michelin. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the booth. What a beautiful afternoon it's turned into. Bit of a threatening cloud cover earlier on. No way that is going to be a bother to us now. If watching Porsches going around the track isn't your thing, there's plenty of other things to keep you entertained. Entertainment is a big keyword here. And on the main stage, they have been rocking it for the last around about 15 or 20 minutes, in between Justin Bell talking to some fantastic Porsche icons. And there are a huge amount of people here. Up at the top of the corkscrew, busy. In the paddock, busy. Seems like there is a constant queue for the merchandise stall, right down in the middle of things. And you basically cannot move without bumping into either a classic Porsche car, a Porsche Hero, hearing a bit of music. We haven't got the pedal steel going at the moment on the stage. Rocking it out. That's a nice Gretsch that he's playing there on the right hand side. I think that's a Gretsch with a Bigsby back end on that.
Are you a guitar aficionado, are you, John?
I do like a guitar.
Yeah.
I'm a Schecter man myself, from this part of the world as well.
My father said when I crashed my motorbike and I wanted to keep it and he was forcing me to sell it, he says, "Peter, I could have had a Fender Stratocaster if it wasn't for you, so you're selling your motorbike." And well, yeah. He never got his Fender Stratocaster.
Schecter guitars from just down the coast in California. And actually, their founder and president, Mark, is probably here because he does love his racing and races himself. And big British car fan, among other things. But I'd be surprised if he was here. Mark was the guy who built all the custom guitars for Prince.
Wow.
That's his and Schecter's claim to fame.
Wow. Quite remarkable.
So yes,
you are.
If you're gonna collect watches, there are certain watches you've got to have. So you've got to have a
tag.
You've got to have a Monaco. You've got to have an Omega Speedmaster moon watch, and ideally you've got to have a Rolex Daytona. I haven't got a Daytona.
A race winners one,
even better.
Yeah,
yeah.
Speaking
I have a
of
1991 race winners one.
Have you?
Yeah, I'll show you the next time.
All right. Well, speaking of race-winning Daytona watches, when you win a Rolex, when you win the 24 Hours of Daytona, Michael Christensen has won it once with Allegra Motorsport, who are here this weekend. He actually last year put the watch to auction.
Yes.
In aid of Save the Children Ukraine. I thought that was a remarkable gesture, even if you had 4 or 5 of them. But the fact he only has one, and he just wanted to do something positive.
That is so Michael, to be honest.
Yeah.
Tag, of course, Tag Heuer, inextricably linked with Jack Heuer, was a big sports car motor racing fan, and the name Carrera, racing in Spanish, links with Porsche Carrera. There is a new Tag Porsche Carrera watch out at the moment, and it's very elegant, as you might imagine. Joe Bonnier it was who introduced Jack Heuer to Porsche, if I remember rightly.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think
okay.
so. That's come out of some small dark place in my mind.
It would have to be a Swiss connection, wouldn't it, or at least Swiss residing connection?
Yeah. Looks like it's all over. The clean-up hasn't been able to be done in time. Absolutely no criticism meant to our hard-working track services. And a word for our marshals, corner workers as well, who are out there in all conditions and without whom we simply can't go racing. Ladies and gentlemen, we salute you, along with all of our volunteers. You give us the most precious gift you can, the gift of your time. And super professional, even though they are all volunteers. So whilst there's a little break in action on the track, we can take a breath, come back in a few minutes, refreshed and ready to get even more excited about Rennsport 7.
"60 years ago, we made history. We reached eternity 9.1 seconds later. Still together today, we are writing our own legend. The race never stops.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
Welcome back to Rennsport Reunion number 7 for the 75th anniversary of Porsche. It's a big collection of off-track action, on-track action, and this guy right here, Joe Robillard, who's racing in the Stuttgart series. And this is your fancy 962 behind you. Where did you come in to collect that?
We bought that car about 7 years ago from Bruce Canepa, and have enjoyed racing it here and in Daytona and some other tracks in the West. It's a great car.
Well, this place is known for the corkscrew. Just one word to describe what it's like taking that Porsche down that.
It's thrilling. It's great. You turn left at the top, the world just falls away. Fortunately, the track's where it was last time, so you can do it each time, but it's pretty exciting.
For those that haven't seen it, I've been told that I need to take a ride down the corkscrew for my first trip here, but it is blind.
It's completely blind.
That's insane. So it just drops underneath you.
Disappears.
Well, Joe, when you think of what this weekend means to you, to the Porsche family, what's it like coming back to the Rennsport Reunion? If you were to tell someone that this is a must-see, what would you say?
Well, it's so fun to see so many people so excited about one manufacturer. It's religious. The people here are so into it. The cars are fabulous. The crowd's terrific. And you get to see every conceivable Porsche from the oldest to the most modern. It's a must-attend event if you like Porsches.
Well, Joe, we appreciate the time. Any expectations on the weekend?
Hopefully we can go fast.
That is right. Let's go fast. And what a beautiful day it's been here for day number 1 here at the Rennsport Reunion. We're going to come back with more action, so don't leave us. We'll see you soon.
In the stereo cop circle the block, yeah, I guess he on their neighborhood watch. And this timepiece is more than just a neighborhood watch. So when they spot it, they wonder how a good got it. Out of town, they call me flashy. I'm singing for the masses. For the masses, masses.
Official logistics partner of the GT4 e-Performance Tour, on the way to clean logistics.
8 out of 10 electric vehicle manufacturers choose Michelin tires for a reason. They're built EV ready, so you don't have to think about them. You can just enjoy the thrill of being on top, or the excitement of coming down, spending time with someone special, or maybe spending time with someone brand new. Our tires are made without compromise, so you can enjoy every moment of your journey.
Well, what a first day for us here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Porsche Rennsport 7 for 2023. Live on YouTube with MotorTrend, presented by Michelin Tyres. John Heindorf and Peter Mackay in the booth. our global broadcast centre, just on the shelf between turns 4 and 5. Back to our traditional spot where it seems as though our TV compound has moved around a little bit down through the years doing events here, but nice to be back where it all started for me, coming to this this venue back in, that would have been 1999, in fact, the first time I came here. The track surface looks a little different, but fortunately the layout, the atmosphere and the character of the circuit, including the actual track, the twists and turns, the rise and falls, have changed not one iota since this circuit was laid down on the around the old lake bed, the dry lake bed. Back in the old days, of course, you'd come hammering up from what is now the Andretti hairpin. You turn slightly left there instead of doubling back on yourself and straight up the hill to turn 6 and then cresting the rise at what is now the rail straight, and then to the brilliant corkscrew, where the world, as we just heard, falls away from underneath you. We've got more racing to come before the end of our broadcast today, and then we'll start cracking on the weekend, on Saturday and Sunday, including those 2 Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America races on Sunday. But this is so much more than just being about the racing. It's about the atmosphere. It's about what's going on in the paddock. Let's take some of that now with Ed, who's wandering around behind the pits.
That's right. Thank you. That's right, John. Thank you so much. I'm down here again, focused on not just the motorsports and all the beautiful classic cars are here, but also the future of Porsche. And I have with me Oliver Schwab, straight from Germany. This is his first time here at Laguna Seca, and he is the project lead for the Porsche GT4 e-Performance, this beautiful race car behind us. Oliver, first of all, how do you find Laguna Seca and Rennsport Reunion 7?
We've had a conversation yesterday already, and I told you, kit in a candy store is nothing in comparison to what the experience here is all about. So I don't think there are many events. Probably that's the only event of this scale, of this passion, and of just this fascination for the Porsche brand. So I couldn't feel any better.
All right, and then tell me all about this car. It has gone on a bit of a world tour, and this is its last time in the U.S. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, because it all started 2 years ago at the International Automobile Show in Munich, where we introduced the Mission R as our vision for electric customer racing in the future. We took the technology of the Mission R, we put it underneath the body shell here of the GT4 e-Performance, and then started to basically take this technology out in the world and introduce it at all sorts of different events. We had the world premiere at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed. We went to the Race of Champions in ice to also show what this car can do drifting on snow. And here now we're in the US at Rennsport, basically at the last event, to just again showcase the technology and also showcase the emotions that are related to this prototype.
Right. So prototype race car. Break it down for the folks at home, Oliver. This thing has, again, the Mission R powertrain, all electric powertrain, stuffed under this 718 Cayman sort of body shell. How fast does it go? What are we talking about from a power output perspective?
Well, the beauty is the blueprint for the development was the performance of a GT3 Cup on the duration of a regular sprint race in the One Mix series. And if you go for 25-30 minutes, it has the same lap times as a Cup car, so therefore performance is very comparable, for example, what the colleagues of the Carrera Cup North America are doing here. The beauty is, if you reduce the driving time, you can increase the power output. And then we can bring the power output actually close to 1100 brake horsepower, which in terms of, let's say, racing insanity is what every racing fan dreams about, I guess.
Do you hear that, guys? 1100 horsepower possible out of this electric car. And it sounds amazing. It'll be running today at about 6 o'clock, is that correct? 6:20, and then 2 more times on Saturday and Sunday at noon and in the afternoon, about 15 laps each. Thank you so much, Oliver. It's been great chatting with you. And back to you, John, in the studio.
Our fully electric prototype for customer racing, it says, for those of you watching in black and white. Uwe Brettel, whose name we've already mentioned earlier on today as being involved in Porsche Junior, Porsche Motorsport North America, involved with this car and developing this car for racing, for you, for me, for anyone who's got a license to come and race. Now, there's still work to be done, particularly in terms of longevity, but that battery energy density that Ed was explaining earlier on, it's getting better and better. This could be Porsche's single manufacturer, single make racing future?
At least a complement of it in the interim time. Why not be a complement of it? And you know that when it's done right by Porsche Motorsport in Flacht and at Weissach, that it's going to be a fantastic piece of kit and off a very good chassis as well, 718 base chassis too.
And Michelin pitching in with a 63% sustainable or recycled material tyre. They're already getting close to that for their slicks that they use in IMSA. They're trying to push it even further forward. We talk about rubber tyres. It's far more synthetics now than ever it was. All part of the same message, but great to see Michelin still involved, Brembo for the brakes still involved, and Porsche as a GT manufacturer involved and looking forward, but using their history, their experience, their engineering nous, and the cachet of the Porsche name.
I think also one of the links here is that this is a 718 GT4 based machine in terms of shape and wheelbase, that kind of thing, and the upcoming Boxster and Cayman 718 are going to be all electric.
Yeah.
So the combination
testing that car now. That street car is testing. So I ran across one unexpectedly when I was up on the North Yorkshire Moors recently in the UK, and they had a car out testing, and it was all camouflaged.
And I think that's really important to have a racing car competing is the best way to prove that this is a performance car to take seriously. Racing always improves the breed, but also proves it also as well.
Win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Racing improves the breed, and we push technology to its limits in motorsport. What a great way to develop reliability and to look forward to the next generation of Porsches.
Schenker, official logistics partner of the GT4 e-Performance Tour, on the way to clean logistics.
Well, smashing weather, great entertainment, and if you've been here all day today, I will guarantee if you come back tomorrow, you'll still find something you haven't seen. And rinse and repeat for Sunday as well. Just a quick reminder, We're on the air for just under another couple of hours, an hour and 45 minutes, so still plenty of action to come from the track. We roll into races, more races tomorrow and Sunday, including Carrera Cup for the first time here at Rennsport. And right on cue, thank you Race Control, we roll out our next plateau, our next grid of cars. And this is going back, Peter Mackay, alongside me in the Global Broadcast Centre. This is going back to the very earliest Porsche road and race cars. And in fact, actually, you can't separate Porsche road and race cars, because as soon as there was a Porsche road car built, Dr. Porsche decided to get it to go and race, to publicise what he was doing with these designs. And some of these cars go right back to those earliest days,
and that's why it's designated as the Gmünd Cup. Because
explain Gmünd. It's a place in Austria,
a little village in Austria where the Porsche Road Car Company was born in May 1948, almost to the same month when Harley Haywood was born, who then became a Porsche factory superstar. Mate, isn't it funny how these things happen? But Dr. Ferdinand Porsche and his son Ferry basically rolled their sleeves up with not very much in terms of materials, access, whatever, and in the shadow of a horrible world event, that they built a car that is still running to this day. We've had it out on circuit today, 356 number 1. And from there, they built these amazing lightweight little cars and went out and took on the world. And a few years later, they moved back to their, should we say, their previous home in Stuttgart, and the company went on from there. But the cars in this class, the Gmünd Cup, we've got everything from early 356s, the 718 RSKs. It's an RS60 actually, excuse me. We've got the Abarth Carrera GTL, and we've also got some Porsche specials. So in the very early days of Porsche racing, yes, there was efforts from the factory as such, or from Porsche itself, but there were many independent teams that bought chassis from other places and put a Porsche engine in.
Yes, because that's what you did, because it was all engineering based. And the car we are going to highlight for you in a little vignette here is the number 55. So we are keeping a weather eye out for Cameron Healy in the number 55 car. I'll tell you that whilst we do that, we've got someone off at the exit of turn 3 heading towards turn 4, and
looks like the Devon Speedster.
I was about to say, oh no, the
last year's winner,
156 Devon Speedster. What a beautiful car that is. Now, did it hit the tyre wall, or did the gravel do its job? Oh no, there's damage to the left rear. Well, you know what? As somebody once told me, when I was going to say brought the car a bit dented, when the car came back a bit dented, you put a car on a racetrack and ask somebody to drive it fast, you always know that there's the potential of something going wrong. Frankly, if you are going to have a problem with a Porsche that you are racing, there's probably no better place or set of people around you here than anywhere else in the world.
That is true, but the 356 has actually got back going again, Gregory Campbell, by my look. But we'll come back to that, because the number 55, the Porsche Cooper Pooper. This car is known as the Pooper, not because it's suboptimal in terms of performance, because it's a wonderful little machine built on a Cooper chassis with a Porsche engine, hence the name Cooper.
Well, not just any Cooper chassis. This was the 5th Cooper Mark 7 to come to the United States, originally with a different engine, and the whole, as you said, there was a whole industry of modifying cars with, you know, what you had there. And this Cameron Healy car was originally John Cooper, of course, started the trend for putting car engines behind the driver, mainly because he was using chain-driven engines, so it was less of a chain, you see. So this was the 5th Cooper Mark 7. Gordon Tippy Leip bought it, and he raced it as a 500cc Cooper at least once that we've been able to find.
And now it has a, I would say, a bit more throaty engine in it. It's got a 1720cc, just over 1.7 litre engine in it. And Cameron Healy at the last Rennsport Reunion 5 years ago with the Pooper finished second behind Gregory Campbell in the Devon Speedster, who we just saw go off the roads. But the little Pooper, and it is perfectly single-seater as well.
Oh, yeah.
Cameron Healy just deftly fitted into the middle of that little machine, and that was a lot of Porsche success, or complemented Porsche success in that era, were these little lightweight specials, one of which also, the earliest, would be the Glockler Porsche, the 1952 Glockler Porsche, owned by Herbert and Rosemarie Weissert, and their son Ben Weissert driving that little car as well.
That 55, though, wouldn't have had that size of engine in when like, put it in. I think it was a smaller capacity. Would be a 1.1.
Would have been, yeah. So that would be a later Fuhrmann 4-cam engine, I would think.
Okay. Pete Lovely built a very similar car on a Mark 8B, actually Mark 8B Cooper. That car still exists as well, and sometimes you see them both together, but rarely. That had a streamliner body, but this one, perfect example of engineering and using something that was there to make something that was there better. So 2 ideas: rear engine car from John Cooper, lightweight chassis, streamliner chassis with enclosed bodywork, although, you know, a lot of Cooper 500s were single seaters with exposed wheels, and then throwing in that flat 4 engine, which keeps the centre of gravity down, of course. There's nothing sticking up. Brilliant.
And just no weight at all. The thing is, though, is it wasn't a perfect solution, though, at the time, because at that time James Dean was the actor, famous actor, and was actually making his first steps in racing, and he started with a 356 Speedster Porsche, and like so many of us, when we get into a new hobby, it just grew arms and legs very quickly, and he wanted to go quicker, and he ordered a Lotus chassis and commissioned an Offenhauser engine. The problem was there was delay after delay after delay, and the chassis never arrived. James Dean cancelled his order, and he went out and ordered a 550 Spider instead, which he ordered it. We bought it off the showroom floor at Johnny von Neumann's dealership, Competition Motors.
The other interesting thing about this car, which was a Cooper part, was that the cast wheels, eventually of magnesium to bring the weight down, incorporated the brake drums on the back of the wheel, effectively. And which is very, very interesting. Weight advantage of magnesium takes about 20-25% off your sprung weight, and they dissipate the heat as well. So a clever little car, just to prove that small is good, and Dr. Ferdinand Porsche would appreciate us saying that, and different can be good as well. Let's pick up some more cars out there. This is the Gmünd Cup Time Practice 2. We've got about 9 minutes to go, so we're halfway through this session. J.R. Hildebrand in the number 63 350C BT5 Roadster 1961. So keep an eye out for that number 63 car. He's the quickest. Just got across the start-finish line, J.R. Heading down towards the Andretti hairpins at turns 2 and 3. And he's our fastest guy at the moment.
J.R. Hildebrand has a bit of Porsche experience at Pikes Peak in the Yokohama GT4 Trophy, where the drivers they basically have an off-the-shelf package. The GT4 Cayman, and they have coaching from Jeff Swart, who knows his way up the mountain, shall we say. And J.R. Hildebrand, he finished second but to Travis Pastrana. Just missed out on that.
Was that this year?
No, it was 2 or 3 years ago now.
All right, I was going to say, I think that was, again, I think that's the year of... He was fantastic. Don't forget, what was 2012 Indy 500?
He was Rookie of the Year in 2011.
Should have won the race in 2012, hit the wall while he was losing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally the last corner, and my much missed friend, Dan Weldon, used to tell me off, I called him Danny, went through and took the victory. And that was scene of much jumping up and down in the Hindhoff household at that point. Yellow flag's out. We've got a problem on the circuit, and that's down at the Andretti hairpins, and it is one of the 356s that's gone off. We've already got a circuit vehicle there to help off. It's a 1956 Porsche.
That car drove past me on the way back up to the TV compound earlier. What's it doing on the track? Well, that was, like you said, there's not really any difference between a Porsche road and street car, a road and race car, I should say, in this.
Has he just sneaked out?
Era.
Do you think?
No, that's the Continental Coupe.
Is it?
It is, yes. Very, very nice little machine indeed is that car. I'm trying to pick it from my notes.
Driven by Clint DeWitt,
yes.
The number 54 car is that machine. That's getting hooked up. We've just got about 7 minutes to go, so whilst this full course yellow is going on, nobody will be improving. Let's go down to Amanda, and Ed, who are they're hunting in packs now in the paddock. Dearie me, nobody's got any chance to get away from you guys.
Well, you keep saying that the hours are closing down here, and I haven't seen a single person file out of this place yet, so there's still a lot to take in. And Ed bringing me over to the car wall, which I just learned all about. So tell us, where are we?
Yes, so this is the Find Your Porsche art wall. This is this amazing setup by Porsche PR, public relations, giving back to the public. They've basically set up this giant wall on Thursday, and these were all black and white. They were just illustrations, and there's basically every model Porsche has ever made in history. There's some Gmünd cars, there's 911s, there's Cabrios, there's Taycans, there's Macans, there's Cayennes, there's everything here. And then over here, there's a little table full of magic markers, and you can come and make your own livery, paint one up. There's this beautiful, like, psychedelic one, paisley print over here. It's awesome. People have really gone nuts making these, their own, putting their name on it. But I'll tell you what's really cute is if you bring your eye level down, you get to where all the kids were
To the height.
To the height level of the youngsters. So you can see, a little trouble coloring inside the lines here. This one went all purple. They're signing their names. They're going nuts. This one is Mom's car. He just signed it.
This is like a kid's heaven. It's like right on the walls, kids.
This is heaven. And you're right. And what's really cool is the wall is full. No one's coloring right now. But tomorrow morning, if you come here bright and early, this will all be blank. And it goes through Sunday. You can come. You can Carpe Diem or something, whatever this says. Choose your car. Color it right up. Instagram it. Throw it up on TikTok. I don't know what Porsche PR plans to do with this, but I feel like they should preserve it and hang it up in a museum
I do have a question for you, though.
Yes.
When this is blank tomorrow, what first color you're grabbing on the marker wall?
Oh, man. Well, I'm, like, super boring. I like white cars, so I just might, like, leave it white. And I might have a white 930 with Guards red interior, so I could just keep that in there.
So maybe you could just grab, like, the black one and emphasize the outline of the white?
My question to you is which... what would you color?
I'm in this range right here. I mean, look at me. I mean, I got pink shoes, pink jacket, pink shirt. I do have to point out, though, just because when we were right here setting up for this interview, we are across from the media center, so all of the publications that are here with us. I saw Hurley Haywood sitting down for an interview.
Hurley Haywood's in there, right next to Lightning McQueen. So again, if you bring in kids, you want to come and paint and color, and they're going to lose their mind when they see the Lightning McQueen across from Sally Carrera that Kristen covered earlier. So look at this. I could actually send my kid, Evan, my son, you're going to love this, buddy. I'm sorry Mater's not here. He loves the tow truck. But we got Lightning, we got Sally Carrera, we got all the hardworking journalists eating as much of the candy and free coffee they have in there.
Well, as you can see, day one here at Rennsport Reunions is still alive and kicking. I do believe that Hurley is around the column sitting down for an interview, but that just showcases what's possible of the legends that are here this weekend. And you think about the autograph line that I've seen all day today that's been full of fans, hundreds deep. What does this mean to the Porsche enthusiast?
Man, if you are a hardcore follower of the Porsche religion, you can come find your hero, come find your icon. They're here. They're super friendly. Bring your autograph book. Get your car in front of them. They'll sign it. Everyone's great.
Ed, do you know what'll never get old to me about these days? We're sitting here surrounded in the festival side, but you can still hear all the cars on the perimeter. And I know that's what's John paying attention to and listening, but thank you for giving us the second to talk about what's happening down here inside.
Find me some dark blue markers for tomorrow, please. And I'll be down on the wall bright and early. I can't reach up high either, so I'll be doing the lower ones. Down into the last 2 minutes or so, and off the circuit at the corkscrew. Sorry, it's been a long day, and that is not the approved line to go all the way off and back on again for a very lovely, the very lovely silver number 50. What's that one, please?
Ooh, Tyler Hagen, 1960 Roadster, 356 Roadster. For me, do you think they make a forest green metallic marker pen? Because that's what I would want to colour in my my Porsche, if possible. For me, it would be an IROC RSR in forest green metallic would be very cool.
Now, how do you colour that one in with the marker paints?
I think we need to get Perfection Valley on the phone to give a hand. We're giving that one a bit of a clean it, yeah.
I know. He's here. That's Robert Overholzer in the 356A. So that's a disc braked, a drum braked car. Very, very good looking sort of used patina on that car. Do you think that they've got... I'm now intrigued by this marker pen thing far more than I should be. Do you think they've got... so I need gentian blue, I need Nacht blue, night blue.
We need Miami blue for Shea.
And I need ocean blue. Those are the three blues that I need. Do you think they've got different blues or just blue? I don't know. And Arctic silver as well for the Boxster.
It's a lovely colour.
Oh, it is, because it picks up sometimes it looks blue, sometimes it looks grey, depends what the sky's doing.
One of the nicest colours I've seen.
I like that, by the way.
On a 356 is actually one of the Emery Outlaw cars owned by Hurley Haywood, who we mentioned just a second ago. He's got, so it's Rod Emery in California makes these based on a 356 and keeps very in keeping with what the original is, but optimises everything to a modern standard. And he's got that in, I'm pretty sure it's forest green metallic, or it's a very similar colour to that, and it looks just gorgeous. Likewise, that's 718 there.
Coming down to the last couple of minutes. In fact, the checkered flag is out. Robert Campbell improved in his 1958 special, the number 25 car. Chris Frank's just gone through in the Devon Speedster. In the... Frank in the Carrera GSGT, the 59 car. Greg Campbell has gone through in the Devon Speedster and did improve. So has August Nagamatsu in another Devon, a Devon D from 1950. I've never seen one Devon before I came here. We've got two in the same group here.
They're super rare. Devon Enterprises was actually based in El Monte, California. Bill Devon, where basically they created very exotic looking bodies, but at nowhere near the cost of like a Maserati or a Ferrari or something like that. So they were a lot of the time they rebodied Triumphs, Alfa Romeos, things like that, and Porsche 356s. But to me, the car has such a purposeful look to it, and of course it's got the right engine in it as well. Usually with that era would be a 5. Ooh, yeah, you're coming into the Thurman 4-cam era by that point, the 547 engine. It's amazing how there's a theme, John, how guys who go from, if you want to be the boss of Porsche Motorsport, you need to get in the engine department, because Ernst Fuhrmann, he was in the engine department, made the 547 4-cam. He ended up being the boss of the whole company. Correct. 15 years later. Thomas Loudenbank did the engine for the RS Spider, and he's now boss of Porsche Motorsport.
Yeah, which was...
So get yourself in the engine shop if you want to get up the Porsche ladder by the sounds of it.
That's right. That engine was in a straight car as well, though, the RS Spider engine.
And it's, to a degree, still, it's a derivative of it is in the 963.
Yes.
From what I'm reliably told, as a base.
That's right, but wasn't it in the 918 Spider as well?
Yeah.
I thought so.
So that car there, we'll come to talk about in a minute, because JR Hildebrand fastest by 1.8 seconds from Cameron Healy in the pooper. Car 58, Mark Escuch in the 1958 Speedster. With Arthur Connor in fourth, William Lyon in fifth in the gorgeous 718 RS60 Spider.
Yeah, and William Lyon and Wayne Baker makes it the top 10 in the top 6 in the 0157 Speeds. 35 cars listed in that class. By the way, if you want to follow along, programs are available and very collectible. Get them while they're hot. I seem to remember the last time we were here that they didn't last till Sunday. Let me put it that way. So have you got yours yet?
I haven't had the chance. Every time I've gone by, the line has been enormous. But it's almost got the amount of information and resource as any good book would have.
I agree.
At a fraction of the cost. So I know how much research we do here preparing for the broadcast, and it's all in there in the program. Fantastic
stuff. I have had a question, actually. I've been watching on the live stream on YouTube, and there was a question on there about when your book is coming out. When is your RS Spider book coming out?
Well, that's the question. Well,
is it never going to be finished?
No, it's the book is finished. So over the last 2 or 3 years, it's been an amazing journey to write a book about the RS Spider. One of which is racing this weekend in the hands of Timo Bernhard, who was one of the many people from the Porsche family who gave up their time to speak to me and tell the story of that amazing car. We've got a meeting next month to discuss what's the plan with it as well. But a publisher has been appointed, and I hope it will launch next year. But it wouldn't have been possible without. I don't think you could do a book like that with any other brand other than Porsche. The people at Porsche Museum, Jens Torner and his team, so helpful. So helpful to my research for the book, and a lot of the people who were involved with the project at the time, who drove the car and who own the car to this day. And it's great to see Timo back in an RS Spider after so many years from when the car had its success.
So we have gone through another practice session, still some more to come. And we have got some demo cars, the GT cars and the GT RSs out on track. We still have plenty of track action, so don't plan anything for a wee while yet.
Why do we do it? Why do we gather at a historic circuit? Why do we all roll out hundreds of Porsche race cars from museums, collections and garages around the world? Why do we apply fuel and spark to machinery tuned over generations of Porsche engineers and mechanics? Why do we leave pit lane and race these priceless cars? Why do we spend the weekend talking about flat 12s and livery colours and lap times? Why do we ask how it felt when the 917-10 came on boost? Or what it was like to take Mulsanne straight at 246 miles an hour, in the rain, in the middle of the night?
You know, race cars are meant to be on the track. You can leave them in a museum, but I think they should be used, and that's exactly what this event is doing.
It's a great sight for me to walk through and see these cars right, left and center.
And you meet not only old friends, old drivers, old fans, old cars, you know. But having this surrounding possibility of being here and driving like I can drive today my old Le Mans winning car from '86 makes it a unique event which brings back very precious moments and is another fuel for the next couple of years.
Why do we all show up here every few years to see and hear and smell and be part of this magnificent spectacle?
And welcome back to Rennsport Reunion 7. We're live here at Laguna Seca. Amazing experience. I'm actually right now in the Tag Heuer historic experience. This is the big tent near the track, and I'm standing in front of a very special Porsche race car. This is the famous Coca-Cola liveried Porsche 962-102, and amazing history. Really kicked off the dominance of Porsche in IMSA endurance racing. Very famous drivers, some of the names you might know: Bob Akin, Hans Stuck, and Jim Mullen. This thing is an iconic race car. One of the coolest liveries, you know, if you're into race car liveries, because everybody loves Coca-Cola, everybody loves going fast in awesome, dominant race cars. My personal favorite feature of this vehicle, of course, are the wheels. The turbo fin wheels, BBS, iconic. You see them in all sorts of different shapes. There's another one over here on this 924 GTP car, a little bit dished. But if there's could be any, there are so many awesome liveries for Porsche race cars, but this one really is at the top of my list in terms of just iconic vehicles. And you know what? Here in the Tag Heuer experience, we're surrounded by them. A friend of mine who's a huge Porsche nut says this might be the highest concentration of super cool, iconic Porsche vehicles. Lots of, obviously, production-bodied, sports cars. There's some Formula cars. One of my favorites, though, over here, if you just pan over, it's kind of blocked over there in the corner, is a Cayenne off-roader. It's the Trans-Siberia vehicle over there in the corner. We can go kind of take a look at it if you want. This one is amazing. One of only a handful that were built and actually raced. This is the race truck, and I believe this is the only actual race vehicle in the United States from a manufacturer perspective. This thing, again, you'll see lots of low-slung, Porsches around here. But I love me a jacked up truck with the big old worn winch up front, the lift, the orange wheels. This is the Trans-Siberia Special Edition, gone racing. It's got the hella lights up top. It's got, the fuel cell in the back, and amazing vehicle. So happy to see that Porsche is recognizing not just all of the on-track specials, but the off-roaders as well. And you can just keep going down the line and see a few other special vehicles. We got a Rothmans, rally car down here. We got the March Porsche IndyCar chassis from 1989. I mean, again, if you want to have some fun, to really immerse yourself in the motorsports aspect of Porsche, the Tag Heuer experience is really where to go.
Well, Ed, you're not going to believe this. I've been running my math, and running my mouth and finding some friends that I know here at Laguna Seca. And I also found this black silk over here. And I was told that later on this evening, we're going to have another reveal as well. But I'd like to introduce you to my friend James Safronis. Porsche fans and GT Racing World is going to know James very well. He just celebrated 300 races within the Fanatec GT and GT3 racing. And James, you've been in and around the Porsche world for a very long time. You said you've been to many of these Rennsport reunions. What sticks out about this year's?
Well, I mean, this year you can tell I've never seen this many people at this event this is my fourth. And the passion that Porsche owners have for the brand is legendary. It's second to none. Manufacturers dream that they could have the loyal following of their consumers and especially the racers. I mean, when I first raced Porsches 25 years ago, I knew that was the brand I wanted to be in. And then you just look around here and there's a lot of people that share that same sentiment. So to be here with the crowd and the passionate enthusiasts, I'm racing a car that I raced 15 years ago and won here in 2009. And so to come back and drive it and actually feel and experience what I enjoyed in that car back then is special to me. So I'm loving it. I mean, it's a shame it's only 5 years, every 5 years, but that's why it's so special, because we all have to wait every 5 years to attend this event.
James, also the owner of GMG Racing. He has an entry in the Carrera Cup as well with Kyle Washington. But as you guys as drivers, with your helmet on, racing around the track, knowing all these festivities are going on, I would imagine that's pretty cool.
It is. I mean, the fans are everywhere. All the seats are taken. I went up to spot with Kyle way on the mountain, and there's like 100 people to my left and right, and they're all listening to me spot for him. But, you know, when most races, when you're in the car, you're focused. You want to do well. Even in the Flock Cup, which is what I'm racing in, I mean, I'm pushing 10/10s because I just enjoy it so much. But just driving around and just the atmosphere, it's special. I mean, you can see why it draws, you know, 100,000 people for the weekend at least, if not 150, I'm hearing.
Thank you, James, for spending some time with us. We'll be following along with your weekend. And Shay, I know you've seen many of GMG cars on track before. What can you tell us about Kyle Washington in this season?
Well, Kyle's been doing a partial season in the Porsche Carrera Cup this year, and he's made an impact in his last couple of races. I think at Indy, he actually walked away with 2 podiums, so it was a good weekend for GMG, a team that we are used to seeing in blue and silver cars. Peter, that's typically their livery when they come out to play. Speaking of iconic liveries, what have we got on the track now? Is it time for us to go to a forest in Germany somewhere?
We are. I like that link. That's a good one, Shay. Yes, this is the Eiffel Trophy, the Eiffel area of Germany where the formidable Nürburgring is based, and had the great privilege of going to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring this year in May, and what an incredible event with over 200,000 people go to that event over the week, and so many different varieties of Porsche competing. Yes, there's the factory superstars in the Manthey car and from various other customer teams as well, but you've got a whole class for Porsche Cup cars, Cup 2s. You've got Cup 3s for GT4s as well, and many actually 718 Caymans, which are very close to their road specification but are just stripped out for racing. So Eiffel, since the very beginning, has been a hugely important part of the Porsche story. All the cars that we just saw in the Gemünd Cup, they're from an era where Porsche was racing at the Nürburgring and winning as well. Car on track right now, the car number 36, that's an old Trans Am 911 that was an old Brumos car. Now that car, its first 3 owners were doctors, and the third owner decided to take it racing. Now Brumos, of course, an iconic team in Porsche, they actually made a habit of borrowing cars from doctors.
Really?
Because this car was owned by Dr. Wilbur Pickett, and Peter Gregg, the owner of Brumos, was Sebring 12 Hour was coming around the corner, but he didn't have a car. And he said, right, okay, what are we going to do? And he knew that Dr. Pickett, he'd sold him the car, or his car was in his care. And he phoned him up and said, do you want to do Sebring together, but could we borrow your car? And he said, yeah, oh, sure.
I'm going to try that sometime.
So they won their class, But Peter Gregg, even though it wasn't his car, he still kept the trophy.
Oh my God!
It's in the Brumos collection now. And a few years after that was in 1969. 4 years later, the same thing happened again. 1973, Peter Gregg and Hurley Haywood, they'd won Daytona overall in a 911, and Sebring was coming around the corner thinking, oh, they could do that again, but they didn't have a car. So Dr. David Helmick had just taken delivery of a brand new yellow Carrera RS. So they phoned up Dr. David Helmick, can we drive with you at Sebring? Yeah, okay. And what happens? They won the race overall.
Oh my goodness.
So Brumos and Doctors, it's a good combination.
They're very successful for them. I love the idea of that. Hey, would you like to go run the 12 hours of Sebring? Yeah, that'd be awesome. Right, bring your car and we'll make it happen. What a great principle. And that was back in the day, of course, when there were hay bales delineating the edge of the track as well. So if you got lost, your lap was quite long.
It was although we race on the same surface at Sebring now, or parts of it, it's a completely different place now. And I heard a few months ago someone say on air, I think they should repave Sebring.
No.
I nearly ripped the cable out and walked away. I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Well, there is a quite accomplished race car driver who has won races in IMSA, NASCAR, Formula One, IndyCar, full spectrum. You can figure out who it is, who has said they need to repave Sebring, and I think that was the last time I saw him do that race. So you never know what happens to people who spout that kind of sacrilege.
The fans at Sebring, they're fantastic, but they won't accept blasphemy like that.
No.
They won't accept. We will not leave there with a comment like that. So many cool cars in this Eiffel Trophy. This is predominantly for 911s under 2.5 litres displacement, and for 914s as well. There's a few 914s in this class too. Yeah.
This is really more of a category when I think of classic Porsches. These are the cars that I envision. And it comes back to getting tours of the Porsche Museum. You come up the escalator, and of course you see the first ever Porsche. That's the car that welcomes you to the museum, which right now I feel badly for people who go to the museum because there would be a lot of empty spaces. But that's the car that greets you. And then you get into the Gamoon category, but that's a smaller section. You see some tractors. You turn a corner, and then you're faced with all these beautiful old 911s. That's the foundation of the company. That's when it really hit its stride.
I agree. And in so many different categories of motorsport, you had, Trans Am, IMSA, long-distance racing in Europe, but also rallying. Rallying is something that's very close to my heart, and I love the history of Porsche with rallying. And Vic Elford, who we dearly miss, who was a superstar with Porsche, really, he brought the idea of a proper Porsche works rally team. They never really had a full-on effort works team, but there was a little bit of a rallying effort from Porsche. And he went to Porsche and said, I think the 911 could be a world beater in rallying, because with the engine out over the rear wheels, the weight of the engine gave such good traction on loose surfaces or on coming out of slow hairpins and things like that. This was long before four-wheel drive came into rallying, and he managed to convince Porsche and went on to win the Monte Carlo Rally in a 911T, but with R bits. So it was entered as a 911T, but which was effectively the cheapest, the entry-level 911 at that time, but it had all of the spruced up bits and pieces.
These cars out here, there's already only 9.5 minutes to go in this practice session, but the shots that we are getting right now from the drone, particularly coming over the top of the corkscrew, you see the Earth just disappearing away from you, and the drasticness of it from the drone shot gives you a preview of what it's like when you're walking up there, and all of a sudden you can't see the tarmac anymore. It is all downhill into the pit lane. It goes back uphill again when you're trying to get to start finish, but it's just such a dramatic circuit. What a place for us to come for the Rennsport Reunion 7.
It's the perfect venue, I think. I mean, climate-wise, you've got to take that into account. Here in California, blessed with a fantastic climate, these are very, very valuable cars, and it's incredibly brave of the owners to take these cars out the garage, to prepare them for racing, and to actually drive them at full racing speed.
Yeah.
But if you add rain into that, there will be some owners who think, okay, no, that's Dry, yes. Wet, no. So that's why California is such a special and such a good place to go to do an event like this.
Well, and it is interesting that you bring that up because there is rain in the forecast for tomorrow, being perfectly blunt and honest about that. The last time I checked, there was a window of about 5 hours tomorrow morning. I'm going to reload the app now just to see if anything has shifted. But this is a part of the world where rain is not typical, so it is a perfect location on paper when you're trying to plan things. It's a very good point on that. Rain chances have come way down. But if it were to rain tomorrow morning, I was talking to a few of the drivers, particularly in the Carrera Cup, who were saying, we're not going to go out because this surface is not set yet. It's recently repaved, so there would be nothing to gain if it were to go out. And those are brand new race cars for which we have a fair number of spares. You think about some of these cars, which are irreplaceable. Yeah, you're all right to leave them in the garage and miss one session.
I totally agree. Totally agree. It's yeah, you can't blame the contemporary drivers for that either. Fastest on the timesheets at the moment, Nelson Cale in the number 27, 1967 911, with Alan Terpins in second right now in car number 40, driving a 911 TR, which is a very, very rare piece indeed, which is effectively like the Vic Elford winning Monte Carlo car, where it's a T body but with R pieces, because the 911R wasn't built in enough numbers to be homologated as a GT car. It had to run as a prototype.
Oh wow.
So it was a little bit outgunned at the time for that, but that was where Porsche being Porsche, they found a way around that, and hence the TR came into play. But finding a truly original TR is very, very difficult, because there was such a mixture of options that you could have with the 911 at that time, much like today, I suppose, where finding a true original TR is pretty tricky.
And we've actually got two of them on the track right now.
Well, that's Rennsport. Yeah. That's Rennsport for
Welcome
you.
to a situation where this car is extremely rare. You've probably never seen one before, and oh look, there's another.
We've got two. Another car in this class to look out for is the number 88 of Jeff Swart. Jeff, a real a legend for so many reasons. A legend at Pikes Peak, a multiple winner in class at Pikes Peak many times with a Porsche, and continues to run at Pikes Peak in the Ingram Collection 935, the modern day 935, which is a heck of a piece of equipment. But he's out in his 914-6 in the Lufthansa livery. It's orange but with Lufthansa stickers on it. So Lufthansa were a sponsor at the time who got involved in motor racing at that point.
Have you seen any of the new 935s here this weekend?
One, I think. I saw, yes.
Those cars are so spectacular.
Yeah, underneath it's a GT2 RS, but it has the 935 style body, and
beautiful.
Jeff runs it at Pikes Peak in fairly much out the box trim, and it's a very, very quick car. Heavily turbocharged, but with the PDK gearbox like you get on a regular 911. So shows you, in fact, actually while getting my coffee at Starbucks yesterday morning, there's a car parked outside. I thought, wait a minute, that's Jeff Swart's GT2 RS that he drove from Porsche Motorsport North America in Santa Ana to Pikes Peak and won the class. But I was like, that's either a really good replica or the real thing. I was like, wait a minute, and John said it won't be a replica, Peter. And I looked at it, and it was the real deal, parked outside Starbucks.
If you know someone's car when they are getting coffee, you might be a stalker.
It wasn't Jeff in it. It's obviously been sold to somebody else now.
Oh,
yes.
Well, you buried the lead on that. I thought you were going to say, and then Jeff was in there having a coffee. No. Oh, wow. Well, to whoever owns that car now, well done.
Yeah, good. Well, that is quite an acquisition for whoever's got that that machine. Patrick Long, I don't know quite how he's managing this weekend, Shay, because he's joint Grand Marshal. He's driving Jezebel the 911 in this class, car number 68.
Yep.
He's driving a Kramer 962. He's driving a 934.5. Have I missed any?
He's driving the, is it the Lowenbrow? 962?
No. He's in the Kramer car in that
Kramer
class.
car.
Yeah.
But I thought he was in another car too.
I think you're right.
I think he's in 4. because I saw him getting ready at one point.
And he's Mark Lieb's taxi driver as well.
Yes. That's difficult.
Yeah.
That is a very difficult job. Mark, welcome back to North America. We have missed you over here. A man who is quite extraordinary, not only for his driving skills, but for his engineering skills. And after he won Le Mans overall, he decided his next endeavor is to win it overall as an engineer as well. So he went back to school and got his PhD, which is a very different endeavor in Germany than it is here. It's difficult in the States. It's nigh on impossible in Germany. So he has quite exceeded all expectations and is way more than just a driver.
I think Mark's one of the most impressive people I've met in my career, for so many reasons that you touched on there. When he was the factory superstar in the early 2000s and was winning everything, and he was in his mid-20s, and he went to Hartmut Christen, the boss of Porsche Motorsport at the time, and said, Hartmut, I think I want to stop. I want to go back to university. I had to give up university because I had to build my racing career. I want to stop and retire and follow my studies. And rather than saying, okay, off you go, good luck to you, Hartmut said, well, let me think about it. He says, how about you do a couple of races a year for us, which turned into more than just a couple.
Yep.
We'll give you a factory contract and you can go to your studies. And he says, but we'll only keep rolling it over if you keep passing your studies. So it was really an incentive for Mark to do that, and the support he got. And when he got to the point of his university course where there was an internship element, he says, well, I'll go to Weissach, of course, to do that.
Yeah.
But on the first day, Mark Lieb walked around Weissach with nothing to do. He didn't. But on day 2, Hartmut Christen calls him into the office. He says, right, I've got a job for you. He says, you're going to look after all the European RS Spider customers.
Oh, sure, because that's easy.
Yeah, and Mark's like, but Hartmut, I've got no experience of that. And he goes, yeah, but I believe in you, Mark. You can do it. He says, I'll support you. And a lot of people around the office thought that Hartmut was crazy, but he believed in Mark, and that is why Porsche is, people talk about the Porsche family, it's not just some sort of corny catchphrase, it's real. It's looking after people up and down the company and making people thrive and succeed, and that's what it's about, from drivers to engineers, managers, whatever it is.
It's just a small example of why we love Porsche.
Yeah.
Why
exactly.
it's so different from a lot of others that are out there. If you were watching the screens, we just had an off briefly for Don Yount. He's managed to make it back into the pit lane in number 56, which was the 1968 911 SR. And we are just under an hour away from the next round of excitement kicking off. No, not new cars on the racetrack. They'll be on a lot sooner than that, as the checkered flag is now out on the practice. Our esports competition is getting ready to kick off, and we have 4 drivers getting ready to strap themselves into the sims and to do battle in the virtual realm of things. So if you want, you can stay tuned into that. You can go to the Twitch page for Porsche, and that's where you'll find that stream. We will keep going for a little bit with the cars on the actual racetrack, but they are inside of the track. They're limbering up, getting ready for all this, and we are too.
Have you got a simulator at home?
Yes.
You do? On which platform do you use?
It's not functional.
Oh, no.
No. So I worked for a while, Peter, for Forza, doing their motorsports tournaments and whatnot.
Okay.
One of the things that led to me was buying an Xbox. They gave me a bunch of codes for cars, and I became addicted, not only to Forza Motorsport, but Forza Horizon, because it's driving around the Scottish countryside, Forza Horizon 4. Those competitions were not with wheels and pedals. They were with the triggers and the buttons on the actual physical remote. So I got good at doing that. Well, unfortunately, my Xbox has been in a box for a little more than a year now, since my stuff is basically in storage. And just last weekend, my dad wanted a bit of a distraction, so we fired up his Forza, sitting there playing, and he goes, hey, you're really good at this. I practiced a lot, but trust me, I'm not really good. These guys have another skill set. Sometimes it translates to driving, but you can't deny that what they do, they are the best at it in the world.
They are. It's such a specific skill. Simulator driving, you the amount of practice and preparation you've got to put in is so far beyond what you can imagine. The top sim racing professionals are practicing 8 or 9 hours a day. And the mental concentration required, because they don't have the stimulation of the noise of the car, the movement, the G-force, so their mental capacity is just so stressed. So it's amazing to watch them in action. And when you can compare your lap time really like for like, you really see how special they are. I've got a little one at home with a wheel and pedals on iRacing, and I adore it. It's just great fun. And esports is a growing category. Porsche have been one of the brands in at the beginning and really helping to grow that. So get into I think it's called the Bose Arena, where you can go in and watch the live esports. And an esports commentary colleague of mine, Arjuna Kankapati, he's on the call in there in the arena. So we're going in to see him, cheer him on later, and the drivers too. But yeah, it's something that you can experience many Porsches from past and present in the virtual world, because let's be honest, we'd all love to have a Golf 917, but they're for the very, very special few, aren't they?
Yes.
But you can drive one on the sim.
The privilege.
Yeah.
The funniest thing that I love is people always talk about the drivers who are very good on the sims as well, like Louis Delatraz, one of the top prototype drivers in the world right now, was an esports champion with the Williams, Williams esports team. They teamed up with Rebellion, and then they had their own esports affiliated team as well. Louis is great at driving a race car in real life and also in the virtual realm. Well, what about the drivers who cannot do a sim to save their lives? My partner happens to be one of those. And so when he needed to learn a track at one point in time, I set him up on Forza and a great little 718 RS-CS. Set it up beautifully, get heat in the tires, hand over the controller. He lasted a lap and a half before he was ready to chuck the controller at the screen. So it's very amusing to see the flip side of things too.
It is. It doesn't come easily to everyone. It's a specific skill to master, isn't it?
And not in the Liam Neeson line of I have very specific skills
to be able to go fast on the sim. No, there's many examples. I mean, actually, the fastest of the outdoor racing drivers, the fastest in the sim actually is Max Verstappen.
Oh, goodness.
He is scary good in the simulator, and that's because when he's not, winning Formula One World Championships, he's on his simulator all the time. But actually Porsche have really looked at drivers who in their junior setup who have good sim racing experience. Lauren Heinrich, who's been the Porsche junior driver, he used sim racing as a big part of his career progression too.
Well, and we've got more cars coming up on track here. It's the Weissach Cup next, isn't it? And those are cars that I really enjoy staring at. We've got Carrera RSR, 934s, 935s. That's where the Andile Schwab car gets to go out, and that one's a fun one to watch. Patrick Long, once again, taking up behind the wheel. Carlos de Quesada is out there. Bruce Canepa, guy who was going very quickly in yesterday's session. And the track looked like it's still in fairly good condition, although the wind is picking up there. But while we've got a little break in the action, let's check in with what's going on in the paddock again. Amanda, where have you wandered off to now?
Shay, I heard you talking about the Esports Challenge and found our way next to the arena. I have to tell a little bit of an embarrassing story. My mom called me ears when I was younger because I used to get myself into positions where the adults are. Well, that has led to curiosity that has led me into this career, and I got a little special preview for you. Look at this setting up here in the arena. This is going to be the Porsche Esports Challenge tonight, starting at 5 p.m. on the Porsche official Twitch channel. I do believe that it is the semifinals here tonight. And Ed, as I bring you into this conversation, we talk about sim work and how much the gaming is realistic to the racetrack these days. How much are drivers and gamers alike losing these to improve their skills?
They're constantly using the simulations, like you see, to help sharpen their skills, learn new tracks, get ahead of the curve. This is the next generation of race car drivers that are coming along. It scares me. I am not a gamer. Are you a gamer? Amanda?
You know, I ended up doing some esports stuff last year, and that's when I first got into it. And what I thought that I was most impressed with was how realistic it is from track to game. I was actually looking back towards like the engineering of everything and how they add different layers to the game, but there's already so much that is created that now it's just like adding a little tweak here and there to maybe you add in weather conditions, or maybe you add in a pavement update like they've done here at Laguna Seca. So it's pretty incredible what these gamers and engineers can accomplish, Ed.
Absolutely, and that is a key point that you're making, that this is all about getting better, sharpening your skills in the most realistic conditions possible. Excited to see when this broadcast goes live at 5 o'clock on the Porsche Twitch channel. But let's go back and check in on how the real racing is going on.
Track is still quiet for now as we are waiting for the green flag to come out and begin the next session. But so, the wind has picked up quite a bit, John.
It has. I've just been outside. I just want to say one thing. Ed, the cars might not be real, but in the esports world, the racing is still very, very real.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very real.
Uber competitive.
Yeah. We have been fortunate enough to be involved down through the years, before it was called esports, in fact, and on a number of different projects on the crossover between what we call full metal racing and what happens in the virtual world. The Porsche Esports Challenge USA, front and centre here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for Rennsport 7. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. Not even through our first day yet. Remember, more of the same tomorrow and Sunday when we have those two Deluxe Porsche Carrera Cup 2023 races as well. More from Rennsport 7 in a moment.
Nobody's born a legend. It takes grit.
Drive. It takes determination. Early mornings
and late nights.
10,000 hours of challenge in 7 years.
It takes sweat, focus,
passion, sacrifices,
and maybe the help of a few friends.
It's the pursuit of perfection.
It's the thrill of the hunt, the smell of burnt rubber, the speed,
the sound, the fun.
It's the same for all of us.
All of us.
All of us.
All of us. Around the world.
We live this life of wheels.
Together.
Together. It's the dedication,
Labor.
the love of a whole lifetime. Beginning with the spark
that ignites the flame and fuels our passion.
all immortalized
in
1/64th. Because legends aren't born,
they're made.
For 75 years, Porsche has been a symbol of precision, performance, passion. From the racetrack to the open road, every Porsche has been a masterpiece of engineering and design. We've conquered circuits around the world, breaking records and setting new standards. From the thrill seekers to the collectors, from the dreamers to the achievers, Porsche has been the driving force behind countless stories. And now, as we celebrate our 75th anniversary, we hit the track once more.
Welcome back, everybody. We are at Rennsport Reunion 7. I'm here with the amazing Amanda Busick. And tell me, I mean, we go from esports to that amazing robot behind us. I just my mind doesn't register anymore. It's
This
crazy.
place is so Instagrammable.
Yes.
I mean, you're going to have to go back and look at the collection of everything that people posted today and just the stuff that I haven't seen yet. It's only day one, so we've just scratched the surface. I do want to continue the conversation a little bit on the esports. The thing that I have really enjoyed, it really separates the distance between people that might not be able to get on track to those that can still find their way into racing.
Yes.
And I think that's a unique aspect of someone like Porsche being able to extend out their brand and allowing kids across a spectrum to gain skills in the space.
100%. I mean, if you look at any kid these days, they're always staring at their phone. If they got it vertically, they're probably looking at TikTok or Instagram, but if they got it turned this way, they're probably playing a game. Possibly, it's probably Minecraft or perhaps some kind of driving game. And this is just the reality we have to deal with, which is that things are digital. Kids are, really engaged with digital content, gaming, and of course, movies like Transformer Rise of the Beasts. And we have a very special creation behind us, not just the giant robot Mirage, but what it apparently transforms into in the movie, which is a 1993 911 Carrera RS 3.8. And for the Porsche purists at home, this is going to be a shocker because there was only 55 of these vehicles ever made, and you're thinking, what do you think? Do you think they actually used a real RS 3.8 for this?
You're putting me on the spot here, and I think that you're leading me, so I'm going to say yes.
No, they did not. No way. Those are too valuable. So what they did is they took a regular 964, and they made it look like the RS 3.8. And you can see it is on the good guys. It's one of the Autobots. So for those of you who grew up with Transformers, like maybe I did, this is one of the good guys. It fights one of the bad guys around the corner. This is Rise of the Beast. It's all about the robots that look like animals. I'm sure I'm...
No, I was going to say, so you're the person that's Instagramming this way and watching a movie or gaming this way.
100%.
You kind of let yourself out of the bag there.
I am a total robot dork as long as a car dork. If you're wondering why a 1993 Carrera RS 3.8 was used, the movie was set in 1994, just the year I graduated high school. This is crazy. I feel so old. But I am very excited to see, again, Porsche just bringing it from all angles. Esports, cars, we got entertainment, we got celebrities, we got race car drivers,
and there's
all
still
of it.
hundreds of people behind you taking in the day. It's amazing.
Mostly in the merchandise line. But I hear there are some cars on the track, and let's get back and see to the racing action with Shay.
Love it.
I won't even tell you what non-grade I was in 1994, but it wasn't even classified as elementary school.
What a shame. We
Dad
seem to
was
have
winning
lost
Porsche
Chair.
races.
Hang on, we seem to have lost Chair.
No, it's all right. My dad was winning races for Porsches back in 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. He was really bad. Hi, Dad. I know you're watching at home. So your champion
Hello,
car
Bill.
is not out right now, but actually it might be. No, champion is out in the Flock Cup.
Yeah, the Flock
a little bit
Cup.
later on. So stay tuned for that.
Yes, your dad will recognise all of these.
Oh,
that
he's
are
been
out.
texting me.
I'm sure he has. Hello, Bill. Good to know that you are tuned in. By the way, wherever you tuned in, thank you very much indeed for taking some time out your Friday. I realise that particularly if you're in Europe, it's pretty late and you're already into Saturday, aren't you, by now? And we're going to be doing this again tomorrow and Sunday, and we're getting more serious now. You can feel that I've just been out of the booth for a quick booth and caught a chat with a couple of people who were wandering up and back. We're not going to mention which cars they were, because every time we mention a car that we've seen moving or drivers that we've seen moving, the cars break down or fall off the track.
Oh, so you've been doing the curse of the commentator.
No, it was all right. Yeah, probably.
See, yesterday, Peter and I were walking up to the booth, and a car happened to just turn clear across our path. That car then blew up on the racetrack a couple minutes later, so that was not a good indicator. Today, Peter mentions a car that he had seen just a few moments before, and then it was not in a very good state on the track after that, too. So I think maybe it's Peter.
Yeah.
There are some gorgeous cars on the track right now, though. I mean, we had number 39 going around. That's a 1974 RSR with dark green all over it. That just completely stole my heart away. We've got Jackie Icks's car up on the screen. I hear a little birdie in my ear that he's actually here this weekend, so that's pretty cool.
I'd be surprised if he wasn't, if I'm honest. There's a lovely 933, 1989-33 with Luke Donkervolker is driving. Now, Luke Donkervolker, I'm sure a few people who are listening into this will know who he is, but probably more people won't. He is an absolute star car designer who's been through all the big manufacturers. Actually, I can't see that car out at the moment, so maybe that one hasn't made it. But we have got some names that we do know. Carlos de Quesada is out in the number 94 car share.
And I actually mentioned earlier on his 2017 victory at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona alongside his son, which is what makes it even more special. It's something that they'll remember forever. That car is in the paddock. I did see it. It's parked up not too far from where we see the Wright Motorsport Daytona winning car, so a couple of them in close proximity. There we go with Carlos de Quesada's car.
Now, this is one of our vignette cars for this particular plateau of vehicles. This is a 934 K3 and 935. Sorry, I was a number out. I'll nip next door and let them know. This is running in the Road Atlanta livery.
Yes.
Raced by the Whittington brothers in period.
Exactly what I was going to say, which is even more history associated with it. And behind it is a car that's pink and white.
Right.
And in front of it is a Brumos car, so good grief, we've got a lot of history here. Number 42.
It's the Ranson Webster car. That is a 35 K3 as well.
But that's a Kramer car, which gives it a little bit different history as Carlos de Quesada goes around the outside of the Brumos car at the exit of turn 9. That's a spot on the track where earlier, John, he was using every centimeter and more. He was dropping wheels left, right, and center. And it's a good thing we got the repave because he was making full use of it.
Very distinctive look to these cars with the headlights mounted right the way down in the front spoiler. And as you can see, those two cars very similar in design. The yellow one is that we were talking about there in the Road Atlanta livery. This is a really interesting machine that's won. Bill Whittington won with this car in 1979, and they're not on the car at the moment, but for those of you who have long memories or were even born at that point,
hey, not by a long shot.
They had on this car, they had the most bizarre square-shaped wheel covers.
Why?
Look, that's a good question. There would have been a reason for it, but I've never been able to find anybody who could tell me what it was.
Wait, isn't that a caveman joke with the square wheels, and then they realized that didn't work?
Yes, very good. Raced last time I was here at Rennsport 6, or last time I was here for Rennsport, and just a really another car. We try and highlight some of the cars in each of the different grids. To be honest, every single car on every single grid, there are stories behind, and that is the beauty of Rennsport. Big overrun fuel burn on the back of the second of those 935s. The Kramer brothers, of course, famous for taking Porsche products and tweaking them and turning them and tuning them. Possibly sort of sharpening a razor blade, but it was expected in these days that you would do a little bit of engineering to try and find an edge. What Mark Donoghue would have called the unfair advantage. And because there were so many, Porsche was selling these cars, they were shelling them out to whoever wanted to buy them, because a win by a Porsche was a win by a Porsche. So to get an advantage, you had to do a bit of re-engineering, a bit of refettling, and the rules allowed it.
I love the flame at the exhaust. It's like a little angry dragon as chasing around Carlos de Casado. What a beautiful image that we're getting, and as well as some of the other cars out here, including the 00. Is that the one that Patrick Long is behind the wheel of?
It is. That's the 934.5 or the 934.5, as it's called.
Oh, Patrick doesn't want to let somebody pass.
That's the Momo car.
He dives down the inside of the Brumos car. That's the number 59. But the Momo car was having a look down the inside, and Patrick Long said, no, you don't. Not here, not now. Thank you very much. And he's actually pulled a bit of a gap back. Now, this is only practice, of which we only have 8.5 minutes to go.
Oh, yes, I've just forgotten that. Sorry, I'm thinking that was for a pass for position there, because Pat was defending pretty hard.
Against Alan Turpins, I believe it is, in car number 30. Here we go, another view at it. Yeah, he was moving down. He knew where the Momo car was. That was not an incident of a driver being unaware of a car coming to pass. Patrick Long is never unaware of other cars on the racetrack at any time, at any point on the track. And that was a decisive move, but I wonder why he wants the clear track. Maybe he doesn't have a good read on this car yet. He is driving everything here this weekend, John. We've established, don't leave your car keys in your rental car. He will take it out on the circuit.
These two still having a cracking battle. Let's just remind ourselves that this is Alan Turpins in the 1979 935, the Momo coloured car.
That does not look like Patrick's helmet in the 00.
Oh.
It's not green, it's orange. Now, he is the driver signed up to be in that car, so I'm a little bit confused. It looks like it's blue, orange, white, almost a little like a Plum brother. It's the helmet livery that's coming to mind. And not to say that it would be one of the Plums in that car, but just strange. Maybe he has a special helmet for this event.
7 minutes to go. We'll come back and give you the times as we go towards the checkered flag, but as the atmosphere is building, the times are coming down here. Amanda is still patrolling the paddock. Where are you, Amanda?
Now hanging out at the autograph area underneath the icons of Porsche. This was a very busy space here today, and I anticipate the exact same for tomorrow. But since we're talking about the icons of Porsche, try walking around the Rennsport Reunion with Ed Lowe. It's almost impossible to go 10 steps without being stopped and talking. So what's it like being you here?
Oh, come on. You can see all the people lined up for my autograph right now, and I'm just waiting to, I'm here, guys. I'm ready to go. This was an awesome event. It was amazing, and I'm so glad you came to check it out. And I hope all the tips I tried to give you about wearing comfortable shoes and dressing for 3 seasons worked out, because we've certainly seen sun, and we've seen some clouds, and maybe tomorrow, maybe some moisture on the track. But this has been amazing. How did you find it?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. This is my first one, right? And there's always going to be you're scratching the surface of things. You're seeing things that you've never seen before, but you've taken in several of these now, and is it like your first one, or does it just keep getting better?
I think because it's the 75th anniversary of Porsche, it's the 60th of 911. Yeah. It feels way bigger than the ones I've been to. Just so many more people, so much more excitement. They really did bring out just all of the hot stuff. It's on the track, it's all around us. So this one will be, I think, in the history books for a long time, the biggest one. I mean, they launched a freaking car here, the GT3R Rennsport Edition, 77 of them for $1 million. I mean, how are they going to top that?
We've seen many silks still around this place, so we're not done with breaking news here at the Rennsport Reunion. Best part of your day?
Best part of the day? Well, obviously, hanging out with you and doing all these great spots and chatting with the people. I really think, I had fun with racing the Hot Wheels. I like going through and showing off that art wall. But
I think it was absolutely the tractors.
Yes, the tractors, for sure. Can't wait. So that's going to be awesome, the tractor racing this weekend.
As always, thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Kind of crazy. We're getting into the last bit of hour of action here, guys. It's almost bittersweet.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the first day coming to a close. The good news is we still have 2 more of these days to go through. I've just received more intel, by the way, from my father, who is at home watching. He said, my old T-Bird swap shop car finally on the track. That's the one owned by PJ Hyatt, driven in this session by either PJ or with James Gouet. but he said it drove like a dragster. Didn't really like to turn.
Ah, very good.
Hope they've done something to fix that. And there it is out on the track. The 00, I think we figured out the mystery. It doesn't look like Patrick Long's helmet. It kind of looks like Tim Pappas's helmet
I
to me.
spoke to Tim Pappas last night, and Tim, I should have realised that that was your helmet. I think the last time that I talked about him on track was when he had that big accident at Bathurst.
Stop talking about him now, right now. Right. Just don't tempt it.
Afterburners, full afterburner takeoff there for the T-Bird, the swap shop car, going up to the top. We must have more cars like that.
It's a Thunderbird now.
It's a
full afterburner.
Full afterburners.
Oh, I love it.
Isn't that just extraordinary?
That could be PJ, but that also could be Gunnar Jeanette. I saw green on the helmet.
Spotty green helmet for Gunnar, of course.
On behalf of Porsche fans all over the world, PJ Hyatt.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not only for all that you've brought to the track this weekend, but for all that you have done, creating so many new Porsche fans around the world this year with the Rexy and the Roxy liveries, and spreading your enthusiasm. It's just genius. That car currently second in the categorization so far with only 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this practice session. Bruce Canepa is the quickest car so far. Now we're getting another view. This is Carlos de Quesada, because that is the bright yellow car. Oh, barely going off-road at the exit of turn 3. Nah, we'll allow it. He might have gotten a stone chip or two, but we'll allow that.
The worry there is not going off the track. It's actually when you come back on, and it's the inside shoulders of the tyres on those crocodile teeth curbs. This is practice. Can I practice? Just practice. Can we just fast forward through tomorrow and Sunday and think what the racing is going to be like with these cars? For those of you who can't get the track, the good news is
you've got us.
Oh, yes, exactly. Well, possibly not the good news, but you've got the pictures, at least. And I promise we will let the car sounds breathe as well, because that is undoubtedly part of the fun and part of the experience. And with MotorTrend and the stream on YouTube presented by Michelin, you'll get to see the bulk of the day on Saturday and Sunday.
If you can get to the track, though, for the start of these historic races, find yourself somewhere near the start-finish line, because as soon as it goes green and we get that wonderful cacophony.
Top 3 cars. So Bruce Canepa in the 79-935, the number 12. Carlos de Quesada in the 94 car that we've been talking about. And PJ Hyatt, we think it's PJ, in the 6. Separated by 0.6 of a second on the timing screen. Is that rear wing moving?
No.
On the Brumos car? It looked like it was sort of rattling a little bit as he was going down.
Or not?
No, not in a. Not in a Jim Hall air brake kind of way. No. Quesada goes through again to complete another lap. He did improve last time around. He's got the gap down to just 1/10 of a second. But I'm afraid the number 12 car did even better. And that's another new fastest lap for Bruce in the number 12. Turpin's now down to 4th. Ranson Webster in 5th. The Pat Long car, the 00, which we are pretty certain is Tim Pappas behind the wheel of that car.
Or at least his helmet.
Well,
Maybe Patrick borrowed the helmet.
That's a very good point.
And I normally wouldn't say stuff like that, but I know that there was just testing a couple weeks ago where Alex Lynn borrowed Earl Bamber's helmet, so it does exist between teammates.
Checkered flag is out. Had a good chat with Tim Pappas last night at the launch of the new Porsche that we saw this morning, and I get a feeling he wants to come back to IMSA competition with Black Swan Racing.
We would welcome him.
And I won't say any more than that because we weren't on the record. So the number 12, 1979-935, is quickest right now with a 129.909. Hang on a second. It isn't over yet, Shea.
Carlos de Quesada is pushing. He stays out to complete the lap, comes through turn 11, nails the apex, uses every inch of the curb and more. Oh, goodness. Let's see. What can he do? Crosses the finish line now. Oh, improves.
Yes. Gets it down to 0.020. Only 2 cars below 90 seconds. And that was the 12 and the 94. The 2.935s from 1979.
And he will know exactly where he lost those 200ths.
Yes. So from the final session, 129.909 for Bruce Canepa and 129.929 for Carlos de Quesada. Then that's PJ Hyatt driven 1982, Andal at 935L. Alan Turpin's in the 935, the Kramer K3 from 1976, Ranson Webster next up. Then the 934.5, the 00 car that we were talking about, makes up the top 6. Cameron Haley out again a little bit further down in 9th position in the 01A, the 1977 RSR, just behind Chet Taylor in a similar machine. And the top 10 made up by Kerry Eisenler in and what is he? He was in a 1966 912, so that was one of the older cars there. That's a sterling time for that car. Absolutely.
And that will do it for the Weissach Cup for today. That is their last session until we get tomorrow, which could be rain affected, so we have to keep an eye on that. But for the rest of the day, we still have more running coming up. It's Works Trophy taking to the track next.
It's very hard as well because the track has much higher average speed, so it's a lot more stress on the cars, but higher top speed. When you win, most satisfying moment you can feel in your career.
What a fabulous day we've had this Fast Friday at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for Porsche Rennsport 7 2023. 75 anniversaries of the first Porsche street car, 60th birthday for the venerable 901. Oh no, can't say that because Peugeot wouldn't like us to, so it was the 911. And that's the story we told early on. If you're a Porsche aficionado, then you obviously know that. One or two gaps in the car parking now as people are drifting away to their evening plans down in Monterey or Seaside, Pacific Grove or further afield. And once again, the flagged cars are out doing the demo laps. I'd have got told off if I was doing the Vitesse laps down through the years for being too far apart there.
So I didn't tell you this earlier. I told Peter, but Zachary Robichon was the driver in the blue car.
Right, yes,
earlier.
we spotted that. He was in the red one as well, actually, this morning.
There was a long line for Zach's car. They couldn't quite figure out what was going on, didn't really know what the dealio is. His job tomorrow is driving a Cayenne up to the corkscrew with people in it.
Good.
His job Sunday, driving one of the shuttles.
Really? Excellent.
So it was quite funny when they were assigning the people who had said that they would drive various things, and they gave him the race car on the first day on the racetrack. And then days 2 and 3, he looked at the schedule and went, I'm not in a car on the track? And they went, well, no, we're
Hey, there's worse things to do than driving a Cayenne around.
They didn't know he was Zach Robichon.
Ah.
Yeah.
So have they changed his assignment?
I would hope so. I will follow up with Wright Motorsport and find out if he's going to be perhaps continuing to give people wonderful rides around this 2.238 mile circuit. Having gotten of a test ride around this track many years ago, it changes your perspective.
These are all GT3s, aren't they? Yes, they are. And the green and white one is so close to being Leighton House colours. It just needs to be a slightly more blue in that green, if that makes any sense.
I would take any of them.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of cars with spoilers on the street.
Oh, I am.
I like them more toned down.
As long as it's got a 5-point harness, I'm good.
You see, not for the street.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
you have track day cars for that.
No, but you practice every time you get in and out of the car, and then your driver changes are really fast when you actually get in the car. See, there's a method to my madness.
Only Shea.
Yep.
Only Shea would work that one out.
Miami Blue GT3 RS would be ideal. That's the lotto car.
I think Miami Blue now is a paint to sample colour. What do you think of them bringing Riviera Blue back, though?
It's not Miami Blue. I'm a girl from the 305. I mean, Miami speaks to my heart a little bit more special as far as that's concerned. But no, it's not just the name that makes it better. You can't actually build a car on the
configurator. The
configurator, yes, on the website anymore in Miami Blue. So it would have to be a very, very special order. And at that point,
it's a PTS, yeah.
At that point, why not just go for hot pink? I mean,
well, they've brought Ruby Stone back as Ruby Star, which is the old RS colour, which I really, really loved. The PTS colour palette is endless. And, of course, you can match it to something else with Sonderwunsch, with the DreamWorks. We've got the final set of cars that we are covering in the false grid area. So whilst they're warming themselves up and getting ready to go, we'll take a breath. Don't go too far away. More from Rennsport 7 next.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
The lineup of cars for our final session of today in our live coverage from Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7 with our live stream presented by Michelin on the MotorTrend YouTube channel. Peter Mackay rejoins me, John Hindhoff, as we are getting ready, as I say, for this beautiful end to a fabulous day. And what again, beautiful early evening here, coming up to 5 o'clock Pacific time. And this, Peter, is again cars that we saw slightly earlier on today, but my goodness, worth seeing again. People joining us all the time. And this particular group are, again, we're talking about different eras of cars here and trying to tell the story and give a snapshot in each of these different grids of the Porsche story.
And this particular chapter of Porsche story was really a time of transition when a young Dr. Ferdinand Piëch in his late 20s, come into charge of the motorsport department and said, we're going to build cars that can win overall. We're not going for class wins anymore. We're going to win overall. And through particularly very clever aerodynamics, which didn't work immediately, but very low drag aerodynamics. That was PX thing. Low drag, lightweight, and incredibly powerful engines, which came in time. And it culminated in really the ultimate Porsche of that early era, the 917, which had a flat 12 engine and is the car that brought Porsche their first ever Le Mans win in 1970. One topic I want to dive into more is these Gulf 917 Porsches, because they were run by John Wyer Automotive Engineering, who were approached by Porsche to help them with their racing effort, and John Wyer Automotive Engineering brought the Gulf sponsorship in, but at the time they were told they would be the only team. But when they rolled up for the first race, there was cars from Porsche Salzburg that were entered, which was the Piech family operation, and John Wyer and the Gulf team, they were not particularly impressed about that, to be honest. And we saw a great internal rivalry between Porsche Salzburg and John Wyer Automotive Engineering. And after 1970, the Salzburg team stepped back, but they were filled by the Martini team, which was effectively a de facto works team. Cars were prepared at the works. And John Wyer Automotive Engineering and the Gulf team had so much success, they won nearly every race apart from Le Mans.
Yeah.
Like you said earlier, they won in the film, but not out in the real track.
Yeah, it was the Salzburg car, of course, that won in real life. Yes. The 23 car, Richard Attenborough.
I'd love to have seen John Wyer's face when those Salzburg cars rolled out the track, going, "That wasn't the deal, guys. The deal was we were your de facto works team," and But that was a classic Dr. Piech ruthless move, where he actually admitted after, he said, I did that completely on purpose to get the best of the rivalry, pushed everybody up a level. And it did work, you have to say it did work.
We were talking about this earlier on, weren't we, about people who did modifications on cars back in those days, because we look at motor racing now, and particularly when we look at something like IMSA, and you see the extraordinary variety at the sharp end of the field between the different GTP manufacturers. The cars at the sharp end of the field that we were talking about tended to be from a manufacturer, and there was half a grid full of Porsches. And we talk about the Martini cars and the Salzburg cars and the Gulf cars, because they were all Porsches, and we identified them by the liveries. And by the way, the Salzburg colours kind of lives on in the 963s with it's the 6 car in the IMSA championship that has the white stripes on. The 7 car has the black, and it's the 5 with the black in WEC, and the 6 again with the white. I see that. I absolutely see that. We've got some Porsche USA Esports Challenge coming up next. We will head over to that in a wee while. Let's take some quick times, Peter, of what's coming in here. The 908 Longtail fastest at the moment.
Yes, Gerard Lopez, former boss of the Lotus Formula One team, who's an avid Porsche collector. He's recently acquired a 962 that was run by a Japanese team and driven by none other than Tiffany Dell as well in period. But the 908 Longtail was a car that nearly took Porsche's first overall win, and if it weren't for that dastardly Jackie X, we'd have done it. Hans Hermann and Jackie X. And ironically, Jackie X was in the John Wyer Automotive Engineering Ford GT40, and Hans Hermann's trying to chase him in the 908 Longtail, and Jackie X finished just ahead in that 1969 race, and Porsche had to wait another year. But the 908, in all its forms, really laid a basis for the 917. But a car that didn't quite come out the box in its most stable fashion in its earliest guys.
And the Longtail, Langheck is Longtail LH. in German, obviously, Langheck, long tail, Kurzheck, KH, or just K for short tail. Very noticeable on the white car with the orange front, just crossing the start-finish line now. But look how elegant it's been done, Peter, how it comes in barchetta style, like a little boat tail there. And again, those upright fins that we saw earlier on in the short tail car.
Yeah, they were experimenting with things, and at that time Porsche didn't have their own wind tunnel. They went to the Stuttgart Institute to get the aero right. And when you fast forward a couple of years later, for the 917-10 and 917-30 Can-Am cars, aerodynamics were so important. The car that Bruce Canepa's driving, which has just gone quickest, car number 6, a 131.438, that's a 917-10, which was owned by George Luce, a privateer racer. Bruce has owned that car for a very long time, and clearly he knows how to get the very best out of it. Quite a remarkable time that for a car of that style to be able to get the power down. 131.4, amazing.
Third place, Dave Hagen in a 910 from 1967. That's the 37 car. Chris McAllister, fourth. Everybody improving lap on lap here. Chris in the 21 is in another 917, this time a short tail car. Okay. The Bobsy Porsche SR3 from 1964, Donald Anderson in the number 65 is fifth and making up the top 6. William Lyon, who's been very busy, Will Lyon in the 88 in a 1967 910. There's 30 minutes to go here. We'll keep an eye on that. Your thoughts, Peter, as a... I think it's fair to say you are a Porsche aficionado and a Porsche fan.
This event is impossible to describe unless you come here and see it for yourself. I can't. If you've enjoyed our pictures today, as a Porsche enthusiast and fan, you've got to come here. Next Rennsport 8, make sure you put your ticket in. As soon as the date comes out, get your ticket, because you've never seen a collection of drivers, cars and fans like it.
Mark Webber in 10th at the moment in the number 42. That's a 906E. That doesn't mean economy or electric.
It might mean a little bit better economy. It's the fuel-injected car.
Correct.
With the slightly longer, stubbier nose, too. That's El Tigre, that car.
That's the stripy car. Well, what a day we've had, and great thanks, first of all, to everybody here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and also to all of our volunteers, and of course our camera operators and all of the technicians. Peter, Shea and I will be back at the Global Broadcast Centre. Let's head down to the paddock to Amanda for her thoughts on this first day of Rennsport 7.
What an incredibly full day here for day number 1 at the Rennsport Reunion, number 7 here at Laguna Seca Raceway. It's only that we would end it right here where we began, Justin. I mean, we had the reveal to kick off the day, and I know you were busy, just as everyone else was, but back in this spot, what was the highlight for you?
Well, the highlight was for me knowing that I didn't buy any merchandise today, because that line has not stopped the whole time. For me, it was really seeing, we said the word family at the beginning of the show. You've been out interviewing people. I've been watching on the screens. It really is this collective enthusiasm for everything. Being up on the stand, I've really enjoyed being up on the stage. I did a seminar about the Mante Porsche behind. I didn't know about that history, and we had a big crowd because they're going, okay, with this beautiful yellow Porsche, what is it? And just, this is part of a lot of entertainment and a lot of education, but the whole thing is a great experience. So you've been busier than me today. Tomorrow's a big day for me.
I feel like every corner I go around, there's something new. And just as we were about to go live here for this last little segment, there's a guy playing a violin electrically to the house. Like, it's just so much stuff going on. It keeps getting better.
And you were dancing. You missed the dancing. What I think here is, the 5 years since we did this last one, the Porsche passion, the enthusiasm, it just got bigger and bigger, and I think everybody is so invested in being here. Remember, these people have come from all over the country. Cars have done these, pilgrimages from all, we can't say four corners because there's a sea over there, but, 3 corners of America have all come to here, and they're just so relaxed and so chilled. And another element that's so big is the legends, right? I mean, you've seen people that they're the heroes for these ladies and gentlemen, the kids, and they can walk next to them, and Brian Redman and everybody. It's amazing.
We talk about the line for the merchandise, the line to get autographs with the legends were insane today. I expect the same for tomorrow, and as we talk about tomorrow, a full slate again. We're going to open up the day. There is a panel on the 60th anniversary of the 9/11 tomorrow. We're going to start weaning down some of these classes into qualifying. There's the first tractor race. Are you in that one?
No, I'm not, because I didn't bring my welly boots. No, I'm in the second one. I'm on the Sunday one. I want my tractor to be, if it's slow, I won't do it. If it's fast, I'm going to try and win with it. Yeah.
What's the secret with Rennsport Reunion? I've been reading, everyone was saying the last one there were 80,000 people. We're hearing that there's going to be a number up to 6 figures here tomorrow, potentially. What keeps people coming back event after event?
It's the fact that they don't, they have a nice gap between them. So like that rabid passion can build up between. But I also think that Porsche as a brand never stands still. And what they do on the racetrack is such a big part of the technology filtering down to the road cars. The road car of today, a GT2 RS, a GT4, it's as fast as race cars were, 5-10 years ago. So I think it's the constant wheels of motion of Porsche. And just look at their branding and the design, the colors, the bespoke nature, the Sonderwunsch. I mean, in every way, Porsche it's an elite car, but for so many people can access it. And I think that's it, accessibility.
We know it's going to be a very busy day for you again tomorrow. What's on Justin Bell's list?
So I have some great panels up there tomorrow. I think I have Kevin Jeanette's going to be up there with Gunner Racing. We're going to have a great talk. I've got some tag stuff being up there. There's a big reveal tonight with Patrick Dempsey about La Carrera Panamericana. I mean, there's so many brands and elements. Everybody's weaving their stories together. But for most people here, have you noticed, is a nice pace. Everybody's taking it. It's a mature event, right? No one's running around frantic. There's so much to see. They're taking their time.
So if today was epic, I expect tomorrow to be even bigger.
Tomorrow's going to be bigger, so much to look forward to. It's not just rinse and repeat. Every day there's a little bit more. And don't forget, stay tuned tomorrow. It's going to be huge.
Well, thank you to Justin Bell, and thank you all for joining us here today. It's been an epic first day here at the Rennsport Reunion number 7. I got to thank everyone from MotorTrend. We will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Good luck to our esports competitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and welcome to the Porsche Esports Challenge USA 2023 held here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Amazing. It is great to have your company. We've got 16 drivers going head-to-head here tonight in the semi-finals, 2 groups of 8. They're all vying for a position in the finals, which will take place here tomorrow. It's going to be hugely exciting, this one, and there's a maximum prize pool of 30 grand up for grabs for our top 3 finishers overall here as well. Really, really looking forward to this one. My name's Tom Brooks. Alongside me is Arjuna Kankapati. Arjuna, are you looking forward to this as much as I am?
We've got 917s in the background playing and ringing around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We're celebrating motorsport with Rennsport Reunion and 75 years of Porsche. What better place to crown our 2nd Porsche Esports Challenge USA winner?
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. So we've got 8 drivers in Group A, 8 drivers in Group B. Let's get straight on with it, shall we? And meet our first 8 drivers who are lining up in the rigs here tonight. So our first 8 drivers then, please welcome from Reno, Nevada, it's Dean Heltz.
Also returning from 2022, say hello to Dennis Vandell from Gainesville, Georgia.
Next up, Zach Niederstadt from Oak Point in Texas.
The 21-year-old from Puerto Rico, say hello to Armando Rivera.
Next up, the 18-year-old from Cerritos, California, it is Tyler Lims-Nuken.
one of our new faces for 2023. Say hello to the Shades and to Peyton May.
Kevin Pounder from Inglewood, New Jersey. He'll line up second on the grid for the first of our semi-finals here tonight.
And our defending champion, say hello to Illinois' own, the 2022 Porsche Esports Challenge USA winner, Randall Haywood.
So those are 8 drivers which line up in Group A for the semi-finals here tonight for the Porsche Esports Challenge USA. Very much looking forward to seeing how they are going to fare. It's going to be hugely exciting and interesting. So the 3 semi-finals, they're all 3 different races over different circuits in different Porsche cars. And that is going to make it a really, really interesting challenge here, Arjuna.
And 3 very different cars as well. They're adapting to first a road car, second to, let's say, an entry-level race car. It only costs about $300,000, $400,000. And then the car that we see on stage in front of us, the Porsche Vision GT with over 700 horsepower. Boy, is that going to be a challenge.
Yeah, it's going to be hugely exciting to see how all these drivers fare. So, as we mentioned, 2 groups of 8 drivers. Group A coming up first here tonight. Then we've got Group B, exactly the same set of races, just in a different group. The top 4 from each of those groups will progress forwards into the finals here tomorrow. So 8 drivers all vying for top 3 positions because, of course, in the finals, you've got the prize pool split over 30 grand 3 ways, and then you've got Tag Heuer watches on offer as well.
Let's not forget that in terms of the drivers that are joining us, 12 of them competed in online time attack qualifiers to get into this competition. 4 of them competed in offline qualifiers at Porsche Experience Centers and dealerships. There's a bit of a difference, of course, in those environments, how they're going to fare today. But of those, 12 of the 16 from last year return for today.
Absolutely. Let's have a look, shall we, and guide you through exactly what it's going to look like in terms of the first race here. So race 1 for the semi-finals for Porsche Esports Challenge USA. It is Laguna Seca, of course, the home of the Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7 event here this weekend. We're in the Porsche 95987, the Rothmans livery on all of the cars, sports medium tyres. The grid is set by qualifying, which took place here yesterday. 8 laps for the drivers, and crucially, a grid start as well. And to be honest, it's on a hill. There's not a lot of straight lines here. So down towards turn 2, which is the first braking zone on the track, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens here.
Note the grid start with false start check. That means that drivers, if they jump forward, will be penalized for jumping the start, and that's something they will very much be keeping in mind. It's the only one of the races in the semi-finals that, of course, is going to have qualifying set the grid. Every other race will be set by the results from previous races. So it's the one race where drivers have a bit of pressure to move on forward.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing what is going to happen here for this one. In terms of qualifying yesterday, Dean Helt starts at the back of the grid here for this race, but his pace was really good, except for the fact that on his only flying lap, he ended up going a little bit wide, exceeded track limits, was given a penalty, so he's got to find his way through from 8th on the grid.
And one of the strongest drivers in our 2022 Porsche Esports Challenge USA, and that means that in this first race, we need him to, he'll be hoping to work on forward and potentially get into the podium spots and accumulate points that carry forward to tomorrow's final.
Absolutely. Let's get into it, shall we, and get the first race of the evening underway then. So Group A semi-final is about to begin. Porsche 959s here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And here is how the grid lines up. It is Vandel on pole position. Let's see how Dennis is going to fare, the 30-year-old. Roland alongside on the front row of the grid. In fact, actually, it looks like we're going to have to just abort the start of this one because I believe the drivers are going to be lining up in the wrong position. So let's wait to see exactly what's going to be happening here. There is Dean Helt. He should be lining up at the back of the field as we run through the rest of the drivers. So what will happen here essentially is we'll have a red flag, the race will be halted, and then it will be restarted and we'll get them all in the right positions because that is not the order that they qualified in. So just going to make sure that we get that all sorted and yeah, make sure that we get it all right because it's going to be hugely interesting to see what happens here, as I say, because 8 drivers lining up on the grid. Randall Haywood on pole position, but he was on pole by a second over Kevin Pounder.
This is that car, one of the cars that we thought might be a game changer. It's quite lethargic, turbo lag, of course. It's not a race car. It's going to require the drivers to adapt to the challenge it presents. It's the one race as well where maybe these drivers don't have too much experience in this car. GT4, the Vision GT as well, those might be cars they've raced at home. Not necessarily sure they'll say that about this one.
Yeah, exactly. The Porsche 959, as you say, back in 1986 it came out. It was a car that was originally developed for Group B rallying, and then, of course, the rule set changed in 1986. Group B was scrapped. It changed regulations in the WRC, so they took it circuit racing instead, and the 959 was the basis for the Porsche 961, which is an incredibly fast car.
Yes, and of course, the four-wheel drive technology is what also carried forward from those times as well. So it's a car that a lot of these drivers were very excited to see in person, because there's not just one or two, there's a handful of them scattered around Laguna Seca.
Yeah, exactly. And so that 959, do you know when it came out? It was the fastest production car in the world, 197 miles an hour of a top speed. You know, in 1986, that must have been the difference between sort of having dial-up and broadband.
We're talking, what, 450 horsepower, only 1,500 kilos. It's not a very heavy car either.
No, exactly. Let's get ready then, shall we, and get this first race underway. Drivers are lined up on the grid. Let's see exactly what is going to happen. So then, ahead of the first race for Group A semi-final, Randall Haywood will be on pole position. Alongside him on the front row is Kevin Pounder. Then it's Peyton May heading up row 2, with Lims Nuken alongside on that second row of the grid. Then you've got Roland in 5th position. Zach Niederstadt will line up alongside. And then the final row of the grid will be comprised of Vandel, the 30-year-old from Gainesville, California, and then Dean Helt. Difficult qualifying for him, lines up at the back of the grid. Let's see what progress he's going to make as we wait for the 5 red lights to come on. Racing action about to begin. Group A semi-final 1. Lights out, and we're underway. Good start from Haywood. He immediately moves over on Kevin Pounder and tries to chop his nose off down towards the first corner. Keep an eye out for Payson May coming along the outside then, as well as Lims Nuken. He's going to try and pick the pocket of Kevin Pounder as they head in towards the braking zone of turn 2. Who's that looking to the inside? I feel it might be Dean Helt making progress as they come through. So it's Haywood that leads the way. Payson May trying to hold it the long way around the outside on Kevin Pounder. Lims Nuken, meanwhile, is side by side with Helt, who's gone from 8th to 5th in the space of a couple of corners. Payson May does hold firm, though, in second place and gets ahead of Kevin Pounder.
An old school track. Look at the lack of limits that these drivers have to run themselves wide. There's gravel and then walls to find yourself into. This is where the track starts to climb and into what is the most difficult corner on the track. Rising up into turn 6. Fast, high speed, and with a sausage curb on the inside. If you turn in too early, you'll be very, very caught out. Dean Helt's trying to pass up the inside, though, in towards what is maybe a corner. That is not a passing opportunity.
Yeah, and he sensibly backs out of that move to see how clever there for him. Doesn't want to bite off more than he can chew. You can't win the race on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it. Down in towards the corkscrew. Turn 8. Lims Nuken closing up onto the back of Kevin Pounder as Haywood tries to extend his advantage already up to some 0.8 of a second at the sharp end of this one. So let's see how much progress he's going to be able to make as they start squabbling and closing up behind. Through Rainies of turn 9 they go. Then into the right-hander. Just a couple of more corners now remaining. Left-hander, the braking zone. Oh, Dean Helt goes to the inside line. Bang! Into the side of Kevin Pounder he goes. Backs out of the throttle and decides not to take any positions that he may have gained. And now that's going to leave him right on the back foot here, because Roland is now side by side with Helt as they come across the timing line.
We've got race control, and that's why Dean Helt wanted to make sure he relieved himself from the investigation that is ongoing right now. In towards the opening corner, Randall Haywood's under pressure as Dean Helt and Roland lean on one another and dive through the Andretti hairpin.
Yeah, so Haywood there now coming to pressure here from Peyton May, who's made some good progress, closed up that gap down in towards the first corner. And let's see whether we're going to see Peyton make a move, the 26-year-old from Herrigar, and not quite able to close up through the first few corners, and now dropping back into the clutches of Kevin Pounder here. That just goes to show how quickly the complexion of this race can change, because he was putting the pressure onto the back of Haywood. Now he's having to keep him watching brief on his mirrors, because Pounder and Lims Nuken are all close behind. Let's have a look at a replay here.
Into the final corner, and it's somewhat similar to what people would have seen in IndyCar racing here just a couple of weeks ago. Moves into the final corner, but Dean Helt gave up the ground. He's still in 5th spot, not far off the podium as a potential move down into the corkscrew. 60 feet you'll plunge. Peyton May slightly wide. Pounder and Lims Nuken side
side by side off the corner.
I think Pounder went into the back there of Peyton May, and that sort of caused a chain of events which is now beginning to unravel as we come through. Rainey's then in towards the right-hander. Pounder looking to the inside of Limsnooken, 2 by 2. They go for 4th place. Who's going to come out on top of that one? I think Limsnooken is just going to be able to keep ahead in 4th place for now. Dean Held keeping a watching brief on proceedings. Under investigation there between May and Pounder for that collision up the top of the corkscrew as we ride on board with May and begin lap 3 out of 8. Just to remind you, points on offer here in all 3 of these semi-finals. 12 points for first, 10 for second, all the way down 3 points for 8th place. Let's have a look into the corkscrew here.
Oh, you can see the contact from behind, and Peyton May did a good job to hang on to the car down through that compression, and for the time being 2.3 seconds. Defending champion Randall Hayward has broken away at the front. You mentioned, of course, points on offer. Those carry forward to tomorrow, so building up those points, very important today. As we said earlier, the results from this race set the grid for race number 2.
Yeah, this is going to be hugely confidence building for Randall Hayward as well. 2.3 seconds after just over 3 laps of racing. They're all sort of knocking 7 bells out of one another as they come through into turn 5. Look at Limsnooken, he's now on the back foot with Dean Held all over his rear wing as they come up the rise in towards turn 6. He had a half look there at the start of the first lap as Kevin Pounder gets a warning and now becomes under a bit of pressure here from Limsnooken as they come over the rise of turn 6. Held there looking to the outside of Limsnooken as well as they come into the braking zone of the corkscrew. Is anybody going to make a move through into there? No, it's as you were as they come on the exit and run down. But now Peyton May under pressure here from Kevin Pounder in these Porsche 959s. This is fantastically close with this podium.
The fuel consumption turned up to 4x for this race, and that means that the car's behavior is going to be changing quite a lot. We've talked about how lethargic this can be, the turbo lag, and those are all factors the drivers will be dealing with. 8 laps doesn't sound like a lot, but the tires starting to fall off potentially a little bit. And again, the weight moving around as well, around what is such a physical, undulating track here at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, in terms of the characteristics of this car, it's really unsettling under braking. You'd see drivers almost backing it into some corners because it's quite heavily biased towards the rear, and the drivers then just having to adapt their style. And this is the thing, of course, where we've got 2 more races coming up. We've got the Cayman GT4 in race 2, the Vision GT in race 3 here tonight. And that's, of course, for both groups of the semi-finals. Drivers are going to have to be hugely adaptable in terms of their driving style because they're going from completely different machinery into another race by race.
And I think that next race is going to be the most intriguing. It's the only combo that we repeat from 2022. So some of these drivers will know exactly what they want to be doing. Niederstadt has got to slow down. You see that on the left-hand side of the timing tower with the red dot. He will be slowed automatically by Gran Turismo to a set speed and lose a fixed amount of time. Randall Hayward up towards the front, though. I mean, 3.3 seconds clear. And you see the look of focus on the face. This is what we see so often in sim racing. No emotion, cool, calm, and collected. Randall Hayward looks like normal Sunday drive right now.
Yeah, he's in a different zip code compared to everybody else at the moment, isn't he? Some 3.5 seconds up the road from Peyton May and Kevin Pounder. Oh, Limsnooken there now coming in the middle of this gaggle as they go through into the right-hander. Who's going to emerge on top of this one? They're going to be almost 3 wide as they come down in towards the braking zone of turn 11. Pounder on the inside, Limsnooken in the middle, Helt on the outside. They're not all going to make it there without a smattering of body contact. Helt looks to try and hold it around the outside. He goes off onto the green on the outside of the circuit, but does manage to get the position and goes through into 4th place.
And important for Dean Helt after starting at the back to work his way into the first half of this group. Remember, 8 drivers in this group. We'll say goodbye to 4 of them today, the rest of them competing in tomorrow's final. For Dean Helt, he's not just thinking about getting into the top 4 though. Someone that really thinks he could have won last year, wants to have a real chance of winning, and therefore Kevin Pounder, Peyton May will be under pressure for the next 4 laps. Dean Helt wants to get second, challenge Randall Hayward at the start of race number 2.
Yeah, they're all very close to one another in this battle. Just behind as well, you've got Roland and Vandel pretty nose to tail also, just a couple of tenths of a second separating those 2 drivers on track. It's beginning to slow down a little bit at the sharp end of this one. Peyton May's been able to build out just a couple of tenths of a second of an advantage, and Helt looks to the outside of Kevin Pounder. Going to try and get the switch back on the inside out of turn 6. That's going to be an inspired bit of driving if he can hold it up the hill in towards the corkscrew. 2 by 2 into here. Certainly doesn't go. Who's going to be last at the lane breakers? Helt on the inside. Pounder trying to hold it around the outside. Surely they're not going to go side by side. They do. Pounder's off the track. He loses ground. Limsnooken has to get out of the throttle as well. But Helt is up into third.
They're all trying to challenge their inner Alex Zanardi by making passes at the corkscrew, and it's remarkable to see. Dean Helt now up to third, has 1 second to close up to Peyton May, who's going to have to take these next couple of laps to make sure there's no pressure. In terms of lap times, Randall Haywood did a 1:33.2 last time by Peyton May a 1:34. There's 0.8 of a second margin at the front with how much fighting they're been doing as side by side for fourth once again.
Yeah, this is hugely interesting here. Haywood still 3.2 seconds up the road from the rest of the field. Limbs Nukin now versus Kevin Pounder. So the wheels coming off the wagon of Kevin Pounder ever so slightly. Second place he started in this one, now down into fourth position, possibly fifth place if Limbs Nukin has got anything to do with it. Through the right-hander they go, turn 3, under the tyres bridge, and in towards the next right-hander, which follows. The steely concentration of Randall Haywood as he extends his advantage at the sharp end of this race. Just over 2 laps now to go in this first semi-final. And of course, this race will decide the grid for race 2, and of course, the points will be awarded from each of these semi-finals. You want to be in the top 4, just to remind you as well. Just looking at Kevin Pounder going through turn 6 there, that's exactly what I was talking about. You saw him backing the car in, using the rear of the car to get it rotated enough through that left-hander.
The great thing as well,
and Limbs Nukin
a little bit deep under the brakes, tags the rear end, but ultimately just time lost for both of those machines. What you see with this car in particular as well is the inputs, very smooth turning the wheel. Also with the throttle and brakers, a couple of drivers getting slowdowns.
Yeah, Limbs Nukin there with a half-second penalty. Whether that was due to the contact or whether that's been awarded due to track limits, I'm not 100% sure. Seems a little bit early for my liking if it was due to the contact. So let's wait and see how that works out. But now Peyton May is coming to pressure here from Dean Helt as they come across the timing line over the bridge in towards the first and then the second corners, the left-hander of turn 2. Peyton May, defensive line. They're slightly defending almost fresh air a little bit. And look at what that's done. It's caused him to be on the back foot. It's upset his line through the rest of turn 2. And again, that gap just sort of shrinks down, only by about half a tenth of a second or so. But May driving defensive here when he doesn't need to be at this point, and it's putting him under more pressure from Dean Helt.
Sometimes you don't need to drive defensive to hold on at tracks where it's difficult to pass. Peyton May feels the pressure off into the gravel, and Dean Helt goes from 8th to 2nd, 4 seconds off the lead, but does exactly what he wanted to do in this first race of the semi-finals.
Yeah, he started 8th place on the grid. Dean Helt now up into 2nd position. Don't think he's going to be close enough to mount a challenge on the back of Randall Haywood, especially given the pace difference between those 2 drivers. But they are quite comfortably the fastest on track. Haywood last time around a 33 flat, Helt a 32.6, so it was about 4 tenths of a second quicker. If the race was 13, 14 laps long, we may be in for something here, but it's only got a lap and a half now remaining. So Dean Helt, I think 2nd is going to be the best opportunity for him, but the thing is that will put him on 2nd place on the grid, the outside of the front row for race 2, which is going to be hugely important for the rest of his progress here in Group A.
And again, Watkins, Glenn, you and I had talked about it before the semi-finals got underway. Rolling start and a climb up 100 feet in towards the first braking zone after that. There are potential for passes on that opening lap. As we head on to the final lap here at Laguna Seca, is there a more fitting place to start off Porsche Esports Challenge USA than A, the home of Rennsport Reunion 7, but also the very first real track to be added to Gran Turismo all the way back in 1999 with Gran Turismo 2.
Yeah, it's an amazing circuit, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. I'm fortunate enough to commentate on some superbike racing here, and it always provides great entertainment, and indeed here tonight as well in the Porsche Esports Challenge USA. And in terms of how this first race is looking, well, it's going to be a bit of an exhibition here for Randall Haywood. His advantage shrinking by a couple of tenths of a second on this last lap, but nothing really for him to worry about. It's going to be lights to flag for him. I have to say, though, the 3rd place, the final position on the podium, is not guaranteed here because Pounder has got his act together after being roughed up a little bit here and is now right on the back of Peyton May. The thing is, there's very few opportunities for him to find his way through before the end of this race.
It's a short run up the hill here, only about 500 meters before you're on the brakes once again, and as much as Kevin Pounder is going to want to try and get past here, it's going to be setting up potentially into the final couple of corners. Then Nukin and Vandel are fighting as well, and car off into the gravel over the corkscrew.
Yeah, that's Limbs Nukin who's gone off into the kitty litter, so unfortunate there for him. His race coming undone at the closing stages, drops right down to the back of the field. No tell, we still run for this final battle for the podium. One more corner to go is Pounder going to have a look. I don't think he is. Hayward, though, comes through the final corner. He takes the win in semi-final 1 here for Group A of the Porsche Esports Challenge USA. Lights the flag victory for him. Dean Helt from the back of the field up into second position at the end of the race. Payson May does hold off Kevin Pounder. Those two separated by just 0.3 of a second at the timing line ahead of Vandel, Roland, Niederstadt, and then Lims Nuken, who we know was in some strife right at the very end of that race. But absolutely superb driving from Dean Helt. And you can see that, well, delight for the man who finished just up the road ahead of him, Randall Hayward, a lights the flag victory. Arjuna's going to be down there talking to him. Arjuna, I can't wait to hear what Randall's going to say after this one, because that was an incredibly impressive drive from him.
The defending champion kicks things off with a victory. Randall, talk us through that race.
I just wanted to get through turn 1 and survive, and I guess I did that, and I just pulled away and just kept it clean. And I wasn't really pushing the whole race because I didn't want to risk the crash, because this is a dangerous track.
Dean Helt went from 8th to 2nd. He'll be starting alongside you on the front row at Watkins Glen. How are you feeling about that?
I'll do the best I can to defend him, but it's not really much I can say.
Looking forward to race 2. Should be really interesting at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, thanks very much, Arjuna. Thank you to Randall as well. Nice and cool and calm, as he usually seems to be. Keen to see what he's going to be able to do, though, in that second race coming up at Watkins Glen in just a few moments' time. I wonder, actually, if we could go and chat to Dean Helt. I'm going to send you off again, Arjuna. Actually, I want to find out what Dean's got to say after that one, because consider the fact that he started at the back of that race and ended up at second place at the checkered flag, which was an incredibly impressive performance for him. He had to fight his way through the field, really made good progress in the first lap or so, went from 8th position up into 5th place, and then slowly made his way right to the sharp end. He wasn't close enough to be able to mount a challenge on the back of Randall Hayward, but nonetheless, hugely impressive performance from him. I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted with that result, especially after being quite disappointed following qualifying yesterday and the mishap he made, which caused him to line up at the back of the field. So very much looking forward to seeing what he has got to say. Arjuna, I think you're down there with him. Let's see what Dean Helt has got to say after that race.
You made it interesting, 8th to 2nd, but not without a slide backwards as well. Talk us through some of the physical racing at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, well, thankfully I was able to make a pretty good start there. I got myself up to P5 or P6 there. Had a good little tussle there with Tyler there on the first lap, and then just made a little bit of a mistake the last corner, made sure I gave the spot back, and then thankfully was able to kind of pick off each driver one by one, and yeah, feeling very happy that I was able to recover after that qualifying effort.
Let's talk about qualifying. What was going through your mind? One lap to get it done, things didn't go all your way, and a lot of work in this first race.
Well, I don't think I can say those exact words here in the stadium, but yeah, obviously a high-pressure situation. Unfortunately, I wasn't quite able to put it together yesterday, but definitely looking forward to getting the job done here at Watkins Glen.
Congrats on a great race 1. Go well in race 2.
Yeah, cheers, Arjuna. Thank you, Dean. Let's have a look then, shall we, and get confirmation of the results from race 1 here tonight. So, Randall Hayward takes a lights the flag victory from Dean Helt in second position. Then Payson May just holding off Kevin Pounder in 4th position. Then you've got Vandel, who finished in 5th place ahead of Roland, then Niederstadt, and of course Lims Nuken, who we saw was in some strife at the end of that one as well. So, yeah, it's really interesting to see how it's worked out. Let's have a look, shall we, and see what that means for the points as well, because, of course, it will reflect the results from the race. So it will be Randall Hayward, who has 12 points, Dean Helt in second position with 10 points, Payson May in third with 8 points, and so on and so forth, all the way down to 8th place with 3 points there for Lims Nuken. So, interesting first race. Race 2, Group 4, GT4, Cayman, at WeatherTech Raceway at the Watkins Glen circuit. This is going to be hugely interesting because it's a completely different circuit and car combination to what we had a couple of minutes ago.
Very different. We go to a purpose-built racetrack, of course, and a purpose-built race car. This track brings that elevation again, but in a very different way. It brings it with more high speed. We're repeating a combo that we did in 2022, but with just 6 laps and no tire change. It's a very different sort of calculated race that the drivers will be thinking about. And with the rolling start for the first time, how will things play out there?
Yeah, let's have a look, shall we, at the details then for this race. So it is going to be the Watkins Glen circuit where the drivers will be competing on. We'll bring the graphic up for you in just a couple of moments' time. There you go. Cayman GT4 Club Sport machine. This is a track-focused car that was released by Porsche when the 981 Cayman GT4 came out. The grid order, of course, is decided by the race results from race 1. 6 laps here, but interestingly, a rolling start. And, of course, that first corner, very, very tight right-hander here, Arjuna. So it makes a bit more sense just to spread the field out a little bit more.
Absolutely, and I think that the fact that the race start is automatically controlled, drivers aren't in control of their car until the green flag means we'll see a bit more orderly racing into turn 1 than traditionally you would see at Watkins Glen. We'll make the joke a lot, go bowling. That's because all the sponsorship at Watkins Glen and the real world reflects that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, drivers then are in the rigs and ready to go. We're about to get semi-final 2 underway for Group A here in just a couple of moments' time for the Porsche Esports Challenge USA. Let's have a look then, shall we, and remind you of how the field lines up ahead of this second race of the afternoon. So, the Glen is the home of race 2, and it's Randall Hayward, of course, the victor from race 1, who lines up on pole position. Alongside him on the front row, you'll have Dean Helps. Peyton May, really impressive performance from him to hold off the fast-charging Kevin Pounder at the end of race 1. Then you've got Vandel in 5th position. Alongside him, Roland, who had a couple of penalty in the end of that race, managed to finish in 6th place ahead of Niederstadt in 7th position ahead of Lims Nuken, who we saw in the wars at the corkscrew. So, racing hard tyres, a 6-lap sprint to the checkered flag. What are you expecting this one here, Arjuna?
I feel like the run into the bus stop's the one where everyone's going to talk about the draft. I don't know if that's where the action's going to be. Dean Helm, Randall Hayward, they know that they are looking strong. Who's going to be stronger, though, here? They're both now up towards the front.
So, round the final corner we go. Randall Hayward leading the field then here at the Watkins Glen circuit. Who, though, is going to be taking the checkered flag and, of course, getting all-important points for the finals. Let's see what happens then as we go green and we go racing. Semi-final 2 for Group A here at Watkins Glen is underway. It's Hayward that leads the field down towards the first corner, followed by Help, followed by May. Don't expect any moves in towards turn 1, the field being as spread out as they are. I have to say that Lims Nuken in the background is looking like a move on the back of Niederstadt, but wasn't quite able to make it stick. But of course, the field being as spread out as they are, it will sort of be the middle part of the first lap where we'll see drivers beginning to close up a little bit more, and that's where we could see some overtakes beginning.
Through the S's, 110 feet of elevation as you continue to climb up in towards the braking zone forward. It's called the outer loop. You've got to spot the braking zone, the references on the left-hand side. These drivers will be braking at the 300-meter mark, relying on the ABS as well to clatter over the curve and bring as much momentum in towards this long outer loop as they can. This is a quintessential oval corner, isn't it? Patience, maximizing your throttle application, and then diving down into this boot section where you've got to be so committed.
Yeah, exactly. So through in towards the hairpin we go, and already towards the end of the first lap we're sort of getting towards now. No one making any moves at the moment. Peyton May there sitting in 3rd position with Kevin Pounder. I say that, coming up his inside and making that stick. A little bit of contact between the two. That might allow an opportunity here for Vandel and Roland to try and join in the party, but Kevin Pounder there making the move stick and through up the inside. But look at that, just a couple of corners, those two were side by side with one another, and it's allowed Helt and Hayward to get a second of an advantage as Roland and Vandel are 2x2 in the background.
Same thing happened for Niederstadt and Nuken. They went side by side, lost a bit of ground. They're now catching up as a result of this, cresting back up to join the regular Watkins Glen oval sort of a layout and in towards this penultimate corner. Randall Hayward, Dean Help separated by just a couple of car lengths or so. It's side by side once again. Roland and Vandel resuming the battle.
Through in towards the final corner we go now here at the Glen. Oh, skimming the wall on the outside there for Randall Hayward. That's going to upset his drive, and it's allowing Helt an opportunity here to take over the race lead as we come across the timing line. Side by side they go, down towards the first corner. Hayward's got track position. We're going to help get the switch back on the inside. He's not quite close enough. If he can use the momentum he's gained, though, no. Hayward manages to hold firm, so a slight mistake there out of the final corner. Did put him on the back foot, but manages to retain the lead for now.
Dean Helt actually ran a little bit wider on the entry into the S's, trying to build up a bit more speed and use this slingshot as the sun continues to set here in upstate New York. Dean Helt on the outside and looking into that outer loop for the race lead. Kevin Pounder's closing as well. Is Hayward going to be able to hold on?
on the inside into the chicane.
Oh, Hayward just able to keep it firm there for now, but you're exactly right. Kevin Pounder there ready to join the party and try and pick his pocket. So we've gone from a two-way to a three-way battle here at the sharp end. Payton May in fourth place being given a penalty there, presumably for exceeding track limits, because we haven't seen any warnings being brought up on the screen. So Hayward leads the way, slightly wide though through those last couple of corners, just looking like he's under a little bit of pressure here, and maybe the first chink in the armour is beginning to show for the American.
An uncharacteristic mistake there from Randall Hayward to slide a little bit wide and compromise himself through that final corner. Seems to have regained the composure heading back onto the short run. You can see Payton May dropping to the right side of the track and slowing down. That's automatically done, serving the penalty. Now runs in 7th spot. That's going to put him in a very difficult hole to try and get back into the top 4 in points in this Group A of the semi-finals.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, as you say, the lightest minutes of fade here. It's 8:30 was the time the race started. We do have dynamic time transitions on in this one, so it'll be getting darker, so they'll be racing into the night here for the second race, and that is going to be hugely interesting because, of course, visibility is going to be at a bit of a premium. It's not a floodlit circuit, so through in towards the final corner we go. On board here with Kevin Pounder, who's got box office seats of the top 2 in front of him as we come across the timing line. Hayward, of course, has not got the advantage of the slipstream, whereas Helt does, but even despite the fact that Helt has got that slipstream and will have a greater top speed at the end of the start-finish straight, might have the opportunity to make a move. And something's happened to Payton May. I think that was due to the penalty. He's dropped down from 4th place down into 7th now, just got the better of Linton for 8th.
They will be fighting at the very back for the time being, but once again, Dean Howell has the overspeed. Not going to commit, I think, to the pass this time by. We're going to reach the halfway mark of this race at the line next time by, and Dean Howell is building up the encyclopedia of data that he needs to understand where to make this pass. Like I was saying at the start, the outer loop, inner loop rather, doesn't necessarily seem like you get enough overspeed with the 385 horsepower that 3.8 litre 6-cylinder puts out to really make the move. Maybe it's here, through that outer loop and diving into the boot, where a surprise opportunity may come.
Armando Rolon having a good race, actually up into 4th place. The driver from Cruz Toalta, 21 years old, finished in 6th place in the first race, now up into 4th position as we now are very much into night time here with Randall Hayward coming under ever-increasing pressure from Dean Helt. The headlights illuminating the way as we ride on board with the winner from race 1 Group A semi-final. Dean Helt there looking at half look to the inside, but no way at the in at the moment for him to make that move stick. And Rolon now closing up onto the back of Kevin Pounder here, so nose to tail from 3 drivers now increasing into 4th place. So it's going to be hugely interesting. We're already at the halfway stage here of this one. Through in towards the left-hander we go. One more corner to go, and it will be 3 laps then remaining. Payton May now just dropping down into 8th position here as well, so his race rather coming unravelled as a result of that penalty. Whether there's something else that's happened on track for him, I'm not 100% sure, but either way, Rolon here, we ride on board. Kevin Pounder just up the road. Over a defensive line, Rolon there trying to sell him a dummy, looking to the inside, down towards turn 1. That's going to be a brave move. We can make it stick. Gets the apex, runs it slightly wide. Kevin Pounder's going to try and switch back on the inside. 2 by 2 they go. Who's going to get the inside line and hold firm into that right-hander? Oh, this is incredibly close, and we're side by side from the race lead in front as well. It's Pounder versus Rolon for 3rd place. It's Helt versus Hayward for the race lead, and Helt has taken over at the sharp end, but Hayward has immediately repaid the favour as we see Pounder versus Rolon part 2 down the back straight into the bus stop. Who's going to get the lead away from the race? Helt is just able to hold it ahead of Hayward for the race lead, and Pounder ahead of Rolon as well.
Around the outside of the inner loop, that's audacious from Dean Helt. The impetus was there in race number 1, and now leading with Randall Hayward on the outside. Dean Helt is not here to mess around.
No, he's looking pretty racy here, isn't he, Dean Helt? You wonder if now he's in front, if he's going to be able to build out an advantage, but the thing is, it's quite a medium speed corner sort of circuit. There's no heavy braking, so there's no real opportunities to make ground like you'd have with a more sort of stop-start circuit, so it's harder to break away, especially, of course, when you have to consider the fact that Dean Helt does not have the advantage in the slipstream.
And Kevin Pounder's dropped back now to 6th position. One small mistake in a battle as close as this, and you just lose that crucial track position. Is promoted Roland Van Dal and recent birthday boy Niederstadt up in towards the top 5.
Yeah, he celebrated his birthday yesterday, exactly as you say. They turned 23 yesterday, Zach Niederstadt, so many happy returns to him. Let's see if he can make it the birthday weekend to remember here at the Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7 events at Laguna Seca. So, on board we ride here with Vandel then. Now closing up onto the battle for the podium. 5th place it was for Vandel at the first race. Right there on the exit there for Roland as well. Just clip the wall on the outside. Didn't lose too much time, fortunately, but just a warning sign beginning to come in here.
Dean Howell, we said maybe wouldn't be able to break away, but was very, very comfortable up the front. We haven't really seen a margin this big for the race leader since the start of this race, and so Dean Howell will be very happy about this. The fact that Randall Haywood's the one under pressure, not feeding the pressure to help. Roland builds the speed. The Puerto Rican now forced to the outside. Randall Haywood's defended the inside once, lost it to the outside another time. What will happen into the bus stop one more time?
Side by side they go. Roland with the outside line, but Haywood last of the late breakers, holds firm into second position for now, and Roland's going to have to keep an eye on his mirrors as well, because Vandel is ready there to try and pick up the pieces if the opportunity is presenting itself. Oh, Nida sat with a penalty there in 5th place as well, so he's kind of in no man's land really, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem there for him. But nonetheless, up the sharp end of the field with lap and a half now remaining. It is all to play for in the podium battle. Dean Held, though, exactly as you said, now he's got the impetus, he's able to take advantage, pulled out a second over Haywood.
Look how dark it is. The references have disappeared from the drivers. They are relying on their senses and the great practice they had before they went racing yesterday. Roland having to now defend from Vandel as the Gainesville, Georgia resident looks to the inside towards the very tail section of the booth. Roland will run the momentum around the outside, slightly captured in corner, but now cresting up towards this left-hand hairpin. It's off camber. Vandel gives up the ground.
So through the left-hander we go. Just dropping back there as well. Involved in a bit of a skirmish with Niedersat. Those two exchanging blows. A bit further down the order. So now 1 lap remains here in Group A semi-final 2. Come through the final corner. Dean Held with the second advantage. You can see the live points range on your screen there. 22 points between Held and Haywood. They will be tied at the top going into semi-final 3 here this afternoon. Roland and Vandel likewise, as well as Kevin Pounder. Of course, just a reminder, the top 4 drivers will progress forwards into the finals here tomorrow. So you need to be in the top 4. And at the moment, we've got 3 drivers, 3rd, 4th and 5th, all tied for points in those final positions. So it's going to be all to play for in the 3rd semi-final for Group A here tonight.
And points again carrying over to tomorrow as well. So Randall Haywood may have been thinking with Dean Held starting toward the back, there was a chance for him to grab 3 victories and rack up those points. It's not going to go that way, and you can tell that even the likes of Roland, Vandel and Pounder have brought plenty of speed here today to this competition. Haywood, our defending champion, still after that race one was feeling quite comfortable. The second race has been a totally different game.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting circumstances here for Randall Haywood, especially with the dominance he had in that first race. It's not going to be a repeat here in race 2 unless Held makes a mistake at the sharp end, but he's been driving so superbly well, and I think he felt a little bit aggrieved by the qualifying mistake that he made yesterday, and he's certainly righting the wrongs. Looking to make place now up into second in race 1, and then from second into first for race 2. So down the back straight we go, just a couple more corners now remaining. Through. Nose to tail between Haywood, Roland and Vandel. Through into the left-hander. Vandel having a cheeky look to the inside. There was a bit of contact between himself and Roland here. I think he's going to have to back out of that one and try again another day. Down in towards the last couple of corners we go. Can Vandel try and invent something and get himself onto the podium for the first time here tonight? Well, he's going to have a half look to the inside, I'm sure, but I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for him to find his way past. Either way, Dean Held is going to come through the final corner and across the line to win semi-final 2 for Group A here ahead of Randall Haywood and Roland in 3rd place. Vandel finishes in 4th position ahead of Pounder, Niederstadt, May and Lind Nuken at the end of that one. But hugely impressive performance there from Dean Held. We're going to send our junior down to talk to him in just a couple of moments' time, and also to the man who was so close to that battle at the sharp end of the field as well. Of course, Armando Roland, the driver from Puerto Rico. 21-year-old. Let's see what he has got to say. Let's see what Dean Held has got to say as well. We'll be catching up with him in just a couple of moments' time. But a hugely impressive performance, that one from Dean Held. So the upshot is we're going to have 2 drivers at the top tied on 22 points. And then we'll have 3 drivers tied on 13 points. And, of course, that makes 5. only 4 go through from Group A. So somebody is going to be missing out, and I'm sure pretty upset about it as well. But it's going to be really exciting to see how it works out for the third semi-final, because of course we have got a completely different car and track combo. Anyway, let's head down to Arjuna. Which of our drivers are you catching up with there, Arjuna?
We got Dean Helt, who we've already talked to once. So let's talk about that move around the outside of the bus stop. That doesn't really happen often.
No, it doesn't happen if you're not racing against somebody that's as great as Randy is. I mean, we have such a great amount of respect for one another, and I mean, he was doing a really good job trying to break the slip, really making it difficult, and kept it super clean. And thankfully, I timed it right to where I got my nose ahead, and I knew he was just, you know, I knew I could rely on him to get me in the room. And when you're racing with people that you can trust, it makes it a hell of a lot easier.
Next up in this Both Esports arena, the Porsche Vision GT at Road Atlanta. What should we expect with 700 plus horsepower and tire wear, I think, being a major factor?
Yeah, tire wear is definitely going to be a big factor in the race, especially towards the end. If you can manage it, as there's a car going by, if you can manage it well in the early stages, you'll have a big advantage at the end. So definitely got to be smart with the pace. Can't run away too much, but let's see what happens.
Plenty of respect between Randall Haywood and Dean Helt.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Arjuna. Thanks, Dean, as well. We'll catch up with Armando Rolon in a couple of moments' time. Arjuna's just making his way down, and I'm sure he's going to have a chat with him, find out exactly what he's got to say after that one. Arjuna, catch up with Armando. What he's going to say for us?
So I think Armando's still shaking a little bit after a run onto the podium. Talk us through that.
Well, it was a good run. Definitely a struggle with the 959s a lot, but I had pretty good pace with the Caymans, and I made a couple of good moves stick, and yeah, got the podium. Can be.
One more race in this semi-final. How are you feeling with how the points are staking up, and one more race to go?
Well, I don't know how the points are doing, but I'm pretty confident on this combo. I think this is the best one I have, so I'll be getting to get a good result on this one.
Speed is increasing for Armando Rivera.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Arjuna. Thank you to Armando Rolon as well. Let's just get confirmation of those race results here for Group A semi-final. So, Dean Helt takes the victory then ahead of Randall Haywood. Rolon in third place, his first podium of the evening here in Group A. Then it was Pounder in fifth place, ahead of Niederstadt and Peyton May, who was somewhat in the wars, really, because a good performance for him in race one didn't translate to a particularly strong result here in race two.
That was a much wilder second race than I think I was expecting. Watkins Glen definitely delivered, and the way that the drivers showed each other respect, Dean Helt talked about it with Randall Haywood. They've all raced with each other so often. 12 of the 16 drivers returning from 2022. I think we're going to be in for a real treat moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, the third race, again, completely different car and circuit combo as well. So Vision GT Porsche at Road Atlanta, which is going to be hugely interesting because it's a very fast car. It's an all-electric car as well. Does 0 to 60 in about 2 seconds or so, something along the lines of that. And it's the brainchild of Gran Turismo and Porsche coming together a couple of years ago to create this one, and hugely excited to see what this car is going to be like. You can even see it here on the ground in the studio as well. So this is the third race of Group A semi-finals. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Porsche Vision Gran Turismo, racing soft tyres, 10 laps here.
It's one of my favorite tracks in the world. We are running a slightly detuned Porsche Vision GT. Instead of the almost 1,100 horsepower this car can produce, 700 horsepower hopefully will keep the car slightly closer together. But with the tire wear being turned up to 2x, some of the drivers have talked about how they're a little bit concerned that they'll be running on the rims by the end of the race.
So in terms of the points as well, we're tied at the top between Haywood and Dean Helt. Those two both on 22, 1 second place, 1 victory apiece. Now, it's all to play for those two, but of course it's all to play for behind as well in the battle, because we've got 3 drivers tied on 13 points. That makes a total of 5. Only 4 can go forwards into the finals in Group A.
It's such a brutal competition, isn't it? You only get 3 races, and in effect 12 minutes per race to make a result happen, and that's just to get through to the finals where the prizes are on offer.
Yeah, exactly. Right, well, the drivers are lined up and ready to go then ahead of the third and final race for Group A. Of course, we'll do this all again in a few minutes as well when we get Group B, so the second lot of 8 drivers. 4 drivers from Group A progress forwards, then we'll have exactly the same for Group B, making a total of 8 for the finals here tomorrow. And of course, the finals are double points as well. So these points, as we know, don't only count for the results here tonight, they do carry forwards into the finals. So that is going to be hugely interesting to see how it all works out. But a grid start then for our drivers, and here is how they line up for the third and final race in Group A semi-finals. So Dean Helt lines up on pole position in the Porsche Vision Gran Turismo. Alongside him, Randall Haywood. 1 victory, 1 second place for him. Roland, heard from him just a few moments ago, the Puerto Rican driver ahead of Dennis Van Dell. Next up on the grid, you've got Kevin Pounder, somewhat in the wars in that last race. Let's hope he can have a turnaround in fortune. He lines up in 5th ahead of Zach Niederstadt. Then 7th place, Peyton May, also looking forward to a bit of redemption here tonight. And then Lims Newcomb completing the grid. So 10 laps of action then, ready to go. Semi-finals, race 3 here at Road Atlanta for Group A. Lights out, we're underway. Good start from Dean Helt. Haywood gets away pretty well as well. Keep an eye out though for Roland in the background. He's being swamped by the likes of Van Dell and Kevin Pounder. Down towards the first corner. Pounder's looking to his inside. Peyton May also on the inside of Lims Newcomb. Helt versus Haywood as well, side by side as we come over the rise and in towards these S-bends. Helt manages to hold on to the advantage and hold on to first place for now.
0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 2 seconds, 0 to 205.4. They rocketed off the line, and Randall Haywood almost was able to take advantage. Look at how much they are working, though, these cars through the bumps of the S's. Now in towards turn 6, hammered in, but all about getting onto the brakes early for a tighter than 90-degree turn 7. What runs you down into the primary passing opportunity. The chicane at the end of a 1-kilometer dash, which they're heading off onto now.
So Peyton May there just looking like he's coming under a bit of pressure. Niederstadt, Van Dell in the background ready to try and pick his pocket if anything gets a bit of an upset. This is one of the fastest parts of the track coming down in towards the final sector. Amazingly, we're already close to the end of the first lap here at Road Atlanta. Under investigation there between Niederstadt and Van Dell for a collision between those two drivers. We'll keep an eye out and see what happens if there is a penalty awarded. I'm sure we'll see a replay, but as we come through the long right-hander, Haywood has got the momentum here and he's trying to take the lead of the race away from Dean Helt as they come in towards the first corner, but it's a very short blast in towards turn 1 and he has to hold into second place for now.
Let's not forget that this is a very different style of controlling the car as well. There are no gears, the way you're braking is a little bit different as well, the feel of that, and so the adjustments continue as no further action race control confirms for Niederstadt versus Van Dell. It's the type of car as well that different drivers will have different levels of experience in. Not many of them will have competed in a car like this, or even with a car with this much power.
Yeah, exactly, and that is the thing, isn't it? That, as we mentioned earlier on, you have to be so adaptable in terms of your driving style. You know, if you're driving a Porsche 959 fast, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to drive a Vision Gran Turismo car fast as Peyton May goes into the back there of Kevin Pounder, 2 by 2. These two now run as they come down the back straight. Keep an eye out in the background as well for Dennis Van Dell, ready to try and join in on the party as well. We're 2 wide, possibly set to become 3 wide as we head down this back straight. It's so close between them. May there off onto the grass briefly on the inside. Who's going to be lost on the late breakers? May around the outside and off into the gravel. Oh, Peyton May is all coming undone for him. Unfortunately, drops right down to the back of the field. That releases Pounder and Van Dell and the rest of the drivers to go ahead. But Peyton May there just biting off a little bit more than he can chew.
It's the second race in a row where Peyton May has slid backwards as well. First race was courtesy of the slowdown. This time, courtesy of just pushing just that little bit too much. It's allowed 1, 2, and 3 somewhat separate. Let's go back though and take a look just on the onboard. You can see the brake trying to relieve that brake pressure. Too much speed was carried in and ultimately drops to the very back.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? That when you don't have the engine braking, you can't use the gears to slow the car down because there are none. It's just sort of one moving part at this point. Peyton May picking up a half-second penalty. I imagine that's in his haste to try and get himself back in contention for a meaningful position here in this one because he knows that his weekend is rather coming unravelled. This is an opportunity for him to try and get himself up into the top 4 positions, and at the moment it's not going to be enough for him down in 8th position.
On board with Randall Haywood, just looking to the inside and towards that chicane and down the hill. The cars run their way with gravity, not helping them in that braking phase. Now just trying to make sure smooth onto the throttle. 2.5 odd miles is this Road Atlanta facility, opened in 1970. The Porsche 908 02 actually won the very first race here. So much history of Porsche race cars. When Le Mans finally came here, there was plenty of action for Porsche as well. Randall Haywood's trying to carry that legacy forward.
Yeah, I don't know if he was going to just clatter into the side of Dean Helt there for a brief moment. Just done a half-hearted sort of move there, but he wasn't able to make it stick, and now it's kind of cost him a little bit, if anything, here for Randall. So let's see whether he's going to be able to try and regroup. Of course, the advantage for him is he has got the slipstream and a possibility for him to try and close that gap down in a straight line because Helt is pushing these drivers forward. But look at the gap that they've got, 1.3 seconds to Armando Rolon, who's having something of a quiet race there in third position, but a very welcome one, and that will be very important for his total points tally here tonight too.
Doing exactly what he needs to do, building that gap up as well to Kevin Pounder. Take a look at the live points. Helt, Hayward, Rolon and Pounder, but then just 1 point to Van Dale. Fourth and fifth position is the battle for a spot in tomorrow's finals.
And of course, just separated by a tenth of a second on track as Helt goes a little bit deep there into the chicane. Oh, there's contact there as well as Hayward's now trying to pick his pocket coming through the final series of corners down the right as we go. Hayward to the inside and into the race lead. Audacious driving there from Randall Hayward. He saw the opportunity and he seized it when it mattered, and now he hits the front, and here comes Rolon as well. Oh, he had a half look there, but he backed out of it sensibly at the first turn.
A confidence of Helt maybe a little bit shaken after the moment on the final corner where the ground falls away from you and just falls through that final right to the start-finish line, and Randall Hayward's back in the lead. Down through this S, so much commitment required. You see how close to the limits of the track that the drivers are truly getting. Dean Helt, you can see on the onboard perspective, gets a bit of a shove initially from Randall Hayward, but it's here as they plunge down through that compression, that's just pushing a little bit too wide with the understeer. Helt able to hold on to the car.
It's interesting, isn't it, looking at this Vision Gran Turismo car as well. You can see so many different sort of cues and influences from different Porsche cars from across the years. There's a bit of 918 and there's a bit of Carrera GT, definitely some 911 in some of the bodywork as well. Absolutely amazing job by the team at both Michelin and of course Porsche. This collaborative effort making this Vision Gran Turismo car just so special. Just amazing to see all of these different concepts coming through.
It's a car where the designers were allowed to be a little bit more free, both on the inside and the outside. You know, the dash is quite unique as Pounder gets a warning for ignoring track limits. Quite a unique dash, and of course we've got a full model of that car in our studio right now. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. Just as you say there, that warning for track limits, that's going to be interesting, because if he gets another one of those, it's a penalty. And if he gets a penalty, that'll drop him behind Van Dale, because they're only separated by a few tenths of a second. You can see that on your screen here at the moment as they come down through these S-bends. Niederstadt and Lipsnuken also pretty close to one another as they come through. Oh, look at the closing speed of Van Dale through that left-hander. Pounder looks like his cage has been well and truly rattled at the moment, and you wonder whether Van Dale is going to be finding his way through. It seems like a case of when and not if, and again deep into that right-hander for Pounder. Look at him, it's costing him time, he's having to go defensive. Van Dale is really going to be able to try and strike while the iron's hot if he can take advantage and get a strong exit out through here. But of course the disadvantage for him is that Pounder in front has got the slipstream courtesy of Rolon.
And we're only halfway through this race, and some of the drivers have already burned through almost half of their front left tyre. Got to be quite careful of that and the load that they're putting through it with the speed that we carry around this track. Hopefully for a second I can talk about some of the other history that Porsche's had here. I mentioned Petit Dr. Don Canos bought this track and brought a taste of the Circuit de la Sarthe to Road Atlanta. The first ever Petit Le Mans, Porsche 911 GT1, unfortunately did a bit of a backflip, but then going on almost 14 years later, we see a move for fourth.
Yeah, held there, just he had looked to the inside, didn't he, at the first corner, but wasn't quite able to make it stick. So down through in towards the next series of corners. Fascinating to hear on the history of this circuit and of these cars as well. And it's amazing, isn't it? You know, Porsche celebrating the 75th anniversary this year, the 60th anniversary also of the Porsche 911, and amazing to see so many cars from so many eras here this weekend at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and also here on track at the Porsche Esports Challenge too.
Oh, a little bit deep there from Van Dale, and going to be able to close back in though as we wrap our way out of turn 7. Pounder onto the power once again, and remember, 4th and 5th positions will determine who moves forward to the final.
So confirmation there that Van Dale does need that position ahead of Kevin Pounder in order to be able to qualify, and he's going to know that. And well, Pounder looking like he was a little bit on the ragged edge last time around, seems to have settled down ever so slightly now, but Pounder certainly soaking it up like a sponge as they come over the brow of the hill down in towards the right hand, and there's only a handful of laps now remaining. Pounder with another warning for ignoring track limits. He's going to have to be careful here. That's not the first time he's had that. If he gets another one, well, then it is going to be penalty time here for Kevin Pounder, and that is going to be a very welcome sight for Van Dale, and also Niederstadt behind.
Look at the front where Randall Hayward being able to build that buffer up to Dean Helt and roll on as well. All three drivers know they're comfortable in their spots to move on to the final. They cannot afford any sort of mistake as well. Vandel almost clattered onto the curbs a little bit too much, was able to gather it back under control, and now closes back up to the rear end of 4th spot, heading into turn 6.
Look at Kevin Pounder, look at his body language. He looks stressed. You can see him sort of looking all over the place, left, right. He's quite stiff when he's driving that car as well. He's not a man who's relaxed and comfortable at this point. He's under pressure and he's feeling that pressure. This is going to be really interesting to see how it works out. Will he be cracking under the pressure? Can Vandel do anything? 2.5 laps remain here. May getting a warning for ignoring track limits down in 8th place as well. Well, his race has been an absolute shocker by all accounts. In towards the braking zone of the chicane. Vandel not close enough at this point.
Vandel as well, let's just point out, qualified through one of the offline qualifiers, raced on drove at the Porsche Experience Center Atlanta to be able to get into this competition. Kevin Pounder qualified in the online portion from home. Dennis Vandel maybe a bit more accustomed to driving in an unfamiliar environment, and now into turn number 1, looks to the inside. Pounder's going to have to leave a little bit of room, but on the run up into turn 3, Pounder brings the momentum and brings the overspeed.
Oh, this is hugely close between the two, side by side. Vandel goes through on Kevin Pounder. It was a case of winning off him. There's a bit of a biff between the two of them, but they managed to keep it on the straight and narrow. And now, Kevin Vandel, what have you got left in your locker? Can you do anything to overhaul Vandel, or has that given Vandel the impetus? Is he going to be able to pull out an advantage and then qualify for the finals here tomorrow? It was crucial between those two drivers that they managed to finish in 4th place at the moment. It's advantage to Dennis Vandel.
This is the drama of a format like this as well, where you're racing your way into the finals. You've got to make sure the consistency's there or the results are there. You're not always going to have the both of them, like Randall Haywood has had. 1st, 2nd, and 1st at the front. You've got to make sure you win in these fights. And with one more lap to go, the gap's grown between Vandel and Pounder. You noted the body language, maybe a little bit tense and scared for Pounder. Vandel, in the body language of the car, looking a lot more confident.
Down towards the right-hander we go to begin the final lap here at Road Atlanta then. A little bit wide there for Vandel in front, but look at the advantage he's pulled out over Kevin Pounder, some half a second. It's not out of slipstreaming range, but it's not bad at all at this point. That's just enough of a comfortable buffer. He doesn't have to be worrying too much about what's carrying on behind him. You can see the live points there. Randall Haywood would take 34 points into tomorrow's finals. Dean Helt on 32 points, 21 for Roland and 20 for Vandel. Kevin Pounder would not be going through as it stands for now, and I have to say Vandel is looking like the quicker of the two drivers. Last time around, Vandel a 1:15.4, a 1:16.1 for Kevin Pounder. So difference between the two in terms of lap times and the gap on track increasing.
And you note the difference in points as well between Haywood and Helt and Roll-On. It was almost a full 13, 14 points, which tomorrow, when the points are doubled, is not a full race victory, no, but it's a significant margin already with only 2 races tomorrow in our final.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to give them a lot of sort of head scratching to do really at this point. Bit of maths on the go, and they're going to need to really sort of strike while the iron's hot. But through in towards the final corners. He won the first race of the evening here in Group A, and he comes through the final corner to win semi-final 3. It's Randall Haywood on top ahead of Dean Helt here at Road Atlanta. Roland takes his 2nd podium of the night as well, with 3rd place ahead of Vandel in 4th position. Very impressive performance from him ahead of Pounder, Niederstadt, May, and then Lims Nuken completing the order. But Randall Haywood taking a very, very well-deserved race victory, got himself out in front and managed to take the checkered flag. I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted with that. Dean Helt as well, not a bad performance from him over the course of that one either. I'm sure he'll be happy with 2nd place after taking the victory in the first one. Arjuna, I think you're going to be down there with Randall in just a couple of moments' time. And we'll hopefully catch up with him. In fact, I think you're there with Kevin Pounder, actually.
Yeah, we'll talk to someone who unfortunately will not be with us tomorrow, but Kevin, a close fight all the way to the end, and it was settled in the final couple of laps.
Yeah, I wasn't very good in that port, the VGC, so my weakest combo, so racing tomorrow.
Back here, though, at the Porsche Esports Challenge USA after joining us in 2022. Talk to us about the experience of being here at Rennsport Reunion.
Yeah, it's been very fun, and can't wait to do this next year, maybe.
Unfortunately, we won't see Kevin Pounder tomorrow, but another strong showing in today's semi-finals.
Yeah, thanks, Arjuna. Thanks, Kevin, as well. Disappointment there for him. Unfortunately, I'm sure that he will try and bounce back in a future event, whether that's a World Series event or something along the lines of that, I'm not sure. But nonetheless, very big congratulations, because, of course, to be able to qualify, there were 30,000 people who entered for the Porsche Esports Challenge in 2023. Only 16 of the best drivers were able to make it here. It was a mixture of online qualifying and also in terms of in-person qualifying at Porsche dealerships across the United States as well. So, yeah, hugely impressive to be able to get here, let alone be able to finish up the sharp end of the order. So, really impressive stuff from all of our drivers. Commiserations, though, to Kevin Pounder. I wonder what Randall Hayward has got to say after that one, Arjuna. In fact, who are you catching up with?
We've got Dennis Vandel, who is quite pumped right now, Dennis, with that move on the final couple of laps to make your way into tomorrow's finals.
I am beyond excited right now, and I'm really glad, you know, my home track, Road Atlanta, really pulled through for me. I knew the tires were coming down in the last lap, so I was running out of room to really pass on the first corner. So I really needed the left front to hold me through for the overtake and make a clean move on the competitor. And I just got lucky. I saw him kind of have a bad run onto the straightaway, and I took advantage of it at that point, and he didn't have the tires to pass me back by the end of the race. So I'm just really excited right now.
You qualified at the Porsche Experience Center Atlanta, offline competition. Does that help you coming into an environment like this with an unfamiliar rig and an unfamiliar crowd?
Well, yeah, I'm really glad we had that time trial, and I actually got first for that, and I was excited about that, first of all. And yeah, I love it. I'm having so much fun. You know, the competition is really tight. Everything's close, and I'm just having a blast. And I'm thankful that Porsche and Gran Turismo and everybody brought us here, so thank you.
Dennis Vandel will fight for $30,000 tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, Arjuna. Great to hear then from our drivers here at the Porsche Esports Challenge USA. Let's get confirmation, shall we, of the final race for Group A's semi-finals here tonight. So it's Hayward then ahead of Helt. Very impressive performance from our drivers here. Helt finishing in second place there, as we know. Roland in third position ahead of Dean Vandel in fourth place. And then Kevin Pounder, as we know, just missing out ahead of Niederstadt, May and Lims Newcomb. Any surprises there in particular for you, Arjuna?
I think there will be a lot of drivers delighted with that. I don't know if there are any surprises. I think the thing that really stands out to me is Dean Helt, after starting from the very back of his first race, only drops 4 points compared to what a maximum 3 victories would have given you. He'll be delighted with that charge early in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Here are the results then from Group A semi-finals, just to remind you. So Hayward then will qualify on top of the order in Group A ahead of Dean Helt. Then Roland in third place. Vandel, the last of the drivers who makes it through. Sadly, we will say goodbye to Kevin Pounder, Peyton May, Zach Niederstadt and Lims Newcomb as well. Disappointing for their weekends to end quite so soon, but nonetheless, really impressive performances from all of our drivers. As I mentioned earlier on here, Arjuna, as well, all of the drivers who have got here, 30,000 of them attempted to qualify for this one. Only 16 of the best made it through here, though.
And again, we took 12 of the same 16 from last year, right? Which shows just how strong our field is and how talented and adaptable these drivers are. Last year, the qualifying process was actually in races, so it was interesting to compare those that qualified via racing versus hot lap qualifiers, which was still offline. This year, everyone qualified in the hot laps. They don't necessarily have that same racing against each other sort of a vibe. They've all come here, though, with a lot of camaraderie.
Absolutely. Well, our focus now shifts over to Group B. So let's get ready then, shall we, to meet the drivers who will be lining up on the grid. 8 of them ready to go. And this is going to be hugely interesting to see how it works out, because we've just seen 4 qualify for the finals here tomorrow for the Porsche Esports Challenge USA. And let's see what of the 4 are going to qualify for this one. So then, let's get ready and welcome our 8 drivers on to the stage. From Locust Grove in Virginia, please welcome Jeff Wirtz.
From Tacoma, Washington, the 27-year-old Daniel Solis.
Please welcome from Atwater, California, the 20-year-old Timothy Betancourt.
And from one of the youngest drivers to one of the oldest, proving age is just a number with the backflip, Cyrus Cross.
An impressive backflip there for Cyrus. From Austin, Texas, please welcome Anna Gyro.
And from Fruit Cove, Florida, say hello to Donovan Parker.
This man's been really quick in qualifying from California City, here in California. Please welcome Robbie Heck.
But the quickest in the second group in qualifying, Andrew McCabe from Potomac, Maryland.
So those are our 8 drivers who make it through into Group B. Of course, only 4 will progress forwards to the finals here tomorrow. This is going to be really interesting to see how it all works out. Exactly the same race as we had in in Group A as we do in Group B here tonight. Let's have a look, shall we, and just remind you of the race details, though, for the first of the semi-finals here tonight. So, semi-final 1 for Group B, the Porsche 959 at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, sports medium tyres, 8 laps for the drivers, 4 times fuel consumption, 1 times tyre wear. What we saw in Group A was really close, packed racing. I'm expecting more of the same here.
Not at the front, where Randall Haywood broke away. It was for second on back, where you're 100% right. The pack racing happened, and we saw Dean Helt, like we said earlier, going from 8th to 2nd in the space of, 4 or 5 laps. It's not a track where traditionally you'd expect passing like that to be possible, but with aggressive moves into the Andretti hairpin, as we saw not once, twice, but thrice, and into the corkscrew as well, drivers found a way to make it happen.
Yeah, exactly. And just in terms of the driver lineup for this one as well, looking at the gaps a little bit closer in terms of the qualifying times here. So that is, in theory, going to lead to nice close racing too.
Yes, this is one thing that I guess we were a little unsure about yesterday. The qualifying sessions were 1 lap. You got 1 lap to either do your best lap or, in the case of Dean Helt, get an off track and not be able to set a lap. The drivers may have been a bit cognizant of that fact. Put in a banker lap. What does that mean? Drive at 90-95%, but make sure a lap is set that's complete and at least somewhat in the ballpark to get you into the top 4, hopefully.
Yeah, that's the crucial thing, is that you need to get yourself into the top 4. 8 drivers, only half of them are going to make it forwards. And as we saw, it can be really, really close. Group A, 1 point in it between qualifying and not going any further than that here this weekend. It was just a couple of mistakes from Kevin Pounder, and that cost him very dear. You could see the disappointment on his body language, couldn't you?
I felt a little bit awful dragging him away for a quick chat there, but I wanted to understand what he was feeling, because I think a lot of people don't get to be in this position, right? In front of fans at this Rennsport reunion, $30,000 on the line, fighting in front of Porsche. It's so cool, and it's such a unique opportunity for these drivers that puts a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, it's hugely different, isn't it, doing this in person, with an audience, with cameras on you, people shouting about you, that sort of thing, as opposed to doing it in your sitting room or your bedroom at home. It's a completely different kettle of fish, and it can't be understated just how important and how difficult it is to deal with that pressure and that change of environment.
They're all driving with the same equipment, but some of them wear gloves, some of them wear shoes, some of them wear socks. They all find different ways and dial in the settings to be as quick as they can.
As long as they all wear pants, it's fine by me. Anyway, let's get ready to go then, shall we, for the first race of Group B. The drivers are lined up on the grid and ready to go here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for the Porsche Esports Challenge USA in 2023. The Porsche 959 is the car, and here is how the grid lines up. It's Andrew McCabe on pole position with Robbie Heck alongside him on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is headed by Donovan Parker, and then you've got Anna Gyro alongside. Let's see how she is going to fare. Cirrus Cross in 5th position, with Timothy Betancourt in P6. The final row of the grid is comprised of Danny Solis in his Porsche 959 and Jeff Burks completing the field. So then, a grid start for the drivers. Let's see what's going to happen down towards the first corner. It is all eyes onto the lights. 5 of them on. Lights out, and we're underway. Good start from McCabe, not bad from Robbie Heck as he tries to drag side by side with him down towards the first corner, but gets his nose chopped off. Who's going to lead the way in towards turn 2? Looks like McCabe is going to have the advantage, but is he going to be leading at the end of the first lap? Oh, it's close in the mid-pack there as well, as we're side by side in the background. There's a smattering of contact as the drivers all try to thread the eye of a needle through. Timothy Betancourt getting his elbows out. Donovan Parker also looking to the inside of Anna Gyro for 3rd place into the left-hander of turn 3.
I think it was Anna Gyro that came in down through that Andretti hairpin, made a bit of contact with Donovan Parker and set off an almost 3 wide moment off the corner. You also saw down onto that braking zone Heck really pinched Andrew McCabe, did not leave him any room. I think we're going to see a pretty close fight up towards the front.
Right, Cyrus Cross there with Danny Solis close for company there behind as well. Spoke to Danny a little bit earlier on this weekend. He wasn't particularly optimistic about his chances here this weekend, but nonetheless, we know anything can happen in motor racing. If drivers start knocking 7 bells at one another, if they get close to one another, there's always an opportunity for things to change, and we know how competitive all of these drivers are. You know, you have 3 drivers that were separated by just over 3 seconds in terms of that, but in terms of the gap at the sharp end of the field, you had 4 drivers separated by under 1 second, so really close in qualifying trim, and that should set us up quite nicely for a good race here.
I don't think it's a surprise to see race control taking a look into that start of the race. Unfortunately for Betancourt, a slowdown penalty will mean he'll drop down behind Worms as we ride our way onto this main straight once again.
Gyro a little bit wide there, sorry. Arjuna just coming out of the final corner, and I wondered if that might put her under a bit of pressure here from Parker, but Parker's exit in turn wasn't exactly brilliant there either, so it's actually Worms that come across the line to start that too.
Oh, and I think right now they're all settling into the
Gyro goes wide, sorry, Gyro goes wide. Parker goes through on the inside at turn 2, and not quite sure whether she just outbrakes herself there, but either way, she's now lost that final place on the podium. He's going to have to keep a close eye on the mirrors. Cyrus Cross is very close to the company behind.
And down the hill, gravity works against you and maybe just a little bit deep. Gyro now sliding the 4-wheel drift as they head out of turn 4, heading towards that crucial turn 5 to begin the climb in towards this middle sector. Not too starting to break away, yes, but not by that much just yet. 1.2 seconds between second and third. If Mack and McCabe start to squabble amongst one another, we could see a potentially bigger fight for the lead as a couple of cars run wide.
They've got 4-wheel drive, isn't it? Because they're using that to their full advantage at the moment as we come across the brow of the hill out of turn 6. Penalty there for Danny Solis and also Timothy Betancourt as well. So presumably that is due to exceeding track limits. We know the stewards are pretty hot on it. It's all done manually here in GT7. And, well, the way ideal for them. See that 4-wheel drifting action coming into play as they head through Rainey's turn 9. There's a penalty for Danny Solis about to serve. And of course, a bit of a moot point for him because Betancourt behind has also in turn got a half-second penalty. Jeff Burks in the background there as well. Really in touching distance of those two, so I don't think it will affect them too badly. That is the penalty zone. You can see the yellow markers either side of the circuit. That's where the drivers will service. So now they emerge up relatively close to one another. Works able to take advantage and leap from Betancourt for 7th.
Down the hill once again. This is a track that, as we mentioned in the first group of the semi-finals, has been in Gran Turismo since 1999. The first real-world track as Robbie Heck left rear in the gravel. Quick hands to hold on to it, but crucially has lost a bunch of ground to the race leader.
Move into the right hand as we go. McCabe is pulling out more of the advantage now. Last time around in terms of the lap times, they're actually pretty close to one another. 1:33.5 for Andrew McCabe and 1:33.4 for Robbie Heck. So not much to split the times between those two drivers effectively. So yeah, interesting to see how this one is going to work out. The 7th per second on track, and you see Robbie Heck there soaring away at the wheel, just trying to get that Porsche rotated into the left-hander. Of course, it's not a race car. This is the road car with a race car livery on it, essentially. So it's not exactly set up for conditions such as this here at Laguna Seca compared to some of the other machinery drivers will be competing on.
And 4-wheel drive as well, right? Which sometimes means off the corner it doesn't necessarily go always the way that you want it to go. It's great for being able to get out of situations like that. Robbie Heck left hand down and drifting through that penultimate corner. You have to wonder what this is doing to the tires. Yes, they are hard tires. We're not expecting them to go bad in terms of just an 8-lap race. But is he overheating them? Is he putting too much energy into them? Is McCabe going to be able to take advantage and run away?
Cyrus Cross being given a penalty there for colliding with another car. Didn't quite see exactly what that was all about. There must have been a bit of contact there with Gyro, who's managed to sort of regroup and pull out a buffer over Cross. Sitting in 4th place now is Gyro. So relatively spread out the field at the moment. Not quite as close racing as we saw in the first one, but that doesn't mean to say that it's going to be like that for the rest of the evening. Of course, different car and circuit combinations. But at the moment, Andrew McCabe started on pole position. You know, given the pace we saw in practice with Robbie Heck, I really thought that he was going to be able to put the fight to the front. But so far, for a half-race distance, and he's not close enough to make a challenge on McCabe at the moment.
I mean, the only swap around in position for qualifying is Solis in front of Betancourt. Everyone else is running where they qualified. So definitely different sort of a race to what we saw in that first group of semi-finals. But I think that's probably just that challenge of who can car like this, you can't afford to make too many mistakes. McCabe at the front right now was very speechless after the qualifying lap yesterday, but it's perfect right now.
In terms of this Laguna Seca circuit, it's a really unique old school style track. What are the sort of challenges? How do you drive a lap of this circuit fast?
Well, if you ask Jeremy Clarkson, do it in the sim where you don't have to be scared about everything that you do in the real world. Of course, he did that great piece comparing what Gran Turismo was like at Laguna Seca versus the real world. He found himself, I think it was 16 seconds, 20 seconds off the lap time he did in the sim. It goes to show how much bravery is required at a track like this, because all of these different undulations, it's blind braking zones, blind references. The Porsche, for example, is intimidating, yes, but it's not the most difficult corner. That's the corner before it, that long left-hander with the sausage curve, and if you get wrong, you're ending up in the wall.
So through turn 2 we go, and a gyro now coming a bit more pressure here from Cirrus Cross. The second it was between those two as they came to the timing line, through in towards the right-hander. Still seeing a fairly stable gap between the two. Here is Anna, on board. Space of concentration, you can see her sort of wrestling the wheel. It does lend itself to a more aggressive driving style. That's why you have to drive these four-wheel drive cars. You've got to get the nose of the car in and use its internal power. But you often see drivers actually kind of backing these 959s in because it's quite rear bias in terms of how they brake.
Now you can see Robbie Heck just continues to keep the rear end dangling around. That's where you're watching the car control as well, right? The ability to understand what the tires are doing. And in sim racing, if you're new to this world, we get a lot of feedback through the wheel, but we lose the seat of the pants feeling, and sometimes even some of the sensations that are transmitted through the brake and throttles as well. And so the only inputs that you are relying on are your eyes, visually what the game is showing you, but also what the wheel is feeding back into you. And so the best drivers in sim racing are the ones that can translate that feedback into speed the best.
So through into the right-hander we go, running on board here with Cirrus Cross then into the braking zone of the final corner. Really sort of tight, clumsy left-hander that you brake and you almost come to a dead stop, and you've got to focus on the exit of the corner. The entry is not quite so important, but you want to be able to get as good a run as you can because you come across the timing line over the brow of the hill through turn 1 into this braking zone of turn 2, and you see Cirrus Cross there just getting the car slightly sideways under braking. Of course, as we said, a mixture of these drivers qualified, some online, some at the Porsche dealerships as well. Anna Gyro and Cirrus Cross both qualified online. Interestingly, actually, in the Porsche 959, but it was at the Sardinia Windmills circuit, which is a rally course. So a completely different kettle of fish, and I suppose quite appropriate for a car that was originally developed with Group B in mind.
Yeah, that seems like where they should, maybe we should be racing right now, right? Maybe we can convert that Laguna Seca into a rallycross track, just tell the drivers to drive on the sand rather than on the tarmac. Maybe it helps them as well that they qualified in this car. They would have done those laps in the multiple rounds of qualifiers that we had to understand how to go fast in this car. Currently as well, 4 seconds behind those top 3 cars. Gyro and Cross will be potentially fighting for the final spot in the finals, because unlike what we saw in Group A, where it was a runaway from Randall Haywood, McCabe, Heck and Parker are all looking pretty equally quick.
Yeah, in terms of the lap times between McCabe and Heck, last time around it was a 33 flat for McCabe, a 32.865 for Haywood. So pretty close actually in terms of the lap time based between the two. Gyro there, a warning for ignoring track limits. So be a bit careful of that. If you do that too many times, then you'll be given a penalty, and well, that could be pretty crucial. I know it's only the first race of the evening for Group B here tonight, but yeah, it can prove to be pretty detrimental. So we'll wait and see what happens there. Let's have another look and see what happened. This was the extension of track limits. Pretty obvious there, off onto the outside of turn 6. Pretty easy to do that, mind, but nonetheless, got to be a bit careful.
You mentioned lap times in the high 132s, low 133s. If you want a bit of a comparison for what other race cars would do around Laguna Seca, well, last Rennsport Reunion, we broke out the 919 Hybrid Evo, the unleashed LMP1 beast, and Earl Bamber, not even trying to set a record, did a 107. That is how fast that car is. We are still quick, doing 133s. Here's a battle for 6th spot.
Yep, down in towards the left-hander we go. Betancourt on the outside here of Danny Solis. That's not going to help him too much, though, because the camber drops off at that part of the circuit when you're on the outside, and look at how much time it's costing him up through the rise of turn 6. Thread the eye of a needle through there, avoid the sausage curve, which both drivers managed to do, and Betancourt now just going to have to try and regroup. But I have to say the closest battle on track is between Gyro and Cross as they come through down in towards Rainey's. 1 lap to go at the end of this one, and it's anybody's guess as to who is going to be taking this position. Last time around, they were separated by just a couple of tenths of a second. Oh, really close here with Gyro going defensive. Cross looking for the outside line. Defensive on the brakes. That might compromise their exit onto the start-finish race. He runs it slightly wide. You have to be a bit careful with extending track limits there too as we come across the timing line and down in towards the first corner over the crest of the hill and in towards turn 2. Cross not quite close enough. Gyro was up to get a good enough launch out of the first corner to hold on to 4th place for now, but Cross really big closing speed on the brakes.
And Gyro did a great job in the braking phase to slow the car down and park it on the apex, get onto the power and stop any chance of that switchback from Cyrus Cross from being a possibility. Sun continues to make its way lower in the horizon. The references will once again be shifting, maybe Sun in the visor of the drivers coming through certain parts of this track. I'll just note out as well as we head through this left at turn 5, Laguna Seca's notorious for noise and the lack of noise potentially that some would like. There's a hut on the outside of this corner that measures how noisy your car is. Fortunately, the 959s are certified to be fantastic.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see it. Oh, Gyro there, slight mistake. She ran it slightly wide to turn 6. Here comes Cyrus Cross as they come over the rise in towards the corkscrew. Cross is going to be ahead. Is Gyro going to have anything left in her locker to try and mount a challenge before the end of this one, where she's going to have to regroup and think about it quite quickly? Over the crest of the hill we go. Airborne there for Anna Gyro. How she kept that in the straight and narrow, I don't know, but a half-second penalty for exceeding track limits there as well is going to put pay to 4th place between those two drivers. But what a drive it is from Andrew McCabe. Lights the flag victory for the American as he comes across the timing line here ahead of Robbie Heck and Donovan Parker in 3rd place. Great start to his weekend. I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted with that. Really impressive performance there from Andrew McCabe. Wasn't flustered under pressure at any point throughout the course of that one. And I'll be keen to see what Arjuna's going to say to him in a couple of moments' time. Of course, Cyrus Cross there as well, inheriting 4th place on that final lap, owing to the mistake that Anna Gyro made, and then of course ended up airborne at the end of that one as well. Arjuna, you're down there talking with Andrew McCabe. What's he got to say?
A bit speechless yesterday after qualifying. How are you after winning race number 1?
Yeah, so I knew going into this race that getting a good start was really important because you're in a very vulnerable position starting from the outside. So I just focused on getting as good of a start as possible, defending into T1. And I knew from there I could run my own pace and keep the lead.
1 car done, 2 cars to come, and 2 tracks to come. How are you feeling heading on over to the GT4 at Watkins Glen?
In practice yesterday, my pace was kind of but I think if I just if I run what I know I can do, then I think I'll be okay.
Andrew won 2 races in last year's semi-finals, already 1 victory in this year's semi-finals.
Yeah, thanks, Arjuna. Thanks to McCabe as well. I believe we're going to be talking to Cyrus Cross in a few moments' time as well. We'll have a look at the leaderboard in a couple of moments. There we go. Let's have a look. So Andrew McCabe takes first blood then ahead of Robbie Heck. Donovan Parker also on the podium. Quite race there for Donovan Parker, but nonetheless a good 8 points haul for him ahead of Cyrus Cross. Then you've got Anna Gyro, Danny Solis in 6th place ahead of Betancourt and Jeff Wirtz. So not a bad start to the race. Something of a quiet one compared to what we saw in Group A, but that's not to say that it's going to be like that for the rest of this afternoon. Let's have a look with Arjuna. I think he's going to be catching up with Cyrus Cross, see what he's got to say.
Eventful race for Cyrus Cross, in more ways than one, it turns out.
Absolutely, absolutely. That was it was pretty interesting. I lost force feedback a little bit, couldn't downshift, but I was able to get it back somehow. I was very lucky. I felt very good.
Talk us through that battle with Anna. Laguna Seca is not really known for being a track with passing, but you proved us wrong again.
Yeah, you know what? I love racing Anna. I raced her a lot. I felt really bad about. I definitely ran into her. Felt bad about that. But yeah, we race a lot, and so I feel pretty comfortable following fairly closely because I know her pace. And it was just I knew that I was nailing that one corner, and so I went for that inside move as soon as I knew that I had a run, and I knew that I could trust her. I knew she was going to leave me enough space, so I just went for it. Put just the 2 wheels over the line and went for it.
Well, no backflips at Laguna Seca. We'll see how it goes at Watkins Glen.
Thanks, Arjuna. Thanks to Cyrus Cross there as well. Pretty happy with that 4th place at the checkered flag. So interesting to see how that one all played out there. But either way, I mean, it was an absolute exhibition from Andrew McCabe, really.
Yeah, and seemed a little bit more calm and confident in himself after that victory. Like I said, a little bit speechless after qualifying yesterday, but 2 victories in last year's semi-finals, already 1 victory now. Clearly, there's that consistency of winning. Now can he bring the consistency to get to the finals and deliver when the pressure's on?
What about Robbie Heck there as well? Because, I mean, really impressive performance for him. I thought he might have a bit more of a chance to strike at McCabe, but seemingly not over the course of that one. Let's have a look at race 2 details before we get into that. So, Watkins Glen International Long Course. Cayman GT4 is the car. Racing hard tyres. 6 laps for the drivers. No need to worry about fuel or tyres. It's only on ×1. It's a 6-lap race, this one. Rolling start, though, of course, because the circuit is really tight into the first corner, so they just want to spread the field out a little bit to try and avoid any unnecessary contact. But this is going to be interesting because it's a real fast-flowing track, Watkins Glen.
And, as we saw in semi-final Group A, we're racing into the night. The references disappear. You have to rely on just your headlights to spot every little marker that you're looking for. And like you say, fast-flowing and furious is sometimes how I describe Watkins Glen. We saw a pass around the outside of the bus stop chicane. Name the last time you saw that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, isn't it? Unless it was actually at a bus stop, to be honest with you, in my rental car. But, you know, other than that, you generally don't see passes around the bus stops, do you? But seemingly the drivers looking to try and sort of upset the apple cart a little bit, really. Keen to see what is going to happen here with this one. The Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport, a special track-focused car that Porsche released with the 981 Cayman a few years ago, and it's a favourite of mine. I love a Cayman, and I love the Club Sport edition as well. So really exciting, this one, I'm sure.
It shares some components with the 911 Cup car as well, so carries some of those components from its bigger brother, and that's why 160-something thousand, it's a great car to buy.
Well, let's have a look then, shall we, and see how the grid lines up. Just to remind you, of course, the grid reflects the results from race 1, so Andrew McCabe will be on pole position. Alongside him on the front row will be Robbie Heck. Let's see if he can bring the fight to the front. Donovan Parker heads row 2, and then it is Cyrus Cross alongside. Anna Gyro will be hoping to try and regroup after a challenging day at the office. So far, ahead of Danny Solis in 6th position. And then completing the grid, Timothy Betancourt in 7th place, ahead of Jeff Wirtz. So then, racing hard tyres available for the drivers. 6 laps of action to come here at Watkins Glen. Andrew McCabe will lead the field around the final corner. What are you expecting for this one, Arjuna?
I think Robbie Heck's going to be looking to try and grab the victory. He's seen Dean Held grab 32 points, so Randall Haywood grab 34. He wants to be on top heading into tomorrow's finals.
Through the final corner we go then, ready to come across the timing line and begin the 6-lap dash to the checkered flag. Semi-final 2 for Group B here at Watkins Glen. It's lights out and we're racing then as Andrew McCabe leads the field across the timing line, followed by Robbie Heck, followed by Donovan Parker. Now, of course, the field is spread out. Don't expect any rash moves down towards the first corner, and indeed McCabe leads the way quite comfortably there from Heck, from Donovan Parker, from Cyrus Cross. It's in the sort of middle part of the first lap where I'm sure we'll see things being set to change as they come over the rise and heading towards the bus stop chicane area after this back straight. Now look at Heck, he's all over the rear wing already of Andrew McCabe, and he's going to try and challenge for the lead as they head down in towards the bus stop chicane. We saw an outside move being made on the last time in semi-final Group A, and Robbie Heck does exactly the same at the start of Group B. So it's Heck now that leads the way for the first time, and Donovan Parker's ready to join in the party here too.
Trying to squeak to the inside, trying to demote McCabe from first to third, but McCabe will have the inside as they descend through the chute in towards that boot section. And now Parker's got to be careful. You can be run wide into the grass. McCabe on throttle runs himself out wide, leaves the car's length, but slides into second spot in the boot section. Just note, Anna Gyro already has picked out a slowdown penalty.
Yeah, Anna Gyro's race going, day I should say, rather going from bad to worse really, losing that pace on the final lap to Cyrus Cross, and now down into 6th position already with that penalty, now down into 7th place. But it is nose-to-tail action at the sharp end. Robbie Heck trying to build out a buffer. What he wants here, really, is he wants McKay, Parker, Cross, etc. to all start knocking 7 bells out of one another, and that will allow him to have a nice, comfortable advantage at the sharp end of this one. 0.6 of a second it is as we come through to the end of the first lap. It's looking good here so far for Robbie Heck, especially with McCabe under a lot of pressure here from Donovan Parker.
Yeah, Robbie Heck's going to want to try and break toe with McCabe's going to increasingly feel vulnerable. Parker's slightly tighter to the apex as they funnel in through that final corner, and as they work their way towards the line, Donovan Parker's got the run and will force McCabe to jink to the inside. Robbie Heck's trying to break the toe, yes, but it's 4 cars in a conga line for second, ducking through the 90. 1.5 kilometers on the throttle before they're on the brakes once more.
Yeah, McCabe leading this train at the moment. So over the rise of the hill we go. Towards that left hand, it's such a fast-flowing circuit is Watkins Glen. You can see Parker now is ready to try and join in on the action. He might try and repeat the same feat that Heck put over him last time around as they head down the back straight. Of course, McCabe's got a bit of an advantage in front because he has got the slipstream courtesy of the race leader, and as such, Heck not able to take advantage. Danny Solis is having a good run in the opening stages. He's gone up into 4th position. He's now trying to put right where his race had sort of gone wrong, really. Let's have a look at the live point standings in a couple of moments' time as well and see exactly what it looks like. There's Robbie Heck, 22 points it would be for him, 22 points for McCabe, so 1 victory apiece. Further back there, though, Donovan Parker and Cyrus Cross would be the last 2 drivers who would qualify at the moment. But of course, that's all a bit immaterial because we have got 1 more race here still to run, but it is very close to the 3rd, 4th and 5th place, and only 4 will go through.
Cyrus Cross is tucked up behind Solis for 4th position, and ultimately, I think if you get 3 top 4 finishes, you can feel somewhat comfortable in advancing on through. That's not what I think Heck and McCabe will be thinking about. If they can trade victories back and forth and be on a somewhat similar footing to both Randall Hayward and Dean Helt going into tomorrow, imagine what we could have. As there's the mistake from McCabe.
Yeah, slightly wide through that left-hander. That's put him on the back foot here. It's allowed Donovan Parker to go through on his inside. Can he make the move stick? Yes, he can. Nice and easy there for Donovan Parker. The opportunity presented itself, and now Danny Solis is sniffing an opportunity here as he comes through the right-hander. If he can try and put one over on Andrew McCabe, this will be really important here for McCabe's points tally. McCabe is going to immediately try and retaliate on Donovan Parker as they come across the timing line. Half race distance we now sit at as we begin lap 3. Parker with a defensive line. Does he park it on the apex? Yes, he does. That's a nice bit of driving there for Donovan Parker because he was able to use the car, position it exactly where he needed to, and not allow McCabe, Solis, etc. to have an opportunity to find their way to his inside.
But now Donovan Parker has no draft, and look at Solis, aggressive, and sends McCabe into the wall, cresting up over the S's. Danny Solis is looking around the outside into the bus stop, trying to get to second.
Can he make the move stick, though? That's the crucial question. Side by side, Parker. Oh, it's close between the 2. Oh, Parker's going to be a little bit wide here. That might put him all at sea, and it might allow Solis to close up, but you wonder whether the stewards are going to be awarding a penalty to Danny Solis. We need to have another look at the incident, really. We only saw it from an external angle. The stewards have got multiple different camera angles. They can go through and review it as many times as they like. Donovan Parker there slightly wide, Solis closing up. Let's have another look at the incident and see what happened here between McCabe and between Danny Solis. Solis is on his inside here. That's pretty clear cut there to me.
I think the thing that we really need to maybe understand is whether Solis had gotten onto the grass by being squeezed by McCabe, or if he had gone for a gap that never existed. Ultimately, McCabe's at the back. It's all a moot point. Second now, might almost be 3 wide heading towards the line. Solis and Parker side by side for a moment with the battle finally getting settled out. Cyrus Cross in a great spot to take advantage of this and continue to accumulate and rack up those points.
Yeah, he's got box office seats at the moment, has Cyrus Cross. I'm sure he paid good money for those. Parker's still on Solis's inside. He's not going away. He's sticking around like a bad rash at the moment, but he's not able to find his way past as Solis flicks it in towards the right-hander. He manages to hold firm in second place for now. I wondered if they were just going to kiss the wall there on the outside, but they managed to keep things on the straight and narrow for the time being. Lap 4, we begin. It's nose to tail between Solis, Parker and Cross, but still no word at the moment about any penalties being awarded for the time being.
Up the hill using all 385 horsepower of the 3.8-litre 6-cylinder. Look at how late they are trying to use the upshift as well, get the most out of the engine. Live points update, you can see that Heck is now taking a lead in the second group, but ultimately the points carrying looking forward to tomorrow, he'll be thinking about Hayward and Hell. In towards the chicane once more, not going to see side by side. And now with McCabe sliding backwards, you saw just how much more close the battle is for second, third, and fourth, the final spots in tomorrow's final.
Oh, Cross there was over the curve, wasn't he? He was a little bit wide. Parker is on the inside of Solis once again. Part 2 as Parker goes through, and a 3-second penalty there for Danny Solis for the collision with Andrew McCabe. So that's going to put pace to any meaningful result here for Danny Solis, and that's such a shame because he was, but for that instant, driving supremely well to have made great progress. But the wheels are very much going to come off the American driver's wagon. Why he's setting up the inside of Parker here, I've got no idea. I know what he wants to make that move, Steve, but he knows he's got that penalty. He knows he's about to serve it because he's just coming through to the penalty zone there now.
Maybe trying to slow down the group so he doesn't actually lose that much ground to them. Parker takes that second spot and runs away. Solis is 1.5 off the back of Gyro and now drops behind Jeff Wirtz as well. He's got a lot of work to do with only 2 laps to go coming into the final sector.
So Solis then 0.3 of a second behind Jeff Wirtz now there as well. So he's going to have a hard task to get any meaningful result here is Danny Solis, but he's got his old mate Andrew McCabe close company behind there too. So a bit of history between those two drivers. Donovan Parker now with a nice cushion of 0.7 of a second over Cyrus Cross. Timothy Metcalf having a really good run in this one as well, up into 4th position here. Last time he finished in 7th place, so this will be his best result of the evening as well. Speaking of the evening, it's very much night time here now at this circuit. You can see that, of course, means that the headlights are illuminating the way, and visibility is going to be very much in the premium.
Yeah, 100%. And this is where, if you're slightly further behind, you actually, or in line, have more references than those at the front of the queue, and you can maybe use their speed as a reference to how aggressive that you want to play things out. I think with 1.5 odd laps to go, second, third, and fourth, not expecting too much for them. It's Solis, Wirtz, and McCabe all fighting for scraps of points that will be trying to make sure they accumulate some heading into the final race as Betancourt picks up a 1.5-second penalty.
Yeah, that's a strange one, that. We didn't see that if that was due to track limits or not, but it must be for one reason or another. Clearly, he must have extended it too much, unless there was some contact that we haven't seen. But either way, for Timothy Betancourt, I was just singing his praises. Unfortunately, the commentator's curse seems to be alive and well. It's going to cost Timothy 4th place here and dropping down, I think, just ahead of Danny Solis. Let's see what happens as he comes through over into that penalty zone here. On board we ride here with Anna Gyro. He now goes up into 4th place. Betancourt takes the penalty. Is he going to emerge? Is he going to be behind Danny Solis? Yeah, it is. Down into 6th place now then for Betancourt.
5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Each position that drivers can gain will be worth a point. Each position they lose also is worth a point. Those are the margins that they are dealing with right now. Robbie Heck, 5 seconds clear at the front. Yes, you can say that they were fighting behind and etc., etc., etc. But the consistency in lap times is what's been so remarkable. A 1:54.619 last time by to punch in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, incredibly impressive performance here from Robbie Heck as he begins the final lap here. 5 seconds that advantage it sits at. Just incredibly brilliant driving from Robbie Heck. There's no other way to state it. Danny Solis there in 5th place. You can see what the point standings would be, though. It would be advantage Robbie Heck 22 to 18 between himself and Donovan Parker. And then you've got Andrew McCabe in 3rd place. But crucially, Cyrus Cross and Anna Gyro tied on 14 points. Of course, 4 drivers will only progress forwards from semi-final B here too.
We might need to break the rulebook out and start talking about tiebreakers. We won't try to confuse our viewers before that becomes an inevitable thing, but just keep that in mind. Only 4, like Tom mentioned, will be going on forward. And this is why, for these drivers as well, they'll be battling. Final lap of the race is Cross versus Gyro, part 2.
Yeah, I reckon we need to play rock, paper, scissors, to be honest with you, and see how that works out. Cyrus Cross there, slightly wide, and Danny Gyro's ready to try and seize the opportunity through to the left-hander. Cross is on the defensive line. Half-second penalty, though, for track limits. Oh, Cyrus Cross. That's going to be critical for him at this crucial stage in the evening. It's going to drop him behind Anna Gyro. Gyro's going to inherit the podium here, but it's going to be disappointing for him and his points tally here too as well. There's the penalty. There's 4th place for him. Keep an eye out for Danny Solis, who's ready to try and ping his pocket here as well. There's only a few corners now remaining, and Solis, well, I'm sure the red mist has very much descended here at this point, and he's now all over the rear wing of Cyrus Cross. Can he find his way through? Switches back to the inside. Lovely bit of dummy work there for Solis. He goes through on the inside. 2 places lost in the space of a couple of corners then here for Cyrus Cross. If Solis can hold it through into the final couple of corners. But what a drive from Robbie Heck. 5.5 seconds as he comes through the final corner to win semi-final 2 for Group B here at the Porsche Esports Challenge, ahead of Donovan Parker in second, Anna Gyro in third, and Solis amazingly recovered to 4th place at the checkered flag. That is incredibly impressive for the American driver. He will be absolutely delighted with that. Well, Robbie Heck then, what a drive. I wondered whether he would have it in the bag to try and take the fight to the front to Andrew McCabe, and so it turned out to be. Arjuna's going to be down there with him. Arjuna, I can't wait to hear this.
Some unfinished business from 2022. Talk us through these first 2 races so far, Robbie.
Well, really, I just wanted to keep it clean on the first race. I knew Andrew was going to be really fast on that, so I figured maybe if I could stick with him, maybe be able to get by him. Didn't end up happening. This race, I just knew I needed to get away quick and just run my pace. I mean, I don't think anybody else could have matched me there. So I felt really solid around Watkins the whole time, and I feel really solid for the next race. So I want to continue winning.
Yeah, you were punching in lap times within the hundredths and thousandths of a second in that race, so consistency was there. Vision GT at Road Atlanta, we had a wild race in the semi-final Group A. What should we expect with 700 horsepower at a 2.5-mile facility?
Well, hopefully I don't die. Hopefully nobody sends it a little too hard in the first chicane. I mean, it's these cars are a little rough on the brakes, so if you miss your braking point, you're not making the corner.
Hopefully you'll make all the corners. Congratulations on the win, Robbie.
Cheers, Robbie. Thanks, Arjuna. Good to hear them from Robbie. Headphones back on here in the Bose Esports Arena, and full focus now very much on the 3rd and final race for Group B. Anna Gyro, of course, finished that one on the podium after that battle with Cyrus Cross. I think Arjuna's going to be down there talking to her in just a couple of moments' time. I'm just trying to see it from our commentary vantage point, but can't quite see exactly where he is. Arjuna, are you down there with Anna?
I've got Anna here, yes, indeed. Anna, another fun fight with Cyrus coming to the end of the race, but keeping yourself in contention to make your way into tomorrow's finals.
Yeah, I dropped back to 7th at the start of that race, and I don't know, I just kept in my head saying you can't give up, just keep going. And I was consistent. I put pressure on people when they made mistakes, and we ended up having that last lap battle with Cyrus. Was just able to pressure him enough to make that mistake where he went wide. And yeah, getting a 3rd place out of that was definitely not what I expected, but I'm hyped, and I'm going to put everything into this to get into the finals.
You were with us at the 2022 tournament as well. How cool is it to be here with all your competitors to be able to compete in person?
It feels amazing to be back here and be able to compete again, because I've not really touched the game as much, kind of lost a bit of passion for it, but ever since this event it got me hyped and started playing again, and I'm in love with it again. And yeah, this is just a fantastic experience to be able to see friends, race them, all these wonderful cars outside, and yeah.
I'll stop distracting you. Great to have you back with us for 2023.
Thanks, Anna. Thanks to Arjuna. Let's take a look then, shall we, at the final results then from that race. So Robbie Heck takes the spoils ahead of Donovan Parker. Then it is Anna Gyro who finished in 3rd place. We just heard from her a couple of moments ago. Danny Solis amazingly managed to recover to 4th position at the checkered flag, despite being mired right down owing to that contact he had with Andrew McCabe. Then we saw Cyrus Cross. He finished ahead of Jeff Wirtz, ahead of Andrew McCabe. Of course, he was very much in the wars during that one. And then, of course, Timothy Betancourt also with a couple of penalties. Let's have a look, shall we, and see what the points standings look like after that one as well. In fact, we'll look at that in just a couple of moments' time, because there are only a few moments to go until the 3rd race. But there you are, confirmation. Robbie Heck, 22 points on the board for him. 2nd in race 1, the win in race 2. And here, of course, Donovan Parker now manages to leapfrog Andrew McCabe there as well, Arjuna, because, of course, McCabe finished right down the pack in 7th place.
And that one unfortunate moment has really put the pressure on him as well, because only, 4 points clear of a driver 4 positions back as well. That's 4 spots in this next upcoming race. It's going to be a wild one. I mean, we saw plenty of moments at Road Atlanta in semi-final Group A. This is going to be wild.
Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look, shall we, at the race details then for our third and final race here for Group B tonight. So it is the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in the Porsche Vision Gran Turismo. Racing soft tyres, 10 laps of action, 1 times fuel consumption, but 2 times tyre wear and a grid start. Now, just on that last point on tyre wear, that's going to be pretty interesting because they're pretty prone to wearing out quite quickly, these racing soft. And, of course, 1 lap is the equivalent to 2 laps with it being on times 2. So by the end of the race, it could be a case of time management.
100%. Dennis Van Del's left front tyre was down to about 30% going into the final 2 laps, and he was in a battle. They've got to make sure they've got some tyres underneath them heading into those final stages if a spot in the final is on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the drivers are then ready to go for the third and final race here for Group B of the semi-finals. Of course, only the top 4 overall out of the 8 will progress forwards into the finals here tomorrow, of which there will be 2 races. I'm not going to spoil what the car and track combinations are, but let's just say it's going to be pretty spicy. I'm looking forward to a bit of that.
Going to be a lot of fun, and nothing repeated really from 2022 as well. So anyone who was at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, part of the Porsche Sports Car Together Fest last year, some surprises coming your way.
Absolutely. Well, let's get ready then, shall we, and get underway. Robbie Haight lines up on pole position for race 3 then of Group B ahead of Donovan Parker. Row 2 is Anna Gyro after that podium position last time out in race 2 ahead of Danny Solis. Then you've got Cyrus Cross on the 3rd row of the grid in 5th place ahead of Jeff Wirtz. 7th place, sick as a parrot, Andrew McCabe. Difficult day at the office for him so far. Delight to despair in race 2 ahead of Timothy Betancourt, completing the 8-driver strong field. Race 3 of the semi-finals for Group B then. It's all eyes on the lights. Red lights on. Lights out and we're underway. Robbie Haight leads the field away as they head down towards the first corner. Keep an eye out the fast charging Cyrus Cross, though, in the background. He jinks to the inside. Is anybody going to make a move into the first turn? No. Heck holds firm ahead of Donovan Parker. Gyro, though, is side by side as Solis tries to make ground. There's contact between the 2 as they come over the brow of the hill. They managed to keep it facing in the right direction, but that was very aggressive from both of those drivers.
Solis already got a penalty in the previous race. Will want to stay away from the race control's eyes in these next 10 laps. Fortunately, everyone holds on. Robbie Haight got a monster of a launch, but you saw the way that Donovan Parker dug into the ground and spooled up the electric power into turn 2. It's going to be here out of turn 7, tighter than 90 degrees. Who gets onto the power nicest with 4-wheel drive, always sending you slightly wide with the understeer.
Yeah, on board, we're right here with Robbie Haight. This is the view back from the race leader, Donovan Parker. No way for him to find a way through at the moment. Timothy Betancourt already picks up another penalty, so continuing where he left off, rather, unfortunately, for the American driver. Down into towards the chicane. This is where you can make a move stick. Donovan Parker's deep. He's off onto the gravel. Here comes Gyro to come through, or does she? Oh, it was close there on the outside of the circuit, but Parker there really deep. Gyro's through into 2nd place, and that is a very unfortunate start to the race for Parker, especially when he needs as many points as he possibly can. He's going to try and immediately attack down towards the first corner. Gyro's trying to defend. It's really close between those 2 drivers. Gyro's off onto the grass.
Such a shame as well. They were fighting so closely. Don't know if there was contact there, but that's not a too wide corner in through turn 1. So much commitment in these machines as well. Gyro's now lost a whole bunch of ground as joined Timothy Betancourt on the back of the grid.
Well, that is disappointing there for Anna Gyro. 0-0 stuff there for her. Either way, it's now released Parker into the path of Danny Solis, and close behind is Cyrus Cross. The incident, unsurprisingly, is under investigation. I need to have another look at that and see another angle. Oh, look at that. Parker to the inside of Solis on the exit of the corner. It was never going to work through there because you need as much momentum as you can, and if anything, that's put him on the back foot here because Cyrus Cross is now all over him like a cheap suit, trying to find his way through. Down the hill we go and in towards the chicane. Can he find his way past? No way through for him at the moment, but Parker is looking to the inside of Solis onto the curb. Solis was deep. There's contact between the 2. This is getting pretty messy between them as they come through the bridge down the bottom of the hill. Parker, the upshot is for him. He's into 2nd, Solis into 3rd.
Not done yet, though. In towards turn 1. Is Parker going to be able to hold on to this gap that he's got? Brings the momentum through. Can see that Cross with a bit of dirty air slides a little bit wide as well, but in terms of tyres, we did mention they wear twice as quickly as they would do at a normal in a normal race.
over the course of 10 laps here with that soft compound tire. Expect the front left to take a hammering, and Robbie Heck's got a perfect spot now, 3.5 seconds in front. He can manage the rubber underneath him.
On board we ride here then with Danny Solis, nice bit of breathing room for him at this particular point. Cyrus Cross and Andrew McCabe. McCabe looking to the inside. Had a half look there, didn't he? But it's no way for him to get past. Needs to get a good exit out of here. That'll set him up quite nicely if he can just use the advantage of that slipstream and head down this back straight and in towards the chicane. So over the crest of the hill we go. This is Andrew McCabe's view. All the action unfolding in front of him. Meanwhile, we've hardly mentioned it. Robbie Heck's cleared off in front of this one. Another 3.5 seconds. Oh, that's wide there for Parker in second place as well.
They're all having issues down at turn 10A and 10B. Track falls away from you. You need gravity sometimes to help you slow down quicker. They're all overcommitting and slightly missing their references. Of course, slightly different brake feel as well with these electric cars. So that'll be something they're all having to adapt to. Up through turn 1 once again, though. You mentioned Robbie Heck clear at the front. 4.3 seconds clear. Is going to be tied, if things hold as they are, with Randall Haywood on 34 points going into tomorrow's final. The grid for tomorrow's first race of the final is also set based on the results from this race. It will be Haywood and Heck on the front row.
Now, there's plenty of opportunity for that to change, though. We're not even at the halfway stage of this third and final race of the evening for Group B. So no to tell these drivers run, and a gyro, unfortunately, owing to that incident we saw in the first lap, we haven't actually had a good result sort of given by the stewards at this point, so still under investigation as far as we're aware. So I'm sure they'll be congregating behind it to work out exactly what happened. They've got plenty of angles that can replay it as many times as they like, and I'm sure if a penalty is awarded, that we will see it here on the feed for the end of this race. But the upside is at the moment is gyro down into 7th place. Danny Solis still sitting in 3rd position.
You mentioned camera angle. They also get insight into the data, the throttle, the brake trace. If you're a driver, you can't say, but I was 100% on the brake. If you weren't actually on the brake, there's no deceiving these stewards with the amount of insight and data that they can look through. It's something that in real-world motorsport you don't often have. If Formula E, there was a humongous crash earlier this year. The only replay of that was CCTV footage.
Yeah, it's a very good point. It is a very, very good point. The data that the drivers have. You see Cyrus Cross, they just have to take a couple of bites of the cherry. And look at how much that upset his rhythm. Oh, there we go. Donovan Parker, 2-second penalty for him then. So that is owing to the incident that we saw on the opening lap between himself and a gyro. Now, Parker's in 2nd place. How far is he ahead of Solis? 1.2 seconds. How far is he ahead of Cross? 0.7 seconds. This could drop him down to 4th, maybe in 5th place. Let's have another look and see if we can piece together exactly what happened here between Parker and gyro. We'll see that in just a couple of moments' time as Parker is about to serve that penalty. Let's see if we can work out what happened between himself and gyro here. Arjuna.
So you can see maximum brake. There is a little bit of contact from Donovan Parker, but it's one of those things as McCabe completely misses the braking zone through the chicane, slides through the gravel, and that might be a potential final spot done for Andrew McCabe.
Well, that is absolutely disastrous for Andrew McCabe, especially given how he started the Group B semi-finals. A very dominant victory at Laguna Seca, and since then it's just gone downhill rather drastically for him. Unfortunately, down into 8th position. Cyrus Cross, we ride on board as we come over through these S-bends. He's now all over, Donovan Parker all over the back. Let's see if we can work out what happened here. So Parker takes his penalty. Parker comes on to the racing line. Oh, he just distracted McCabe, and he just missed his braking zone.
He was about 3 years too late on the brakes there, unfortunately. I don't think there was any chance of McCabe slowing down in time, and that's so unfortunate. You just get caught out by the car that you don't expect, and as you look at the live points, McCabe won race 1, not even in the top 5 anymore. Cyrus Cross with 21 points, and a gyro with 19 points. Currently on the bubble. If gyro can close up 7 seconds to Jeff Wirtz, it still wouldn't be enough to get her through to the finals.
Say 7 seconds in 3.5 laps is no mean feat. Last time around, actually, Wirtz was faster by about 3 or 4 tenths of a second over Anna Gyro as well. So the pace difference between those two drivers is nowhere near in the favour of Anna, unfortunately, at this point. So looks like she's going to be down and out, unfortunately, only by a couple of points. A very, very small margin indeed as we come across the timing line. Parker, despite that 2-second penalty, is all over the back of Cyrus Cross for 3rd position. Through in towards the next series of corners we go. Great driving from Donovan Parker to just be able to regroup following a challenging start to that race. I mean, when you have incidents like that, I imagine it must really upset the rhythm.
Sometimes when you have the instant, let it blown, whether you get a penalty or not, just the act of being in the wrong place sometimes at the wrong time can get you upset. So once you've had the race control penalty come down, to be able to put it aside and just get back into that rhythm is so important. You can see as Cyrus Cross on a different line compared to Donovan Parker from turn 6 and turn 7. There is some pressure being applied here. This is not necessarily for a position in the finals, but these are points that carry forward as well. Let's not forget.
Exactly that. That's the thing, isn't it? Of course, we've got 2 races coming up for the finals here tomorrow. All the points the drivers who make it through have scored will carry those forward into the finals tomorrow. So that is going to be really, really important for their championship challenge.
Very off topic, but have you noticed on the dash how the 4 lines go wide when you're accelerating? When you're braking, it starts to come back.
Shrinks down, yeah. That's a really nice little feature, actually, isn't it? And it's interesting because there's a couple of models of the Vision Gran Turismo cars knocking about. We've got one here in the studio, but there's another one over in Germany. It's actual physical model with the interior and everything that's all been replicated. It's incredible, really, just the level of detail that's gone into this. And as you said earlier on, Arjuna, it's an opportunity for designers to actually have a bit of free reign. You know, there's so many constraints they have with modern cars. You've got to have a headlight at this certain time. You've got to have wing mirrors here, you're going to do these design things, that design cues, and this gives an opportunity for them to be honest, put it bluntly, just go a bit mad.
Oh yeah, and I think that's what makes it so interesting indeed, to be able to see what the designers and Polyphony and Porsche working together came up with, where they feel cars may be going in the future. It's got, of course, that kind of look of a 917, 908 style in that vein, but it still looks futuristic and forward thinking. That's what makes it so exciting. Donovan Parker, I have a look down into the chicane, and you can see Cyrus Cross is covering a little bit of the move, just a little bit wary of the driver behind.
Yeah, he's close there, is Donovan Parker through that chicane, but there's no room at the inn as it stands. For now, down the hill we go. Love this final sector. Absolutely stunning. Oh, I have to say, just looking at the gap, Robbie Heck versus Danny Solis. Heck must have made a mistake because the gap has come down to half a second between the race leader and between second place. So what the heck has happened to Heck at this point? Because it's come down dramatically. It's over 3.5 seconds, and now he's got Danny Solis all over him and trying to find his way through for the race lead.
Is this tyre related again? The racing soft. We're 8 laps complete onto the 9th lap of the race with 700 horsepower going to all 4 corners of the car. Our drivers asking too much of the Michelin rubber. In towards turn 6, Cyrus Cross covers the inside, and Donovan Parker is going to compromise him through turn 7. This is crucial. Cyrus Cross has to wait, be patient on the throttle. Donovan Parker runs into the rear end, nowhere to go.
So down the back straight we go. This is one of the fastest parts of this Road Atlanta circuit, which is saying something because they're all pretty quick, let's be honest. On board we ride here with Parker. He's going to jink to the inside. They're going to go into a left-hander though. Cyrus Cross is trying to defend that line. Is he going to be able to hold firm? Donovan Parker's going to try and hold it around the outside. That's going to be brave. It's going to be bold, and it's brilliant from Donovan Parker. He goes through and into 3rd place. What an overtake there.
And on the driver cam, you can see not even a recognition of what a fantastic move that was. Let's take a look at what happened to Heck in towards turn number 1. Just completely misjudged it, ran all sorts of wide, and that's at least 6 seconds lost in just one mistake.
Well, the gap seems to be stabilising between himself and Danny Solis, but he hasn't half given himself a lot of hard work to do with just over a lap, or just under now a lap remaining. We're on the final lap, so this is going to be really interesting to see whether Danny Solis can close up. Of course, it's pretty academic because they'll both make it through into the finals here tomorrow, but it's all important for the points tally that they will carry into those finals. Solis' best opportunity is now. He's got the slipstream. Heck does not have that advantage.
One more blast down this straight, and for Robbie Heck, 2 victories on the trot, assuming he can survive this next corner. Look at those live points, 34 points, 8 points clear of anyone else in this group. It was almost perfect, just 2 points clear of the 36 that he would have wanted with 3 consecutive victories.
So through into that chicane we go. On board we ride here with Danny Solis. It seems to be a little bit too little, too late, but good pace he's had over the course of this one. Through the final corner comes Robbie Heck, though. He made it difficult for himself, but he wins semi-final race 3 here at Laguna Seca, at Road Atlanta, and Danny Solis, delight for Danny here this evening as well. 2nd place for him. He tried as hard as he could, but it was a very, very impressive performance. He makes it through into the finals. here this weekend for the Porsche Esports Challenge 2023. Donovan Parker in third place there as well, ahead of Cyrus Cross. Well, that was a really interesting end to the race, and I'll be keen to see what the likes of Danny Solis and Heck have got to say after that one. And also spare a thought for the likes of Anna Gyro, really unlucky over the course of that one there too. So there is Robbie Heck, two victories from 3 races for him. Very, very impressive performance from the youngster. And we'll see what it is going to mean for the finals here tomorrow. Danny Solis looking, I was just going to say pretty emotional at that point, actually. Let's head down to Arjuna, though, who's going to be catching up with one of our drivers. Arjuna, who have you found?
I got Robbie Heck again, winner, but this time, not without making it a bit more interesting for yourself, huh?
I have no idea what I was looking at going into that corner. With the time of day changing, the shadows really just distracted me, and I missed my braking point by like 50 meters, and I was just like, uh-oh. And I got really lucky. I was paying attention enough to notice it when I did. Yeah, that was close, a lot closer than what it should have been, but it's all right. Got the win, and yeah, it's all that really matters.
34 points, tied with Randall Haywood from that first group. How do you feel? 2 more races tomorrow before champion is crowned.
I just need to win the last 2 races. It's, I think the easiest way to win is just to win, right? So, yeah, I'll be ready tomorrow, and I'm really excited for tomorrow. So, I'll try my best.
I think we're all excited. Good luck tomorrow, Robbie. Run well.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed there, Arjuna. Thanks, Robbie, as well. Good to catch up with him. Pretty happy with that result, and no surprise there at all. Really, really impressive performance from Robbie. 2 victories out of 3 races. Not quite the triple, but nonetheless, a very impressive performance from him. And also looking at the results as well, another man who made it through and looked actually quite emotional towards the end of that third and final semi-final. Let's catch up with Danny Solis.
Emotional, I think, is a bit of an understatement. Danny, talk us through